Hello, everybody. It's online crypto marathon, which is the first day of our crypto conference 2023. Our mission here is to boost Web3 in Ukraine, and we have been doing it for the last 5 years, and we'll continue to do it with pleasure. Today we have lots of speakers and almost 8 years or 8 hours of 8 years of content will be too much. 8 hours of great, interesting content. And I want to introduce our first speaker, is the CEO and founder of WhiteBIT, Volodymyr Nosov. Володимире, привіт. Ми вирішили, що будемо говорити, як щирі українці, українською. Дуже радий тебе бачити тут. Як ти?
Аналогічно радий тебе бачити.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо з Володимиром на тему, як криптовалюта може допомогти відновити економіку України, тому що ми це вже робимо, і Володимир теж це робить і знає, як це робити. Давай почнемо з того, що найголовніше потрібно зробити, щоб відновити економіку України з точки зору криптонів? Що ми можемо зробити?
Слухай, мені здається, найперше і, мабуть, найважливіше – це те, щоб прийняти закон, який допоможе в тому, щоб залучити міжнародний капітал, в першу чергу криптанський капітал. І це зараз дуже нагально. Ми зараз бачимо, що коїться в Сполучених Штатах через те, що немає прозорої, абсолютно адекватної регуляції, да, і інвестори, і компанії покидають юрисдикцію. І я думаю, що для України це дуже великий шанс зробити прорив, тому що не так багато з'являється новацій, не так багато з'являється чогось нового в фінансовому світі. І зараз, мені здається, це вікно можливостей для України. Тому той закон, який буде прийнятий, він загалом покаже, чи здатні ми дійсно там щось змінювати і йти в те, щоб залучати капітал, чи ми будемо слідкувати за тим, як капітал будуть залучати інші країни, там капітал буде йти до Гонконгу, Сингапуру і так далі. Тому перше і найголовніше це закон, і що він буде в собі містити, і як буде проводитись регуляція, хто буде регулювати і так далі. Тобто, перше – це закон.
Ну, ти ж розумієш, що зараз всі наші держустанови, вони орієнтуються на Європу і на МІКу. А якщо подивитися на цю МІКу, то це такий дуже стандартний і трохи дідівський закон, де там нема ніяких супер таких не ефективних, а лагідних умов для крипти. Тобто там просто такий базовий закон, що кажуть, оце там актив, оце цінні папери, оці треба хлопців ліцензувати. Тобто достатньо цього буде для того, щоб забустити Web3 в Україні. Чи це тільки перший степ такий?
Дивись, давай розуміти, що той закон, який буде прийнятий в Єврозоні, коли ми кажемо про МІКу, кожна країна буде імплементувати МІКа окремо, по-своєму, а вже ж, це абсолютно точно. І тому це такий стандартний набір правил, але імплементований він буде окремо. Тому треба розуміти, що і Україна може імплементувати його окремо. І тут все буде, скажімо так, тут головну роль приймає воля українського регулятора. І тому він абсолютно точно дасть великі можливості, тому що на сьогоднішній день ми, як криптани, не маємо дуже багато можливостей, які могли б розвинути індустрію. Тобто ми не можемо підключатися до банкінгу, ми не можемо абсолютно спокійно співпрацювати, там, навіть з рекламою. Тому регуляція дозволить все це робити. І на сьогоднішній день, коли ми кажемо про те, що наш закон буде будуватися на базі Міка, треба розуміти, що ми можемо робити там дуже багато кроків, можемо робити таких індивідуальних. Тому так, він, відповідаючи на твоє питання, це доволі стандартний документ. Але від нього більше і не треба. Треба більше від нашого регулятора, який зможе використати його таким чином, щоб залучити капітал.
А дивись, це бік держави. Ми маємо якийсь вплив, але він не сильно великий, на фіноснови, які будуть приймати це законодавство. Давай трохи пошилимо крипту, тому що ми ж хочемо бустити Web3, і Web3 як технологія має певні переваги перед традиційними фінансами. Це і зменшення вартості фінпослуг, демократизація доступу до сервісів. Що є в крипті, те, що може конкурувати з традиційними фінансами, на твою думку? Що найважливіше має крипта, чого немає у традиційного фінансового ринку?
Слухай, перше – швидкість, друге – прозорість, і третє – децентралізація.
І все це державі невигідно, я тобі так скажу.
Дивись, я думаю, що і державі вигідно, тому що люди розвивається комунікація, розвивається штучний інтелект і так далі. І молодь, яка зараз, ті покоління, які зараз приходять, вони абсолютно точно будуть дуже обережно ставитися до нецентралізованих продуктів і ставитись до цієї ширми, яку вибудувала сьогоднішня фінансова система. Тому треба розуміти, що державним установам і фінансовим установам треба займати лідерські позиції саме в цих децентралізованих системах для того, щоб відповідати духу часу. І все. Якщо ми будемо ліпити децентралізований світ до сьогоднішніх фінансів і казати про те, що державі з ними складніше, абсолютно точно складніше.
Тут згоден. І ще один напрямок, де ми можемо реально забустити, як на мене, це стартап-культура українська, тому що в нас дуже талановиті розробники, продукт-оунери, люди, які створюють реальні продукти, тому що якщо ми подивимося зараз на ринок крипти, то в кожному першому, мабуть, стартапі є якийсь українець на якійсь нормальній посаді, там CTO чи CMO, чи SEO навіть. І саме доступ до цих Web3 технологій може демократизувати і спростити стартапам з України завойовувати ці лідерські позиції. Що ти на цьому?
Я з одного боку з тобою згоден абсолютно, а з іншого давай подивимось. У нас дійсно просто як це, знаєш, наша молодь це наша нафта, це наше золото. І при всьому давай подивимося, скільки продуктів розробляють, скільки реальних продуктів виходить на ринок. Якщо ми подивимось, то ми побачимо, що не так багато. В основному нашу молодь скупляють, і наша молодь працює в аутсорсі.
Так в тому і сенс, що українці створюють продукти, але вони виходять в Америці, в Європі, і нам потрібно, щоб вони виходили саме в Україні.
Так, нам потрібно
повертаємося
робити...
до першого питання про законодавство.
Тут не тільки законодавство, в першу чергу тут мова про залучення коштів. Тому що коли ми маємо якийсь молодий стартап, котрий хоче вийти на ринок з якоюсь ідеєю, з якимось продуктом, перша і основна проблема цих стартапів – це залучення грошей. І цей процес в Україні дуже важкий. Дуже важкий. Тобто, якщо ми підемо в банк, то там абсолютно величезні проценти і дуже велика складність отримати кредит для таких стартапів. Тобто, якщо ти приходиш в банк, у тебе є одна можливість взяти кредит під залог своєї квартири, але цього недостатньо для того, щоб запустити стартап. Тобто, якщо ми кажемо категоріями, які можна якось вичислити, то це, наприклад, $150 000. Ось давай реально, де молодому стартапу, хлопцям по 25 років, де їм взяти $150 000? Це просто неможливо. Ось і все. І на цьому етапі закінчуються всі мрії і так далі. Тому наші розробники працюють чи на аутсорсі і не мають ніяких прав на продукти, які вони роблять, чи вони просто від'їжджають до якихось країн, де є можливість залучити капітал під якийсь стартап, там, де працюють інститути венчурних фондів, абсолютно зрозуміло. І все, і вони від'їжджають і роблять продукти там, все. Тобто у нас в першу чергу треба змінити підхід держави до і регуляторів, і банківських установ, до інституту стартапів. І до наших розробників. І тоді буде можливість
створити гарні умови для акселераторів, для фондів, щоб вони могли заходити, інкубувати проекти, інвестувати в проекти. Тому от ми, наприклад, сидимо в Unity, і з точки зору Web 2, тут до війни ця стартап-культура була. Тобто тут були ці стартапи, тут була лабораторія, де можна було зробити будь-який оцей MVP-штучку, тут були інвестори, були тут ангели, і нам таку саму структуру треба зробити в Web 3. А для цього ми повертаємося до того, що нам потрібні закони, для того, щоб інвестори не боялися сюди заходити, не боялися приносити гроші сюди і так далі.
Ну, насправді це в кінечному рахунку все упирається в державний сектор, тому що коли приходить інвестор, він хоче розуміти, що там регульовано і так далі, але в першу чергу найголовніше це те, про що я спілкуюсь з багатьма людьми, з багатьма компаніями в світі. Вони кажуть про те, що для того, щоб інвестувати в Україну, треба, щоб був прозорий суд. Щоб ці компанії, ці люди і так далі, щоб вони були упевнені в тому, що там в будь-якому випадку прозора регуляція – це одне, да? Тобто ми розуміємо, що гравці там йдуть і грають за правилами, а абсолютно інше, хто буде нас судити. І для інвесторів в світі на сьогоднішній день це не є дуже прозорою історією. Тому над цим теж треба працювати. Треба показати світу, що в нас працююча судова система, і тоді вони прийдуть навіть без регуляції, тому що вони будуть розуміти, що завжди можна знайти якісь виходи і так далі для того, щоб проінвестувати. Но треба розуміти, що в разі там будь-якому випадку ти прийдеш до суду і отримаєш абсолютно зрозумілий прозорий суд.
Ну, тобто на зараз складається так, що криптони готові до того, щоб бустити Web3 в Україні, але їм потрібно створити умови для цього, щоб з боку держави був прозорий суд, був якийсь прозорий закон, який каже, оце правильно, оце неправильно, тут треба ліцензувати. І з точки зору криптонів ми готові. Розкажи трохи про місце WhiteBIT у відновленні економіки України, да? Бо ти в цій темі, мабуть, максимально експертний. Що ви як компанія можете і робите?
Слухай, в першу чергу те, що ми робимо, ми залучаємо виключно українських спеціалістів на розробку міжнародних продуктів. Да? Тобто не так, на розробку продуктів, які націлені на міжнародну експансію. І це перше і основне. Друге, що ми робимо як компанія, ми працюємо в бік освіти. В першу чергу стосовно світу індустрії криптовалюти. І це магістерська програма з Могилянкою, це наші освітні курси з Дією, це наша колаба з Cryptology. Ми робимо офлайн-курс для трейдерів. Тобто я вважаю, що основою всього є в першу чергу освіта. Тому що взагалі така індустрія дуже складна у нас і дуже інноваційна. Ну і в цілому я бачу, що в Україні фінансова грамотність – це така проблемна позиція. Тому коли ми кажемо про те, що можна зробити корисного, це в першу чергу навчання. Тобто...
Згоден абсолютно. І коли я казав, що криптони готові до того, щоб бустити Web3 в Україні, я тут згадав, що цих криптонів, хто готові бустити, дуже малий відсоток. Ті, хто справді розбирається в крипті. Бо інші хочуть не бустити Web3 в Україні, а заробити ікси. Якийсь там вклав $100 і забрав $100,000. І треба їм пояснювати, як це працює. Тому що не буде мас-адопшена і буста Web3 в Україні, коли... більшість людей не розуміє, що це таке, а взагалі вважають, що це скам, піраміда і щось таке шахрайське. Тому,
ми робили соціологію по Україні, і вона показала, що біля 5-8% людей розбираються в криптовалютах, тобто не розбираються, а вони мали якусь крипту, чи там купляли щось, чи там намагалися розібратися. І більше 60% абсолютно не довіряють індустрії блокчейн, абсолютно не довіряють криптовалютам і вважають, що це скам, піраміда і так далі. Тобто статистично більше 60% людей абсолютно не розуміють, що це не про піраміду і так далі, що це про технології, що це абсолютно новий світ фінансових можливостей, точніше навіть не можливостей, це абсолютно новий фінансовий світ. І так, тому для того, щоб ми прийшли дійсно до того омріяного мас-адопшену, треба розуміти, що людей треба навчати, треба з ними розбиратися детально, робити більше освітніх курсів, і тоді з розумінням прийдуть і нові ідеї, і прийде дійсно поширення технологій.
У нас ще питаннячко з чата. Андрій Коп питає, чи приймаєте ви участь у розробці законопроекту або якихось консультаційній формі будь-якій?
В консультаційній так.
Тобто є шанс, що вони прислухаються до криптонів, тому що зазвичай вони роблять те, як вони вважають, а те, як вони вважають, трохи outdated, можна сказати так.
Слухай, якщо казати там особисто про мене, то я вважаю, що в мене взагалі абсолютно інший напрям думок стосовно регуляції і стосовно того, як це повинно бути. Тобто я абсолютно точно впевнений, що регуляція в світі крипти може бути золотими воротами для України. І якщо я б був регулятором, то я б йшов абсолютно в інший бік. Я би там десь взяв стандарти Міка, наприклад, там стосовно відслідкування транзакцій, стосовно AML там і так далі, але зробив би закон настільки простим і комфортним для криптонів, щоб залучити капітал. Тобто я розумію, що ті ідеї і ті напрацювання, які є на сьогоднішній день, вони не допоможуть нам ніяким чином залучити міжнародний капітал, залучити до співпраці там великих криптонів чи побудувати нових великих криптонів. Тому абсолютно точно дуже багато людей з криптосвіту, не дуже багато людей, але є хлопці з криптосвіту, які взагалі весь процес формування цього закону намагаються щось зробити, якось відпрацювати його для того, щоб він був абсолютно зрозумілим. Наприклад, там, я не знаю, Міша Чебанян, він, я не знаю, з першого дня там в групах і так далі. Але ми бачимо, що на сьогоднішній день, декілька днів тому, вийшов проєкт. Ти його читав?
Проєкт закону?
Так.
Да. Дуже поверхньо, тому що я, як читаю закони, я починаю засинати.
Ну, ось ти, коли його прочитаєш, зрозумієш, куди ми йдемо. Я сподіваюся, що в тому вигляді, в якому вийшов цей проєкт, його не приймуть, але все ж таки він вже є на папері.
А є якась тезисно там за пару речень, куди ми йдемо по їх версії? Оцей закон.
Ну, з транзакції в криптовалюті, з операції в криптовалюті планується 5% податок. Повністю забороняються там такі види операцій, наприклад, як нарахування відсотків. Тобто всі програми стейкінгу і ерну на законодавчому рівні планують заборонити. Ну, там дуже багато, слухай. Я думаю, що це тема окремого діалогу. Ми можемо з тобою зробити якось стрім і розібратися в тому, що пропонується. Але я знаю, наскільки я знаю, що в тому вигляді, в якому зараз його показали, він абсолютно точно не буде прийнятий. Там буде дуже багато правок. І я сподіваюся, що все ж таки нам вдасться зробити закон демократичний для криптонів і залучити міжнародний капітал і міжнародні компанії до України.
А є в тебе на приміті якась держава, де тобі подобається законодавство, на що б можна було б орієнтуватися, хоч приблизно? Розуміло, що в Україні свої реалії, свої судді, але от з точки зору криптового закону, куди б краще дивитися?
В тому і суть, що на сьогоднішній день ніде немає зрозумілої системи, є напрацювання в Сингапурі, є напрацювання в Дубаї, якісь там пісочниці і так далі. Але такого закону, на який би я сказав, ось давайте робити ось так, такого немає. В тому ж і суть, що якраз ми зараз можемо зробити такий приклад. Тобто ми можемо бути на вістрі технологій, на вістрі законодавства в сфері криптовалют, новаційного сектору. І це шанс 1 на 100 років.
Дуже саме про це оце вірити, але такий трохи песимізм в мене є, що прям всі прислухаються до того, щоб зробити Всім зрозуміло, що це максимальний шанс, що зараз усі ці центри фінансові зміщаються з сторони йобнутого сусіда до Києва. Тепер Київ буде, може стати головним хабом фінансовим, культурним, інноваційним у Східній Європі або навіть в Європі, тому що у нас всі умови для цього є. В нас є талановиті люди, там купа ідей, але потрібно оце законодавство, саме яке дозволить цим людям працювати. І тут є маленький нюанс, да? щоб це сталося насправді. Тому що
є нюанс, так.
Да. Слухай, тоді будемо трохи завершувати. Хочу тобі спитати такий топ-3, підводячи підсумки, топ-3 штуки, які потрібно зробити, щоб забустити Web3 в Україні, як підсумок.
Слухай, це прозора судова система, це зрозуміла регуляція, і це перемогти йобнутого сусіда.
Це перший пункт, після чого все буде легше робити. І я ще думаю, що ти забувся про освіту. От освіта – це топ.
Так, освіта. Освіта мала бути на 3-му пункті замість йобнутого сусіда. А йобнутий сусід, ламає цю історію.
І ще одне питання, яке таке в нас трохи жартівливе, але хочемо запитувати усіх спікерів, коли почнеться булран?
Я не даю фінансових рекомендацій.
Окей. Твоє уявлення про це.
Слухай, якщо не казати там про якісь мої ідеї на цей рахунок, треба дивитися статистично, що відбувається з біткоїном перед халвінгом і після халвінгу. Я не думаю, що цей халвінг буде виключенням. Ось так можу сказати.
Строки цілком зрозуміло, дякую. Ми будемо завершити. Дякую, що ти під'єднався у такий ранній час. Для криптонів 12 – це дуже рано. Був радий тебе бачити.
Це нормально рано.
Був радий тебе бачити.
Дуже радий тебе бачити. Да, давай, пока-пока.
We will continue in English because we plan to make it English. So everybody in the chat, I'm sorry, it's time to learn English a bit. And our next speaker is the CEO of Aurora Cloud. It's Aurora with the presentation Aurora Cloud Blockchain for Business. Hey Alex, nice to meet you.
Hello everybody. Hello Incrypted Conference. Hey.
Hey, I always like the moment when the speaker's offline and we have this music and everybody is dancing. It's
exactly.
It's a great vibe. So I give the word to you. You can share your screen and show the presentation. You're welcome.
Absolutely. Hello everybody. Доброго дня. And for me, it is a little bit later than for the previous speaker because at the moment I'm in Korea, and happily I'm going to show you. Hopefully there will be not a lot of noise here, but here you go. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, looking good. Okay, so I will try to. Okay, I don't know how to get rid of this thing. Okay, I know. Okay, so again, hello everybody. My name is Alex. I'm the CEO of Aurora Labs, the company that is building Aurora, or the core products for the Aurora ecosystem. Today we're going to talk about Aurora Cloud. This is our latest development. This is the product that we have launched around 2 months ago. And there are some specific things about it, and there are a lot of quite interesting information. So let's dive into this. First, just to give you a quick overview of the Aurora ecosystem, I know that many of you already know something about it. However, just to make sure that we're on the same page, a quick rewind. Aurora has launched in spring 2021, already 2 years in production without any hacks. During the bull run, during the bull market, on our smart contracts, we were holding more than 2.5 billion worth of assets, and over the Rainbow Bridge, which is one of our products, the volume of transfers was more than 8 billion. Aurora is fully EVM compatible, so it means that everything that is working on the Ethereum blockchain can work also on the Aurora blockchain, and it has around X10 capacity in comparison with Ethereum. Right? It is fast and cheap. The time for the execution of the transaction is around 2 seconds, and the cost of it is around 1 cent. Funny enough, but it is carbon neutral, right? So which is good because many people who are doing NFTs, they're taking quite a lot of attention to this point. Our core partner is Near Protocol. This is a layer 1 blockchain, and Aurora is something like an L2 solution that is working on top of Near, but the difference is that it settles all of the transactions directly on Near, right? We have more than 200 projects live, around 50,000 monthly active users, quite a lot of people just following and supporting us. And I'm sending lots of love to the Aurora community that for sure has joined this conference too. So this was the start of the journey, right? And let's transition a little bit into the actual problems that we are trying to solve right now. So what we see is that Web2 businesses started to understand the blockchain, and not from the standpoint of, decentralization, censorship resistance and stuff like that, but instead they started to understand the value of the blockchain in a very pragmatic way. Many companies are paying their attention to user engagement, so gaming and loyalty platforms. For them, it is important to keep people inside of their applications in order for them to spend more. And better user engagement brings more time for users in these applications. So yeah, they can earn more money. And from that standpoint, obviously, the feeling of the ownership of some kind of asset is a very, very powerful tool for them to use. On the other side, financial institutions are talking a lot about real-world asset tokenization. About 3/4 of the companies from the Web2 are seeing big potential and big value in the tokenization of their assets. These assets can be real estate, it can be just the stock of this or the equity of these companies, and so on, or just some kind of physical goods like gold and stuff like that. So tokenization brings also very straightforward advantages to these companies. It improves affordability, or it lowers the entry barrier to the market through fractionalization of the asset, right? So in case, for example, to invest in the in an apartment in order to rent it out later, you need to spend $500,000 of US, some kind of European country. Then, in case you're fractionalizing it, this particular apartment, and potentially you can move it down to something like $1,000, which is great because it opens up the whole new market. The tokens that, or the assets that are tokenized, they are becoming liquid, which means that they are able now to be traded. They can be used in DeFi primitives. They can be used as collateral. So this improves the capital efficiency. For the assets that were previously non-liquid, the liquidity unlocks the better price discovery, which means that the investors are just easier for them to invest because they know that the price, well, it seems like it's more or less correct. And obviously, blockchains are working 24/7 in comparison to traditional markets, which is good. And yeah, today at night when traditional markets are not working, we have been seeing how good blockchain can be in adapting to the reality of our life. But yeah, but this is kind of the double-edged sword, right? And last but not least, and this is something for the future, through the blockchain, because of the transparency of it, because of the auditability of the blockchain, it is pretty easy to enforce compliance and regulation that the previous speaker has been talking about, right? So making sure that all of the taxes are paid, making sure that people who are accessing the assets are proper people, they undergo the KYC and AML compliance procedures and stuff like that. So all of these things is there. Just small note, I was not talking at all about the blockchain values here. I was talking about Web2 values that are simple and understandable for the Web2 businesses. And the thing is that the blockchain, unfortunately, is not able to give these values directly to these businesses, because when they come in and they're trying to work with blockchain, they understand, oh my God, it is slow. One transaction on Ethereum takes, at least 12 seconds to be processed. And this is not suitable because in case, for example, you're doing a card payment, point of sale terminal need to get the response in 3 seconds. This is a must-have, right? Blockchain forces its business model down to the end users, which means that these end users need to have crypto wallets. They need to have crypto to transact on this particular blockchain. And from time to time, they also need to, top up their crypto wallets, which means that this distracts users from the actual product that they are using. And this is not very good, especially for applications like gaming. In games, a user must be fully immersed in the actual process. Blockchain is complicated. There are many different concepts like, stuck transactions, the RPC nodes that are not working. Potentially, RPC nodes have different views of the blockchain. Some transactions may be, maybe seen as included in the blockchain by one RPC node, and it is not yet included by the second RPC node. It is not very straightforward, I would say. And because of this, it becomes unmanageable. which means that the companies are not able to predict the cost of the blockchain. They don't know how to put it in the budget. They don't know how to operate it. And because of this, it is extremely hard for them to enter the blockchain space. The company that is going to solve these problems, that will make the blockchain easy to use and very convenient for Web2 businesses, is going to be extremely successful company just because of the scale of the market. We're going to touch base on this point a little bit later, the scale of the market. But I'm just pointing out that anyone who is going to solve these problems and will produce a proper product, this company or this person is going to be extremely successful. We are trying to become this company, and the product that we have in mind and that we have launched is Aurora Cloud, and we deem that this is the product that is delivering all of this untangling to the blockchain, to the complicated and unmanageable blockchain. So, what is Aurora Cloud and how it is different from Aurora itself? The thing is that Aurora mainnet, or the chain Aurora, was only a first step for us, right? We've developed a technology that allows you to have your own EVM compatible network. And the beauty of the architecture of Aurora, together with the scalability of Near blockchain, brings us to a point where we can launch more blockchains, or in fact as many as you want of the blockchains. So Aurora Cloud is this set of products around these blockchains that allow businesses to onboard to the blockchain hassle-free. First one, as I said to you, is the ability to launch your own networks. We call this product Aurora Silos, right, or Aurora Chains. These are on-demand Ethereum-compatible chain that can be fine-tuned. You are able to set up any token as a base token in this blockchain. You are able to make any token economy behind this token. So, for example, you can remove completely the transaction cost at all. And these chains are working as a kind of containers on top of the public decentralized blockchain with around 400 validators, which is Near protocol. The cool stuff about them is that they can interoperate with each other. We're going to talk about this a little bit later. Another product that we have in this product suite is called Aurora Pass, and it is going to be launched just on next week or maybe in 10 days. So please check it out. There are already ways how you are able to subscribe to the notifications about the release. This is a Web3 wallet with great user experience. In this Web3 wallet, it works only with the Aurora ecosystem. It exists in order to allow Web2 users on board to the blockchain extremely easily. In this wallet, there is no per transaction fees as a class. There is no such thing as a necessity to pay for transaction execution. Actually, all of the transactions are just executed there, and that's it. And the thing that works together with this wallet and also with other crypto wallets is called Borealis. So this is our internal, highly scalable transaction processing infrastructure. This is something like an upgraded version of RPC nodes. It is global, and it is also allowing businesses to create custom business models. So businesses are able to pay for the user transaction. Businesses are able to say that businesses are able to run marketing campaigns. So, for example, 4 people in Kiev for this weekend, all of the transactions are going to be free, but not exceeding 20 transactions, right, or something like that, or 20 transactions per hour. This type of targeted marketing can be done with Borealis. And obviously, the cool thing is that now we have a portfolio of different products that are working on top of Aurora mainnet, and they are at a disposal of anyone who is going to use Aurora Cloud. In short, if we will zoom out from all of this stuff, Aurora Cloud is named Cloud because it looks and feels like an ordinary cloud server provider. But on AWS, you're logging in, you're getting the centralized server that is doing some computations for you and some services around it. With Aurora Cloud, you're getting a decentralized server with the different services around it. Now, there are multiple players in the market who are building similar solutions, right? So you most probably have heard of Avalanche subnets. There are some less known and potentially vaporware technologies like Polygon Edge, and there are some others, or there are also L2 stacks. And the thing with them is that they are focused on the blockchain itself. They all provide centralized setup. You need to run it on several servers, right? And they rely on third-party solutions for interoperability in between these solutions. These solutions are often referred to as L3s, or just bridges and stuff like that. They are slow and clunky. In the end, what we're getting with L2s or similar solutions, we're getting a splitted ecosystem. We are having disjointed ecosystem. And this is the problem, because then it means that the overall ecosystem is suffering from the absence of the network effects, which should be presented in any platform, right? On the contrary, Aurora Cloud has solved everything on the level of the blockchain. For us, blockchain stuff is not a complicated thing, right? We're going the next step. We're doing the next step. We're now focusing on great experience for the users and great service for the businesses who are using this thing. And because of this, we have global fast infrastructure. Because of this, we do have convenient wallet, no fee transactions. Everything is included there. Our setup is by default decentralized because we're deploying our solution on top of Near blockchain. So from the day one, from the first block that is generated by your own solution, you're going to run on top of 400 validators. And it has a built-in solution for scaling. It is called Aurora cross-contract calls. And in just 1 second, you're able to call another Aurora Cloud instance or another Aurora Cloud in a single transaction with an ability to schedule a callback. This is possible just because all of the Aurora transactions are executed on Near protocol, and they are just Near transactions, right? So they just work in there. It's just an ordinary cross-contract call on Near protocol. And because of this, with Aurora Cloud, you are able to get network effects, and you are able to get the solution that is future-proof. In case one blockchain is not enough for you, you can launch the second one, and then the third one, and then the fourth one, and so on. For big enterprises that are dealing with millions of customers, this is extremely important because all of them want to grow. And I'm going to show you just one slide. It's you're probably not able to see it in a good detail here, but on the bottom here is just a snapshot from our monitoring system of our RPC service, right? I will just give you a couple of numbers. More than around 50% requests that are coming to our RPC is served in less than 2 milliseconds. This is a tremendous achievement. This is like 100 times better than Infura. And the reason why it works like that, because our infrastructure is global. We're doing lots of computing on the edge, and it is just it is there exactly because of the reason of very of adapting to the needs of the Web2 businesses. You're able to check out the demo of Aurora Cloud directly on Aurora Cloud website. It is auroracloud.dev. You will see there how the blockchains, how your blockchain container is able to work on the Near network in real time, and with custom fees and with custom tokens and so on. And I will give you, and this is the first public appearance of this company, I will give you case studies. We do already have the customers for Aurora Cloud. And the first one is the company that is called npower. This is a European green energy company. They have been working in the green energy sector for more than 15 years, extremely experienced. And their business is pretty simple. They are taking money, they invested it in solar panels, and these solar panels are generating green energy. They're selling it to the grid and getting around 15 to 20% APY. And what they would like to do is they would like to give an opportunity for wider market to invest in green energy. And they are launching security tokens that are going to represent the ownership in the new company that they are opening. And they're going to distribute dividends directly on chain to these token holders. And they're launching their own blockchain. They're launching their own Aurora chain with the controlled access inside of it. You see, our friend Gary is not very happy about security tokens. And because of this, they would like to make sure that people who are able to transact on this blockchain are only KYC people and also accredited investors with AML procedures running on the capital that they are bringing in. So they are creating something like a permission environment for this. And the reason why they need exactly a blockchain is because these security tokens is just the first step for them. They would like to create green energy markets and also derivatives on top of these green energy markets, like futures. There is another case study that was just announced recently. There is a company, Netmarble. Most probably many of you have never heard of this, but it is actually a Korean company, and they are the 7th largest gaming publisher in the world. They are insanely big. They have more than 2 billion in revenue during the previous year. They have their own division that is focusing on Web3. What they see is that they have pretty low Web2 to Web3 player conversion because of all of the hassles and problems of the blockchain user experience. They have been working on L2 on Clayton. Clayton is pretty niche Korean blockchain. And they would like to grow and they would like to improve their solution. So they have made a decision to transition to the Aurora, and this will bring them wider market, better user experience, better onboarding experience, and they are willing to increase the adoption of the blockchain because of this better experience inside of their games. In terms of the market, and this is the slide for you to kind of start thinking a little bit outside of the Web3 space only. Why tokenization of real-world assets? And this is only one of the use cases that we have been talking through. Why it is big, right? So this is just a screenshot from the BCG report that they were doing about tokenization of the real world assets. Well, first of all, funny thing that they are doing these freaking reports. And I also have a report from KPMG on tokenization of real estate specifically, right? So Big Four is already into this stuff, right? But what they're saying is that the market, the even super conservative forecast is saying that by the end of the decade, around 10% of global GDP is going to be in the tokenized assets. There are some things that need to be still resolved with tokenized assets, namely legal setup in different countries. In some countries, it is easy to do; in others, it is more complicated. But this trend is pretty straightforward. All of the benefits of the blockchain that blockchain brings to the traditional markets can be used and can be extremely valuable. And one more thing, if we're talking about real-world assets, just a couple of days ago, Near has concluded the partnership with Mirai Assets, and probably another company that you have never heard of. But actually, this is the biggest Asian financial group with more than $500 billion of US dollars of assets under management. And obviously, the discussions there are about the tokenization of the assets through Aurora Cloud solution. That's it that I wanted to tell to you right now. Just to kind of summon things up, I can tell you that please pay your attention to the developments that are happening in the kind of conjunctions of the Web2 and Web3 world. And I know that right now, for all of the crypto people, for all of the blockchain guys, it is extremely hurting to see everything that is happening. Please stay calm. Everything will be good. Just take a look back everything was good. Yes, there are ups and downs, but things are going to get back to a better condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You talk like a very experienced crypto man, like, man, relax, everything's going up and down. So if I understood your presentation correctly, so your main goal is to give Web3 opportunity, technical opportunity to compete with Web2 services and tools and so on and so forth, because it's the first step of mass adoption, the technical competition with Web2 projects, right?
Yeah. So you need to make sure that blockchain is moved down the stack. So it is not everywhere. I'm given this example, and I really like it. When I'm going to the YouTube, I see only the product and its business model, which is I need to watch ads or pay $5 per month, and then I can watch content without ads. I'm not thinking about all of the different things that they are using underneath YouTube, right? I'm not thinking that they are working with Cloudflare. I'm not thinking about the content delivery network that they're using. I'm not thinking about cloud servers that they're renting from Google Cloud, right? So I don't need to pay a cent every 10 seconds to Cloudflare because they are serving me something. And this is like, it is so straightforward that we kind of forget about it. And blockchain, from the low-level technology, it actually, gives this. It kind of goes all the way up to the end user, which is strange. This is very, very strange. So yeah, we're solving the problem of the infrastructure, and given this infrastructure, actually, in the mission of Aurora Labs, in the documents of the company, we stated that what we're doing is we're building an infrastructure for super empowered people. We just want to make sure that this stack is done. And then everyone is able to use it.
I have another question. I guess a lot of people have this question also. You told about Aurora Pass, and the main question: who's paying for a transaction? Because in our world,
yeah,
it can be free, so someone has to pay for it.
Okay, so there are 3 points on who is paying for the transaction. First is the companies who are using Borealis, this kind of additional infrastructure that I was talking about. They are able to pay for the execution of some of the transactions of the users. So this is a natural thing when a gaming company is paying for the transactions of their own players who are transacting with their smart contracts. Because they want this player to have NFT and trade with the in-game currency, but they don't want to expose the token of the blockchain for it. This is what is happening with Netmarble. This is exactly the use case for that kind. The second thing, just to we are using this tool as a marketing tool to get more people into Aurora and get more interest in Aurora, right? So we are given some free transactions. And in case this is not enough and the user already depleted all of this transaction and he's willing to transact on some kind of product that is not paying for the transactions, in such a case, the user need to buy bundles of transactions directly inside of the application. So you're paying $5, you're getting 500 transactions, and then you're able to spend it. It's not that I'm paying $5 and now I need to do KYC, and then Fiat on Ramp is giving me some tokens that I don't understand what they mean, right? We are kind of removing all of it, and then every transaction there is different cost because of the gas prices that can go up and down and stuff like that. We can completely removing this stuff. In some cases, you need to buy transactions, but you are able to do it directly from your phone with all of the ordinary payment procedures, and you are not getting crypto for this. And because of this, you don't need to go through the KYC and all of the complicated things.
Thanks
That's how
for the
it
answer.
works.
And the question we want to ask all the speakers: how to boost Web3 in Ukraine? In your opinion, some bulleting points.
So I think it is very natural for me as Ukrainian. I was raised with in the condition that I do not trust my government, right? And from that standpoint, I believe kind of the ideas of the blockchain are super straightforward for Ukrainians, right? And because of this, there are tons of people, absolutely great, tremendous people who are building things, building blockchain in Ukraine. There is no need to kind of grow it up. What the government needs to do is just to support all these moves, right? So for sure, making sure that there is a crypto regulation that is working correctly, and it is pretty straightforward. Somehow Ukraine need to make sure that in general investment climate is good. So there are quite a lot of money that is required for building blockchain projects, and in case founders are able to incorporate their companies directly in Ukraine, and the investors are not are comfortable with giving out money to the companies that are in Ukraine, then it is going to be okay. But all of this is obviously secondary. The first and foremost problem that our government is solving is obviously the war. From my side, I can tell that my personal trust in the government was increased a lot because all of the situation. I'm supporting with how I can with different initiatives. So yeah, let's eat an elephant cut in steaks. Yeah, let's figure out the war right now, and then we have everything that we need for the blockchain. It's just a little bit of support from the government, and everything will be good.
Cool. And the second question, it's not so serious. You can pretend you're not the CEO of crypto company, just regular crypto user. When the bull market will start, as you think?
I was asking the question to a friend of mine, and he was saying that in the end of this year or the beginning of the next year. But okay, this is his opinion. It's not mine.
We agree. Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was great to meet you here. And we will go to the next speaker. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. It is a great lineup, so please stay on the stream.
Thank you. Bye. Thanks for the presentation. Our next speaker is Darren Woo. It's a content director from Bitkeep, and he will give a presentation about how to onboard the next 1 billion to Web3. Hey, Darren, nice to meet you. Hi, how are you today?
Hi, I hope I'm audible.
I'm sorry?
I hope I'm audible. Is it clear?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so thanks a lot for having me here today. I think there's an amazing lineup that you guys have prepared, lots of amazing speakers before me. So yeah, let's just get the ball rolling. All right.
You're welcome. The audience is yours.
Thanks so much. Right, so maybe just some quick introduction of myself. So my name is Darren. I am the content director here at Bitkeep, and we are Asia's top decentralized non-custodial crypto wallet, as well as one of the world's most used and best rated wallets, both on Google Play as well as in the App Store. So maybe just a little bit of an introduction on what Bitkeep is. So originally, when we first started out as a wallet, we were working on the basic functionalities of what most Web3 users have come to expect from a crypto wallet, which were mainly in the realms of asset management and security, right? But as we moved forward into an increasingly interconnected Web3 space of multi-chain interoperability, we soon realized that positioning ourselves merely as a wallet was not enough to keep our users at the forefront of innovation, which is really, really important, especially if we want to keep up with the changing tides and rapid influx of innovation that is very, very iconoclastic of the Web3 space. So we, as well as being a wallet, we had to have this responsibility to serve as the primary gateway for users coming into the Web3 space, and also for existing users to have all the features they could possibly need at their fingertips in order to make the most out of their time within the Web3 space, which is the angle of characterization that we wanted to pitch our product, as well as shape and mold our services towards. right? So we therefore began to focus most of our attention on challenging stereotypes and expectations on what it means to be a crypto wallet within the Web3 space in today's day and age. So to do this, we began to incorporate more and more services and functions into our Bitkeep wallet application, such as working with multiple different chains to offer robust swap and trading services for users, building up a booming NFT marketplace, which recently ranked quite high on Polygon's NFT trading chart, and also offering a purpose-built debt browser within our wallet itself, as well as integrating additional features like OTC trading and Launchpad to basically give everything that users could possibly need right within their Bitkeep wallet application. So what this means and what all these new upgrades and features possibly show is that we wanted to not just serve as a secure repository for users to manage their digital assets. We wanted to provide innovative, seamless, and functional ways for users to utilize their funds beyond just storing them. So we wanted to go beyond just what it means to serve as a crypto wallet and serve as a non-custodial secure way for them to store their funds. And as we move forward into 2023 and beyond, we're also looking at including various different kinds of features to our product suite, and we are delving into the realms of MPC technology, POS staking, as well as account abstraction. So do stay tuned for that. And I do think, and I am of the personal opinion, that account abstraction as well as MPC technology are very, very key if you want to support the onboarding of a large number of users into your application itself. So currently, we support over 90 different blockchains, and we have DEX aggregation support from 75 different platforms. We have 14 cross-chain bridges, and we are constantly hard at work trying to add more to our portfolio to cater to our user base of over 10 million users. So if you haven't tried out Bitkeep Wallet, well, I guess this is the great time for you to try. We are also having a lot of exciting campaigns right now. I think the most notable one is our campaign with ZK Sync. So users can definitely, hop onto our wallet application right now to stand a chance to win some of the special rewards that we've prepared just for them, for users who have explored the ZK Sync ecosystem using our Bitkeep wallet app. So do keep a lookout for that. All right, so on to the main bulk of my presentation for today, which is onboarding the next 1 billion into Web3. Now, I understand that, the phrase onboarding next 1 billion into Web3 is always a very, very big name drop, and it's always usually said and in a very nonchalant way without actually explaining what it truly means and what it takes to really achieve that goal of onboarding the next wave onto Web3. So I've done what I can to try and break it down into 4 separate segments here, which is cross-chain interoperability, building up a good user experience, ensuring that you have sufficient security, as well as ensuring that your user base is sufficiently educated, and not just your user base as well, but also the general population is well educated on what the Web3 space is. And this is really important because it helps to dispel a lot of misconceptions as well as the fog of uncertainty when it comes to exploring the Web3 space. So without further ado, I just want to dive into the first point very quickly here, which is on cross-chain interoperability. So if you take a look at many blockchain ecosystems, whether or not they're L1 or L2, like if you look at Ethereum, Polkadot, Solana, Cardano, well, they offer impressive functionalities. The ability of these networks to interact with each other is also known as interoperability, and this can unlock a world of possibilities for blockchain-enabled products and services, and 3 of which we'll be covering in today's presentation. But with more and more different blockchains springing up in the market, I think having better cross-chain interoperability is becoming increasingly important. If you want users to be able to freely explore the Web3 ecosystem to its full extent and entirety, it becomes really clear very quickly that platforms and blockchains have to be cross-compatible. And one of the most obvious reasons here is, of course, streamlining their user experience, more of which I'll be talking about later on. But blockchains today face a challenge similar to the early days of the internet, if you think about it, where it was just many isolated ecosystems that could not communicate with each other. They were just mostly, They were just mostly operating in silo and in isolation from one another. And I think this lack of interoperability and connectivity hinders the widespread adoption of blockchain technology, as it prevents the seamless flow of data and value across different networks. And I think a simple analogy to understand this concept would be to think of it as all of these different blockchains as being their own separate and independent island, right? And without a means of connecting the two islands together, there would be no further interaction between these ecosystems. And this by no means suggests that these islands cannot continue to subsist and grow and proliferate on their own. It just means that it prevents users from gaining access to different niche advantages offered by different ecosystems that these islands can play host to. So this ultimately means that users will have a harder time trying to leverage upon the potential benefits and advantages that each ecosystem uniquely brings to the table. So from a developer's perspective, each deployment of a blockchain constitutes an independent instance that operates in isolation, leading to back-end contracts becoming unconnected and unaware of each other. So for example, a decentralized exchange or a DEX may seem to be deployed on Ethereum or BNB chain, and Polygon's network can also exist individually, resulting in each version of this DApp being isolated from each other. So as a user, the multi-deployment approach can present several challenges, including the inability to seamlessly transfer tokens from one blockchain to another, which can prove to be not just time-consuming, but also pretty frustrating as well. And I think this process leads to a fragmented landscape of data islands and can be a suboptimal experience for many users. Additionally, I think while holding assets across multiple blockchains increases security risk and users can be exposed to potential hacks and loss of funds, I think it's therefore more and more important for users to be able to leverage upon the more niche kind of security parameters offered by each kind of blockchain that's available right now in the market. And I think the answer to this problem is therefore having better cross-chain interoperability. Here are 3 ways in which cross-chain interoperability can potentially galvanize the masses onto Web3. Now, the first thing on the screen here is customizable Web3 services. So what does this mean? So I think as blockchain protocols and applications can be compared to Lego pieces that can be mixed and matched, this customizability allows for the creation of entirely new Web3 instruments and interfaces that were not possible in the legacy industries and business models of the Web2 era that we have come to accept in the past, right? So this also means that interoperable smart contracts, for example, have the potential to revolutionize industries. If you think about it, like healthcare, like law enforcement, like public networks, in a customizable and controlled manner. And these blockchain interoperability interfaces can help to facilitate more multi-token transactions and multi-token wallet systems, which therefore mean that you significantly enhance the user experience within the crypto space, while also better positioning itself as a viable transition into the TradFi market or the Web2 space, because you are also at the same time enhancing its implementation within consumer markets that are already existent right now. And the second thing is a more decentralized ecosystem. So while individual blockchain networks continuously strive for decentralization, establishing interoperability is really important because it fosters multiple blockchains to allow them to take decentralization to the next level. And instead of relying on a single blockchain like Ethereum or the BNB chain or Polygon to process transactions for thousands of dApps, for instance, with a more interoperable blockchain network, what we can hope to see is that we can envision a future where there are thousands of application-specific blockchains that can effectively communicate with each other through a decentralized main hub. And this decentralized interoperability further empowers the diverse communities as well as projects to ensure that no single network has complete control over the entire ecosystem. So this also feeds into the ethos of, well, why we're celebrating Web3 in the first place, right? Is to uphold that principle of decentralization, which is why cross-chain interoperability becomes even more important with that principle in mind. The last thing I want to talk about on this point is enhanced cross-industry collaboration. And I think blockchain offers various industry-specific use cases, but its fundamental benefits lie in data transparency and verifiability. So smart contract execution and decentralized consensus are all very important when you think about how blockchains can be used by different organizations and industries to interact seamlessly and have independent markets and business applications that were once considered separate can now easily transfer data and value within its own network itself. So this enables organizations and communities that traditionally couldn't interact much with one another to now be able to exchange information, leverage each other's strengths and weaknesses, and foster better innovation in a more effortless and more effective way. And blockchain interoperability is also a crucial element in onboarding the next 1 billion into Web3 because it enables the creation of customizable Web3 services, because it promotes a more decentralized Web3 ecosystem. And also by embracing interoperability, you are also in so doing building a future where blockchain technology can serve as the foundation for innovative and inclusive digital systems. So I do think that if we are able to hit these 3 points on the nail under the banner of interoperability, we are definitely taking a step in the right direction towards galvanizing critical mass for the next wave to hit Web3. Now, the next thing I want to talk about to onboard the next wave onto Web3 is, of course, security. And security is, well, for most of us here as well, is a duh point, right? But I do want to stress that blockchain technology has definitely, in fact, in the crypto space in general, has definitely garnered a lot of attention for its potential to revolutionize industries and reshape the way we interact with digital systems. But we have to recognize that as we strive for the mass adoption of blockchain technology, it is really, really important to also recognize the critical importance of security on this front, because blockchain faces unique security challenges that must be addressed to ensure the trust and confidence of users. So I'll be talking more about why this notion of trust is so important later on in my presentation. But one of the key characteristics of blockchain is, of course, its immutability as well as its trustless nature. So once data is recorded on the blockchain, as we all know, it's incredibly difficult to alter or manipulate. But while this attribute provides transparency and accountability, it also means that any kind of security vulnerabilities or breaches can have long-lasting and far-reaching consequences. Therefore, I think ensuring that security of the underlying blockchain infrastructure is really secure is very, very important in trying to proliferate the idea on the notion of especially having TradFi industries even considering adopting blockchain technology in the first place. And I think blockchain networks are also very susceptible to various types of attacks. We've seen Sybil attacks in the past. We've seen 51% attacks. We've seen DDoS attacks in the past. And this means that blockchain technology itself is not infallible, right? It can succumb to external threats, and this can hinder its widespread adoption, especially if you think about large consumers who want to ensure that their transactions on a day-to-day basis can be performed in a secure manner. So I think mass adoption of blockchain technology relies on building this specific trust and instilling confidence within users, because security breaches or vulnerabilities can erode away this trust in technology and deter potential users from even considering having blockchain-based solutions in the first place. So to foster adoption, it is even more important to try to protect user data, ensure that security firewalls are up to date, and also ensure that security is a critical factor for blockchain for its construction as well as its longevity and sustainability in the future. But from a developer's point of view, it is also imperative to have adequate smart contract audits, like administered, having, for instance, internal audits that are reviewed, having external audit partners that are constantly coming in to check your smart contracts before they're deployed. These are the factors that are really, really important in trying to uphold that pillar of security, right? And at Bitkeep, we also try to offer market-leading strategies to offer different layers of protection for our users, right? Because we recognize that having a security wall up is incredibly important. So to do this, we also have features like add passwords, facial and fingerprint verification, dual protection for your transactions. And we also have our unique DSM, which is double encryption storage mechanism, which also adds a further layer of protection, and that leverages upon your mnemonic phrases and private keys to keep your funds safe. And we also have an integrated safe assurance feature to allow our users to quickly run a thorough diagnosis at any time to detect whether their wallet address has been compromised at any time or at any point in their transaction history. And we also have partnered with Bitkeep Exchange to guarantee that our users will also be protected by the $300 million user protection fund by Bitkeep Exchange. So in the event that there are any kinds of security threats as a result of our negligence or any failure on our part, we can be sure that our users can be adequately compensated using this user protection fund. And finally, to ensure that our smart contracts are carefully vetted and audited, we also have partnered with prominent and renowned security experts in the field like Slowmist as well as Certic to guarantee that all smart contracts are foolproof and absolutely watertight before they are deployed to the public. Now, the next thing I want to then talk about is about education, which is something that I personally feel many of us take for granted, especially for those who are already veterans in the space. So with Web3, with its decentralized technologies like blockchain, smart contracts, and cryptocurrencies, I think this represents a very stark paradigm shift away from traditionalized centralized exchanges as well as centralized institutions that we have come to be so used to in the past. And I think in this lens or in this landscape, education becomes all the more important in trying to help individuals understand the fundamentals about Web3. So concepts like, for instance, understanding what decentralized governance is, what tokenomics is, what consensus mechanisms or consensus algorithms are so important because users in the traditional space have not been exposed to these kinds of terms and terminologies within the Web3 space. So it's really important for us to try and bring the Web3 space just that much closer to our users, which is why building up education is so much more important, because education also helps to build trust and confidence again within Web3 technologies. By imparting knowledge about the underlying principles, potential benefits, and security considerations, it is here that users can then be able to make more informed decisions and mitigate risks that come their way. Because education can also help to dispel misconception, and it basically, what it does is it demystifies the technology, and it also encourages users to explore the vast opportunities offered by Web3. Because I get this feedback a lot, especially amongst the other users from our user base that may not have been very accustomed to the Web3 space. They're always giving us feedback that the Web3 space to them is very daunting, it's very intimidating. So that's what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to make that knowledge gap less divergent, to make it more understandable, more comprehensible for our users, so that they won't be afraid to enter the Web3 space, but rather are more encouraged and incentivized to participate in building up this ecosystem. And I think education is also really important in promoting that kind of responsible usage of Web3 technology, because it helps users understand the risks associated with spams, phishing attacks, and all the kinds of malicious actors that are out there within the Web3 space, such as, for instance, emphasizing two-factor authentication, having strong passwords, knowing how to store your private keys in a secure manner. All these kinds of basic privacy and security hygiene practices have to be communicated to users in an understandable and comprehensible manner in order for them to also be able to better protect themselves within the Web3 space. So to conclude this point, education is definitely a very vital component of onboarding the next 1 billion users into Web3, because it also empowers individuals by providing them a solid foundation of knowledge, and also encourages responsible usage and encourage active participation within the Web3 space. And over here at Bitkeep, we also take education very seriously. We have a whole academy portion that is set up that covers a wide range of topics, spanning from how-to guides to tips on getting the best value from your swaps on Bitkeep Swap, also on introductions on our new blockchain ecosystems that we partner up with, as well as security guidelines that we try to impart onto our users for them to, again, better protect themselves within the Web3 space. And I think the main goal here, of course, is to ensure that users are best equipped with the crucial knowledge that is required in protecting themselves, and also making the most out of their time within the Web3 space, so that it doesn't become that much of a daunting area anymore, as much as it is more familiar ground that they can capitalize their time on within this space itself. And the last pillar that I want to talk about in onboarding the next 1 billion to Web3 is, of course, UI and UX. Again, this is something that has been name dropped quite a bit within the Web3 space, but what does it actually mean? So from where we shop to the apps we download to even the movies we watch, UI and UX have a large effect on virtually every decision that we make online, and the Web3 space is no different. So user interface basically refers to the graphical layout on an application, and UX basically refers to the user experience in navigating that kind of user interface. So basically a confusing or over complicated UI design can lead to a poor UX. And a poor user experience can then lead to users growing frustrated. And this can even, in worst case scenarios, lead to users just dropping out of your application of your project entirely. So unfortunately, for many crypto and Web3 projects, I think UI and UX mostly remains an afterthought for them. But because crypto and blockchain is inherently complex, as we can probably all agree here, I think it's all the more important for projects to be able to build out good UI and UX for users to be kept within that project itself and to continue exploring the Web3 space. Because Web3 companies need to start investing in creating a user experience that meets users at where they are at. Right. So, for example, virtually anyone can log on to their traditional bank account and quickly understand their current net worth. And, they can do things like download bank statements and download their paychecks in the past month or so. But the same can't always be said about using the same thing in the Web3 space, which is therefore really, really important when we think about designing a good user experience, especially for crypto wallets. So what defines a good user experience? Especially for Web3 projects, I think the goal here at Bitkeep, what we're striving for is to produce a UX that is so streamlined and frictionless to the extent that users on our platform may not even be aware that they are operating on the blockchain itself. To do this, we're looking at things like abstracting away the layer of blockchain so that users who have no prerequisite knowledge on blockchain can still be able to carry out the activities on our application in a very hassle-free manner. And to this end, I do have a very important analogy here to share. So if you can just take a pause for a moment and just try to imagine that you are a car manufacturer and you want to come up with a new car model to pitch to your consumer base. So in this sense, there should be no necessity for your consumer base or your car buyer to understand the technicalities on how your car operates. So there should be no prerequisite condition for users to first know how to, for instance, operate the combustion engine in the car, or how to rewire the ignition, or how to fine-tune the exhaust pipes in order to just drive your car. All the driver or the buyer in this case needs to know is to turn the key in the ignition, to step on the gas, to shift the gear into drive, and start driving. It should be that simple. In the same way, we want to abstract away this layer of complexity from users so that there's no need for them to be able to understand the blockchain layer that's operating beneath the surface, but just go straight into performing their transaction and their desired activity on the application, which is why a clear and easy to understand design helps new users all the better to understand the process from A to Z. And while many factors can go into effective product design, understanding the main points and challenges of a wide range of crypto users is definitely very, very useful. So now I'm going to just quickly show you a brief screenshot on the kind of application that we have on our Bitkeep wallet application. So as you can see here, we do have an integrated dApp browser right on our wallet. So for instance, if a user wants to engage in a swap or perform a trade on a DEX, all they have to do is to hop onto our dApp browser, key in the name of the preferred DEX. In this case, I've taken the example of Izumi Finance, and they can be immediately directed and have their wallet connected to Izumi Finance to then perform their desired activity on that decentralized application itself. So it is this simple. We want to make it incredibly convenient for users to be able to explore different kinds of Web3 ecosystems without having to even leave the application in the first place, because we realize that there's a lot of friction when it comes to navigating this Web3 interface. You have to disconnect your wallet, you have to reconnect it, and we want to just cut away that friction and just allow users to dive right into the operation that they want. So I think this concludes my presentation for today. I hope everyone managed to get some key takeaways, and well, basically let's just do our best in onboarding more people into Web3.
Thank you for your presentation, Darren. It was interesting to hear it. I have one question, which is important for us in Ukraine. Do you consider the impact of regulation to onboarding the next billion to Web3, because it's very important. As we see now, their influence on crypto is almost negative. And do you consider the impact when building your marketing strategies and building the product?
Yes, definitely. So that's always a very tricky line to cross. We always ensure that our whatever kinds of applications that we launch to the market or any new features that we launch to the market are not directly contributing any kinds of explicit regulations out there, because we are of the opinion that it is very important for regulations as well as innovation to both work hand in hand in order to allow users to effectively onboard themselves onto your application. Because innovation and regulation have oftentimes been at these kinds of very tense loggerheads, right? On one hand, overbearing regulation will come at a cost of innovation. But on the other hand, if you don't have regulation, then your innovation can come at the risk of having users be hurt or even harmed in the process if they're not sure what they're doing. So to this end, we're always trying to strike this very tenuous balance between adhering to explicit regulations, while at the same time also trying to roll out features on our application that can be innovative as well as effective for users within that demographic itself. We also ensure that we have very open lines of communication within our community base to ensure that their thoughts and concerns within that particular region are also communicated directly to us, so that we can better fine-tune our policies and our features to ensure that their needs are met at that point in time.
Great, thank you. And another question. I listened to your presentation, and it looked like a solution for crypto people, and how to onboard non-crypto people, because I think that 1 billion people, to get 1 billion new users in Bitkeep, you need to 5 billion in crypto on the whole. So if the crypto will be a lot of people will be onboarded in crypto, so you will have chance to onboard your clients, right? So what is the main key point, the competitive advantage of Bitkeep in the face of other solutions like that?
Yeah, so I think one of the
in
most...
short, I'm sorry, it just
Yeah, sure,
in short.
no worries. Yeah, we have one of the most comprehensive cross-chain links and bridges available in all wallets out there in the market currently. So what this means is that if users want to perform cross-chain transactions, they'll find that they will have the easiest time right here on Bitkeep Wallet. We also offer the best rates available through our multifaceted DEX aggregator, which sources for the best rates available 360 degrees globally in the market. So users can be guaranteed that they will get the best bang for their buck when they perform swaps on our application right here.
But I guess newbies don't know anything about cross-chain things. Okay. Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was nice to hear you, to have you here in our online marathon. I hope to see you in person sometime in Ukraine. So you're always welcome. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Guys, thank you for watching. Thanks you for that you are still here. It's very different speakers, so you have to find something interesting to you. And our next speaker is the founder and CEO of Intropia. It's Max Upper, a friend of ours also. He will tell about reputation, value, and AI as a blueprint for the next bull cycle. I like to hear about bull cycle, so please welcome Max Upper. Hey Max, nice to see you in person. How are you?
Hey yo, very good. I'm in airport, so sorry for some potential background noise, but I'm very excited about this talk.
It's great that despite the fact you have difficulties, you're still here. It's great, thank you. Do you have a presentation?
Sure.
You can share your screen at the moment via the button, yes. And you're welcome, the audience is yours.
Awesome. Hello everyone, I'm Max. I'm the founder and CEO of Intropia. I have a free native professional network, and today we're gonna speculate on what's driving bull cycles and how to succeed in the exciting world of Web3. So let's dive in. My goal is to help you, Web3 pilgrims, to understand what bull cycles are driven by and prepare you for the next one. We're going to discuss what's next, the drivers of the bull cycles, the nature of value in Web3, reputation-based token distribution, and the power of narratives. And finally, we'll wrap it up in an actionable summary. So I'll start with a quick background story. I have more than 10 years in crypto and growth. I co-founded Byzantium, one of the most successful crypto growth agencies of the 2017-18 season. In 2019, I also co-founded Make It in Ukraine, the recruitment platform helping Ukrainian talent to land jobs in promising international product companies. And last year, we've started Intropia, the first professional network for Web3 organizations, helping them to hire exceptional talent and attract contributors for their grants, bounties, and hackathons. I also advised a few dozens of Web3 startups on the strategy, tokenomics, and growth. And I believe that my experience have given me some unique insights into the landscape of Web3 and its future, and I want to share them with you today. So what's going to be the next big things? Based on my insights, I believe that it's going to be value/reputation-based token distribution. Every new bull cycle is driven by the new narrative and the new token distribution. And this value reputation-based one, from one side is quite evolutional development of the industry. From another, it wasn't really possible before the last cycle, and that gave birth to lots of DeFi, NFT, and identity protocols, enabling this on-chain reputation and value attribution. You might ask, how does Max know what's going to be the next? Well, over the past few months, I've been conducting pretty extensive research and have had fruitful conversation with lots of different VCs and world best launchpads like CoinList, Polkastarter, Impossible Finance. And I've also been involved in some of the recent token launches like CyberConnect and Radiant Capital. And all these interactions have strengthened my belief in the emergence of this reputation-based distribution. But first of all, let's take a historical perspective. And looking at the past, we can see an evolution from a permissionless distribution like mining, moving to a semi-permissionless model like ICOs, and then towards a gated approach with IDOs and IFOs. And in the last couple of years, we've also seen the first shoots of reputation/value-based distribution with all the latest airdrops, from Arbitrum to Optimism and so on. And this trajectory illustrates the evolving nature of our space, and I believe sets the stage for what's to come. So what really drives these bull cycles? I believe that it's a mix of greed, which fuels the desire for this exponential returns. It's narrative, the story that captivates and engages the community, and the value, the actual worth that people and projects bring to the ecosystem and the new bull cycle is optimized for. So let's talk about value. First of all social and economical interactions are essentially value exchange, right? And when it comes to token sales, the projects give you ownership, they give you governing rights, they give you potential upside, not as an act of charity. They expect something in return. And I distinct it into four main things. First of all, it's alignment, or deepening bonding between users and projects, where users also become investors and contributors, and they can be better users when they also investors and contributors, and they can so they have alignment between different roles within one project. Second is the security in a sense of decentralization. So basically, both on the technical level, like proof of stake, and regulation level, being decentralized and distributed. I'm sorry for this background noise for 1 second.
It is your flight?
No, not mine. Yeah,
okay.
so
we can continue.
Second value is the security in a sense of decentralization, both on technical and regulation level. Third is obviously growth. So whether it's user growth following active wallets, builder activity, and other metrics used to evaluate project worth, it's beneficial for project to incentivize growth of these metrics. And the last one, which is liquidity, is relatively a new thing when token incentives used to bootstrap initial liquidity for DeFi protocols. And how you can be valuable in Web3 to access better opportunities in the future, in the next bull cycle. So first of all, is capital, but it's not just about having capital. Influence and talent are equally important or even more important than having capital, because capital is the cheapest asset in Web3, and talent, in my opinion, is the most expensive, the most valuable, and the rarest asset in the whole industry. For instance, having a decent following on Twitter or being capable in creating Dune analytical dashboards will give you more chances to make lots of money in Web3 than just having, I don't know, $5,000, $10,000, $50,000 on your wallet. So next thing is reputation, and it's very exciting to see that now we can transition from quantity as amount of money to quality as amount and quality of your credentials. So, for instance, again, having a wallet with a long transaction history, variety DeFi, NFT, and Web3 social activity will be a huge competitive advantage in the next cycle. And let's see what kind of reputation we can obtain and prove on chain. Essentially, we can divide them in two parts. First is wallet state. It's what's now. It's your balance, it's your holdings, it's EVM chains you're interacting with, it's your NFT collections, Web3 social accounts like Lens or Farcaster, and different badges and credentials given by different organizations and people. And it's also your DeFi positions like your liquidity provision and lending, borrowing, and so on and so on. And is your wallet history, right? It's what happened in the past, because we have this immutable ledger that has history about everything you've been interacting with your wallet. It's when you started, what was your wallet all-time high, your DeFi, NFT, DAO activity, if you've been voting in DAOs, if you've been deploying smart contracts, if you've been multi-sig signer. All of these are essential parts of your on-chain reputation, credibility, and it significantly increase your chances to get airdrops and allocations in the next cycle. So how to grow your on-chain reputation? In my opinion, it's pretty easy. Basically, it's using different dApps across different layer 1s and layer 2s. Engage with the community to earn badges and contribute to projects via bounties, grants, hackathons, participating in different events, and so on. For example, participating in DAO governance can significantly enhance your on-chain reputation and give you some benefits in the future, besides just influencing the direction of one specific DAO. And the last thing is the narrative. And narrative is the king, in my opinion. So let's see what is narrative and what's not. I believe that narrative is just a compelling story that drives industry forward, creating a sense of shared purpose and direction. But it's not merely a marketing strategy or a buzzword. It's the embodiment of the vision and shared values that are understandable by wide audience and driving new users and liquidity into a specific niche. For example, we can say that LSD, liquid staking derivatives, are the new narrative, while account abstraction is not, despite the hype around this new concept, but it doesn't actually drive new user and new liquidity. So what should we expect in the next bull cycle? Answering with the words of the ancient Bushido code, a warrior is not a soldier, but the one who is always ready. And as we navigate the dynamic terrain of Web3, our samurai way should be to expect nothing, but be ready for everything. And another buzzword I had in my headline, which is AI. And the question is how AI might influence the next cycle. Well, to be honest, I don't really give a toss. It's an example of how narratives can trigger curiosity and pretend to be the next big thing where they actually not. And in the world of Web3, we should stay focused on what truly matters, on the value, reputation, and building new, better institutes. So to sum up, cycles are driven by the greed, value, and narrative. And to thrive in this ecosystem, you should give value first, and then you receive value in return. You should cultivate your on-chain reputation, follow the narrative, and don't be fooled by distractions and people and ideas pretending to be narratives while they are just buzzwords. So as we conclude our journey today, I invite you all to stay in touch. It's my Twitter, Lens, and LinkedIn. And yeah, let's continue to learn, innovate, and shape the future of Web3 together. Thank you very much. It was faster than expected. I expected to have about 20 minutes talk.
It's okay.
Now we have
I have
about
questions.
2 minutes for questions.
Not a problem. Yeah, sure. So as I understood, reputation is not a new thing, right? So it's like a well-known thing in Web2 world and in all the worlds before the technical revolution. It's so in this case, it's like a technical update of Web3, right? When you can see the on-chain data to see all the history, transactions, all the your participation in different DeFis, right? Right?
Yeah, so it's actually beautiful what's happening on the identity and reputation side of Web3. So reputation is very intangible thing, right? You cannot feel it, you cannot touch it before. And
but you can ruin it very easy.
And you can ruin it very easy. And in Web3, reputation becomes a real thing that you can permissionally access, just having the public key, the wallet address of someone. You can analyze it very deeply, and reputation in general, we're working on this concept in Intropia, is not about you, and reputation is not about what you do. Reputation is about reputation of people that trust you. Yeah. So let's say Vitalik Buterin thinks that I'm pretty good marketer, and this pretty good marketer from Vitalik Buterin probably is 10 times more valuable than if some random guy from Bangladesh will say that, oh, Max is the best marketer I ever met. And it's not about what people think about you, but it's about who and what think about you. And in Web3, we also can analyze not just like the tokens you buy or hold, but also when did you buy them and when did you sell them, and did you make smart moves, or you always doing like stupid moves and lose every time when you're trying to invest or speculate with assets. And also it shows like if you holding and providing value to the protocols via staking, validation, and voting, or you just buying tokens to sell them on the first green or red candle, depending.
But anyway, the base of reputation is your skills, your activity, because Vitalik Buterin won't say you're a good marketer if you're not a good marketer, actually, right? So your skills and value, real value, is very important. And the second question is a bit provocative, maybe. What is better, multi-accounts with so-so reputation, or all in for one account with perfect reputation on your mind?
Oh, it's such a hard question.
I know.
I don't know. I don't know the answer, because I'm personally trying to accumulate as many credentials and reputation points on my main wallet, but also I'm using all different wallets not to
Abuse the
show
system.
all my active and abuse the system. So yeah, it's very hard. I really bullish on projects like Sysmo, where you can port your credentials from one wallet to another wallet and have this single wallet where you accumulate all your reputation, but from another side you also can kind of abuse, so you won't be porting negative reputation and negative credentials to your wallet. So it's always will be not very reliable, but it's going to be much more reliable than your bloody LinkedIn page where you can say whatever you want and no one can prove it.
As for me, it's a question of what do you like to be. If you want to be a person with the high credentials and high reputation, you do it. If you don't care about this, you need only money, so you make multi-accounts, and I don't give a fuck about reputation. Okay, the next question, which we ask all our speakers, what do you think can boost Web3 in Ukraine? In some bullet points.
So Ukraine is so ready for Web3 in terms of that we have this national distrust into the government and like the institutions, and I think now already 20% of all Ukrainians are using crypto, and Web3 is a very logical and evolutional step where we just own our money, reputation, and use DeFi as trusted and reliable provider of liquidity, exchange, and potential earnings. So I think it's just about education, because the negative side of Ukraine being so into crypto that lots of Ukrainians are into scams, token sales, pyramids, and other shitty projects that have nothing to do with like real crypto and the real values of crypto we've been trying to build and promote the last 10-12 years.
Okay, next question is not so serious. So it's like a social survey, and let's pretend you're not the CEO of the company, just regular crypto man. So when the bull market will start?
When it starts, or when the bear market ends?
Let's start when the bear market will end. Okay.
Yeah. So I believe that we need to see one more.
I'm not asking about the date. I'm asking about the points, the reasons when we can.
Yeah. I'm understanding through this lens. So first of all, we need to see one more dive and huge liquidations before we can start growing, or say that we passed through the bear market. Everyone I speak with expect to see the next bull cycle, as all the previous ones, right before the next halving, which is planned for mid of 2024, as far as I remember. And yeah, so I expect to see one more dive of BTC and all the assets, SEC and regulators burying crypto. Yeah, I think that's when we see the end of bear market, when everyone will be in despair, and we'll see the next bull cycle when when no one will be expecting it.
Okay, so we have to eat shit one more time, right? So to dive deep before it happens.
Yeah, but it
also I think it's, again, we return to regulation because it's very connected. At the moment, we see what's happening in the US and in Europe. So the regulation is very important for starting a bear market also. No, not starting a bear market, bull market. Okay. Okay, so thanks for your presentation. It was very interesting. I think it's very important for Ukrainians to understand how to build reputation and value, because our people have a lot of talents. They have a lot of things to show to the world, and I guess that Intropia can help our people to say about themselves worldwide.
Yes, this is our mission, and we're trying to do all our best to make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Have a good flight. It was nice to have you here. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
It was Max Upper, the founder and CEO of Intropia, with the interesting presentation about values, about reputation, and I guess that Ukrainian startuppers, developers, and other guys in Web3 should think about it. Very important, because it's like a point of growth for them. If they have not enough money, they can still be successful with the help of their talents and value and so on and so forth. So our next speaker is the friend of mine and co-founder of UACatsDivision. It's an NFT collection in partnership with United 24. He will tell about this collection without a doubt. And we ask him to not to speak just about the positive things, but to tell about some difficulties with this, because it's not very easy to create NFT collection in Ukraine during the war. So please welcome Dmytro Kuriksha, the next speaker in online encrypted marathon.
Hello, everyone. Hello,
Hey,
Juan. Hey,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for welcoming.
Will you have a presentation?
Yeah, let me share it
Sure.
quickly, because I thought we will start from some just greetings. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you. So, nice to meet you all. My name is Dmytro Kuriksha, and I'm one of the founders of UACatsDivision project. I will tell you a bit about the project, and the main topic actually today will be how to sing enemy warships with the power of NFTs. But actually the topic is more broad: how to win the war with the power of NFTs, with the power of crypto. Can we bring something additional, some value with our knowledge, with NFTs, and bringing the victory? So the war hasn't ended. And like our president said, every day matters. The more we do today, the sooner we will end the war with our victory. So with this in mind, we keep working on donations, on bringing the value to our victory. So the UACatsDivision collections, it's 10,000 unique NFT hero cats. So different cats from different type of military, marine cat, doctor cat, journalists, people, volunteers, everyone who defends their homeland from the enemy. So why cats? This is the first question, because it's usual for us, for Ukrainians, to call our army man cats. So that's why this abbreviature is very close to army, to our heroes. And our mission is not in donating, raising money. our mission is to show their heroism. Heroism, not all the cats, but Ukrainian people in the struggle for freedom, in the struggle for independence of Ukraine. So in this type of collection, we want to engrave the armed forces, the Ukrainian people in the form of NFT collection, and to let it be in the world, let it remain as a symbol of Ukrainian strength. So quick words about collection. This is our cats, and each cat is unique and generated. You know everything about that. Is on Ethereum blockchain. The cost is something like $100. The standard is most common, and our main goal is to raise $1 million by selling this collection. And the most important part, and I will tell about it a little bit later, the 100% of money goes to donation. So everything we get, we donate to our victory. And as for today, we have almost 33% of the collection created by raising up to 13 million hryvnias, or in dollars, it's $3,500,000. So, and the army of UACatsDivision owners is growing every day. We have a special bot in the community, and we see, and our community see every new cat who joined this community. Additionally to that, we are doing side projects. One of our side projects was the collaboration with Kalush Orchestra, and we raised another 300,000 hryvnias for saving animals injured during the war. Actually, during this project, we sold one of our unique NFT cats. You see this on the screen, the Kalush cat, like we call it, for 100,000 hryvnias. So actually, there is a question how to sink enemy warships, how to win the war with the power of NFTs. And we answered on this question. We already raised money and bought the first naval drone from UACatsDivision. There are only up to 20 such drones, and it has the big value in terms of our victory. We call it Sahaydachny. This is a Getman name, and this name was chosen by our community, by all holders of NFT cats. So they voted in the Discord, and by verifying that they have cat, there were like more than 50 names, and Sahaydachny won. So our first drone, Sahaydachny, who knows when this Sahaydachny really sink the whole ship, or maybe something else. Okay, the main idea of the project itself was the multiplying the value of donations. My own donation of our friends. So how I saw this? Okay, I'm constantly donating from the start of the war, hundreds, maybe thousands dollars, and I think, okay, I can donate, I can help some fund, I can help buy some drone. If I can multiply my donation, okay, I'm giving $1,000. It's not bad if I can multiply it to $10,000. What can I do with the knowledge, with the experience, skills, connections? What I can do? Can I order some paid advertisement to some fund? Can I maybe monetize it in another way so I can attract more investments, more people? So our aim was to multiply, and still remains to multiply our donations. So we bring 100% of money to the donation. So we donate our own money, our own energy, time, and multiply it. And actually, for now, it works. It works. If every person can do any multiplication, it multiplies all our potential. So it all started from this goal. And why is NFT? Why we chose NFTs? So actually, our mission is much broader than donations. I said we want to bring our images, the images of war, the images of our people, and let them stay, let them be valuable in the future. The second thing is spreading the word, all over the world. We have reached the new audience actually. So as we saw, the majority of this audience, of course, they read news, they see the actual situation, but are they donating? Are they helping? Of course, yes. But as we saw, we multiplied it. With NFTs, we can enlarge these donations. Of course, NFTs was the idea, our team and experience. I'm personally like to create new products, some technical stuff. I was looking in crypto as a product-based development, something like that. So we are close to it, our team close to it, and we know how to do that. And the last, not the last but not least, the getting reward for donations. This is like a trend when people, after months of war, when people donate and donate and donate, to donate more, such trend appeared when you can get some reward for your donations. So many companies try to give away some laptops, some stuff, and doing some giveaways, lotteries among all the donators. In case of NFTs, you can get your reward for in any donation. So you donate, you get the cat. This cat is not only a digital asset, it's not only collection item, it's not only valuable item, it has a price actually. It's a reminder that you donated. So, and you get this reward. How can I create actually my own NFT collection and raise money for donations? Can I? Actually, there is a very interesting question. And the first is how to create actually your own connection. But actually, it's not the main question there. It's still important because in NFTs, as you know, you can choose many ways of creating your collections. Even generates images and just upload it to OpenSea, and you create a collection. We chose the hardest way, the most technical way to create everything from scratch, to create contract from scratch, to create our own NFT generator, because our requirements was quite big, and nothing on the market can do that. But the main question, how to sell your collection, how to sell for donation, how to sell in terms of raising some money and earning money. And it all starts from marketing, community, marketing, connections, marketing, community, etc. So, and you don't start about thinking about how it should look like. Don't start how many of them should be, what is the price, start with the question, how you're going to sell it, how you're going to promote it. And this is a question of every investor, of every project. So look at this like a project. Our first and major thing was to make this collection huge. It could be made with a great support. And we understood that, of course, there are many funds who are raising some money, but we want to make it national collection, to make it really big, to approach top medias, tier 1 influencers, etc. So we approached United 24. United 24 was launched by President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And for now, they collected more than $300 million, actually. So this is a top 1 fund in Ukraine, supported by government and by president itself. And we are partnered with them. and was supported by United 24. It was our first step in terms of promotion and marketing and connections. Of course, the audience of United 24, the audience itself, I will tell about it later, is not used to NFTs. They don't understand what is NFTs actually. But still, it's a great brand thing in terms of promotion. Make sure if you don't have something else, if you don't have budgets, if you don't have community, but community is essential, we'll tell you about this later, make sure you have big name with your collection. The second thing, the most important thing in our case, is Incrypted. This is a #1 media in Ukraine, and it's the biggest community in Ukraine actually. And the guys doing awesome job in donating, raising money, helping from the day one. Thank you guys. And of course, we approach Incrypted. And of course, the first question that ask us, oh my God, oh no, another NFT collection. Because if you know, in NFT world, in crypto world, there are so many guys who trying to earn some money, trying to do something. And even your goal, your mission, it's not like here, like something very special, you know. Everybody pitches the same actually. But you remember the first slide. You remember our goal, our values, and it worked. Actually, the most important part in every collection is a community. And everyone who saw the collection before, because we were very strict at timing actually, they all asked the same question. Why are you not building building community before? You need to build your community 3-6 months before you launch. So this is essential, and everybody in NFT world really knows that. But we were out of time. We cannot do something another 3-6 months. We need to bring victory. We need to speed up actually. So that's why the connecting with the existing community is really essential. And it's not only about the people in the community, it's about the partners, it's about the projects who know each other. So it's a real power. And previous examples of such a collections and who raised money for Ukraine, they did the same. Actually, you definitely need to build your community or to approach existing community, at least for the start, at least to spread the word, to find people who join your project. Of course, so many companies really joined us. Not all of them here, but it's very important that not only from crypto world, Hacken, WhiteBIT, crypto, but companies from IT world, and they find their use cases there, not only in helping and donating, because they all do donations, they all help. And the first thing they answer, oh my God, I'm donating now. I donated huge amount of money. I keep donating. So sorry. But that their NFT comes and our values comes and the new mechanics come. So I mean, when they see NFT, they don't understand it. But as we show a few examples, like giving away these NFTs inside your team, gifting these NFTs when upon the victory. So very interesting routine that they really like. It's not just donating to some fund. It's gamifies your donation, and it also works. The last thing is not the last, but the very important thing actually, that one of our NFTs was signed by the president of Ukraine. And it's very unique NFT, #1. And on this NFT, there is a trade called President Hoodie. It's unique hoodie. And the
By the way, I'll show you at the moment. Continue.
Okay. And very cool thing, actually, that our president now wears different clothes, but everybody remembers him in this hoodie. And during the signing, he wear the same hoodie. We do not. Okay, cool. Someone has it. Thank you, Ivan. So there's another step of our vision, promo, and support that can bring us closer to our mission. But as Ivan said, I will tell you more about the challenges that we had. So the first ever challenge in crypto world, and especially in the NFT world, what? Yeah, how can I earn multiplication? How I multiply my investment? How much money will I earn here? These are the like main questions, especially not from people, not from Ukraine. So there's a question like, okay, where is your roadmap? What is the utility? Who are your influencers? Do you have like someone like Bored Apes? What is your marketing budget? So no one interested in actually buying NFTs, even for donation, especially from people not from Ukraine. And this is the biggest challenge. So to push NFT, there is a possibility to do that. There is a possibility to find people who would support Ukraine, donating, but there are not more of them. And still, to market, to promote your collection, you need to play by the rules of NFTs. And this is a biggest like thing we understood. So of course you need to think about roadmap. You need to think about benefits for your holders, but still the main benefit is money. Nowadays, you definitely need to think about some utilities, some gaming, some collaboration. You need to think about influencers. Not only community can help. And the last thing is you need to think about budget. We are ready to donate our money. You remember that slide with multiplication. So we continue to donate our money and we are multiplying donations. It works. This is the main thing. So all the marketing budget we have, this is our own money, but it works because every $100 can bring $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. So this next challenge is, what is NFTs? IT people, non-crypto people, they don't understand it still. So we have connections through United 24 with ambassadors. We have connection in IT world, but people still raise question and don't believe in NFTs, thinking that it is scam, don't think like potential. Even in crypto world now, there are many people who like crossed out NFTs. Okay, meme coins, something like that. So this is the next challenge. So in nowadays world, everybody, actually when we started, everybody was waiting for some NFT trend, another trend, and said, oh, there is another trend of NFTs, let's catch up with it. But actually, no. So it's a hard question. Everybody waiting for some bull runs, and we will see if NFTs can bring something else. We see Bitcoin NFTs, it's also hype. But in terms of technology, in terms of the idea, it will work. It will find the way in use cases, and you seeing the real use case. And me personally, I really try to understand how to bring value to the collection as the collections for the collectors. Still in crypto, this is like very early stage. We need time. We need this technology to be more real, more incorporated, and then to talk about collections, collectors, etc. So this is the next challenge. And one more challenge, the big one, really, because we have many connections in crypto world with the big guys, actually, but they keep saying that they really don't want to involve. Especially, I'm talking about Western guys, about the whole world. We are away from politics, non-political. So they're afraid to join such initiatives, trying to stay neutral. Maybe they're afraid to be punished tomorrow. Who wins? We don't know. So maybe tomorrow the government in that country can come and just call them, or the main problem is they really don't want to lose their profits today. And of course, this market is pretty big for them. And when they launch some initiative, they lose money. And this is another challenge in our initiative, in raising money in crypto. It's like not only about NFTs, collections, it's about raising any money in crypto with the help of Western guys of the world. But how to win, actually? We are Ukrainians, and we will definitely win. And the answer is people, team, and Ukrainians. So we have a big team, actually. During the project for 6 months, more than 10 people were involved. Designers, program developers, marketing guys, and for no money, for no budget, they really want to bring closer our victory. And that is the answer, actually. The people, your connections, your ideas, and people who can bring this idea to life, who can push this idea through the 1, 2, 3, 6 months, year, another year. So this is the answer, and you will find the way. So let's bring the victory closer. Let's bring the victory together with UACatsDivision. There is a QR code to our website where you can mint your NFT cat and bring our victory closer. So, ready for your question? Thank you for your attention. Ivan, let's discuss.
Hey, thanks for presentation. I was like, again, hear it, and it was interesting from this point of view. Like you gathered together all the information about cats, and one more time, I hear about that, about wins and problems. So I have a few questions to you. The first one, what would you change if you started today?
Oh, good one. What will you change? Two different answers. Actually, as I said, we definitely changed our approach to communities and to marketing. But actually, I would change the calculation. Actually, for now, the price of NFT is quite big for the one piece, for the one NFT item. So I would divide it on 4, and we would have minted the whole collection in this way for now, yes, and move forward, because it allows us to move forward with the new collections, ideas, and technical features, like creating collections on top of it, some utility. So this is maybe the main part I would change. And the second thing is the approach to the world, not for Ukrainian people. I think we needed, we would need to really change the way and give more focus to that.
Okay, the next question, it's about that NFT collection. It's tech harder than Monobanka. You said about that people have to be tech savvy to use this. But what are the advantages of NFT Donate at your point of view? I hope you find them.
Yeah. Actually, it's hard for non-crypto people, but we still found the way. We brought payment with by card, and about 15% of people who bought cats, they paid by card. So this is a way how you can bring people. But I said still they don't understand what is it, value, etc. They did it by recommendation. They did it because they like the idea, the video, the promo, the team, etc. So year to year, etc. But the main advantage that NFT and crypto adds like new audience to the nations and to helping Ukraine, because with the help of DeFi and actually blockchain, you can do it anonymously. You can do it very quickly. You can like bring the resources you cannot see actually, and there are many people who can easily donate with crypto if they understand why or for what. Yes, and this way is more easiest in terms of donation. And Banka, it works only for Ukrainian people. For the rest of the world, you need to some bank requisites, SWIFT, etc. Go to bank, do this like transfer, etc. So that's why it's more convenient way for sure. But adoption is not so good. The trend in the market is not so good. So every NFT guy would like pay another $1,000 if there is a bull market.
By the way, do you think that NFT collection would be much successful if there is a bull market?
Definitely. We see that, through this period, we launched in February. Through that period, we saw some small bull runs, and we see that the people easily like donate in such periods, and when there is a bear thing, it a little bit like stops.
And a few questions which we ask all the speakers: what do you think can boost? First question. So what is your opinion? What can boost Web3 in Ukraine, really?
Boost Web3 in Ukraine. Okay, this is a good question because I'm a member of many communities, and actually they still think that this is a scam. So investors, IT people, they don't believe in the future. They at least understand the technology itself, but in different experience, they approached Web3 and saw like 2 years, 3 years ago, or 5 maybe years ago, they saw the different misleading things. So when I talk to people who really have venture funds, they have many projects, Web2 projects, and I ask this question, and they, oh no, I don't do this. And they don't do this because they knew how it works in terms of project budgeting, raising money. There are only a few projects who really can be like a Web2 project. So that's why there is not a fit. There's no fit. But to do that, you need to show, not we, actually Web3 needs to show more examples that these projects can be profitable, not scam. The people can work there, and it will bring value, not only for crypto, but for everybody. So education, good examples. I don't saying a regulation, actually. I'm saying adoption. So, for instance, when Ukraine government in Ukraine, in some way, we saw not only educational courses, but some adoption on government level. It definitely will push forward the whole industry because we have everything to do that. Everything. We have great people, developers, marketing guys, everybody. But we still need to trust this, to trust that it could work.
And this is the first part of who should be involved in the boosting Web3 in Ukraine. And the second part is government itself, right? Because when you were talking about support of United 24, we both know that this support could be much better. But the ideas about crypto and NFT, they reflect the government impact on crypto and NFT. So they are just like a bit afraid of crypto and NFT, and the politics in the government laws, the regulation can boost Ukraine Web3 in Ukraine actually, but we need the moves from the government from in that point.
At least I totally agree. At least basic moves. I mean, why they are staying away? Because they need to be transparent. They need to answer question tomorrow about how they worked. Where did they get that money actually? So, and without base, they cannot do it. So they don't have instruments to do it, tools for that. At least basic tools, basic laws can make it happen in Ukraine. And we saw that support from Mintsifri, from Fedorov, from government, but of course it needs time. We need to win, and everybody sees that it will like grow multiple times with a really fast pace.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for presentation. It was very nice to meet you again.
Thank you, Incrypted Inan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are moving to our next speaker. It'll be Andrei Velikий. It's the co-founder of Altbridge, and he will telling us about bridging experience because he's an expert in that. So please welcome our next speaker, Andrei Velikий. Hey, Andrew, nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you and hear you. It means that internet is okay. Thanks to Satoshi. We're welcome you in Incrypted Online Marathon, hoping to hear some good news from you. So if you have presentation, please share it with us. I will give it on.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting. It's my real pleasure to be here. Just to give you a short heads up of what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about bridging, why bridging is important in general, and how bridges can potentially help in situations when you need to donate money, donate crypto in humanitarian events. It would be part of the topic to discuss, and then we will have some questions, hopefully, or not. So let me share my screen. Okay, I can't see you now, but just say okay if you see the screen okay.
Everything is okay. The audience is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm Andrei. I'm co-founder of Altbridge.io. And as already mentioned, today I want to discuss how we can use bridges to various purposes and why bridges are important in general. This is what I want to start with. So why do we need the bridges in the first place? Now, we live today in multi-chain world. We see a lot of new blockchains emerging each and every day, and we need a method to transfer assets between one blockchain and the other one, essentially enabling users to come in and experience advantages and disadvantages of different protocols. And to do that, usually there is an official bridge to the blockchain because it is essential part of infrastructure. If you are building, let's say, a city somewhere on the river, you need a bridge so people can come to the city and outside of the city. So this is one part of the problem. I mean, not the problem, actually. It is one part of why we need the bridges. Second one is, as I already mentioned, we live in multi-chain world today, and users want to benefit from all the chains that they have the access to, not specifically focusing on just one. I know that Bitcoin maxis would probably hate me for that. I know that some of them are right now in Prague or Amsterdam, but we have to acknowledge that different blockchains, they do indeed have different advantages. And if we want to make the most out of the market, especially in tough times like today, I think we all saw the flash crash in the night. We need not just focus on something that is one thing, but we need to explore different opportunities. And that also means building the applications on top of the bridges that allow people to easily cross from one chain to the other. Last but not least, I would like to mention that there are liquidity farming opportunities because some people do come to crypto to earn some money, and some protocols do incentivize people if they move liquidity here and there between the chains, using different bridges, using different methods. So bridges can be a good tool there too. Why I am personally talking about this? This is, a good question. I do have a lot of expertise in building bridges. We launched our first bridge on mainnet in July 2021, and we transferred, I think it is quite an impressive amount of 6.4 billion worth of USDT combined. I'm calculating on the average price, but just so you get the idea. Today, our bridge integrated with 19 different chains, which I think it is also quite cool number. And we specialize in integrations of EVM chains with non-EVM chains. Since 2022, we have been also working on cross-chain stable swaps, and I will come into that topic just a bit later. Why do we need them and how bridges are evolving? If we think about the origins of the bridging market, in the beginning, bridges were mint and burn. That means that you deposit an asset on one chain, on the destination chain, you receive sort of an IOU, wrapped asset, how it is called, which means that this asset out there, it grants you the right to cross the bridge in backwards. So you enter the chain, you get this asset, you play with it if you have the liquidity there, and then if you want to go back, you can go back by burning this asset and retrieving your original asset. This architecture was good at that time, and it also enabled the transfers of large liquidity volumes because bridge basically prints this new asset on the destination chain. But the problem here that I would like to speak about is that this generation of the bridges, which have been on the market for quite some time, they sort of each and every bridge creates its own asset. And that creates this problem, which we call liquidity fractionalization. That means that if, for example, you use our bridge, all bridge, which we call Classic, to transfer your USDC to Solana from Ethereum, you will get this USDC on Solana, which is all bridge USDC. If you use Portal Bridge by Wormhole, you will have Portal Wormhole USDC, and the smart contract would be different. And then when Circle comes and issues a native smart contract on Solana, it is third contract. And all those 3 USDCs, which are supposed to be the same from the logical perspective, they're actually different from the technology perspective. And that leads to the user confusion. So what we started focusing on is that we need to improve the user experience. Because back in the days when the market was booming and the APYs were super high and people could earn a lot of money, let's say 100+% on their stable coins just by entering new ecosystem, people were eager to explore how that was working back in the days. Depositing an asset on one side, then thinking about gas token that needs to finalize the transaction on the other side, then swapping the wrapped asset to the native asset using some extra protocols. And just because the reward was so huge, users were doing that. Now, when we are in times of downtrend, we cannot find such impressive APYs on the market. And that means that if we don't provide simple solutions for the users, they will not use the product at all. So this is what I'm saying here, that we need to find a way to make sure that for users, the transfer is seamless, does not require any extra steps or any specific knowledge. What are the ways to build better bridges? So first of all, this is what we call native cross-chain transfers. So that means that if you are transferring USDC from Ethereum to Solana, in my example, that means that in the end of the day, users should receive the native USDC, not some wrapped asset. So that is why I'm speaking about cross-chain stable swaps. Why we are specifically targeting stable coins is that over our experience, we figured out that for users, it is easier to transfer liquidity between the chains if they are operating with stable coins. It is easier to understand you've got, let's say, $100 here, you got $100 there. That is it. So you know the specific value that you're expecting to get. Second part, which is also important, is that we should aim to create a one-click solution, not like requiring users 10 different integrations, accepting the transaction, sending the transactions, receiving, converting. It should really be simple. Then messaging protocols, which is underlying technology for the bridges, which you could think of, it's like TCP/IP for the internet. They are also various solutions on the market, and some of them are targeting just some chains, but not the other ones. I personally think, that it is better to build the protocols which can utilize all the messaging protocols instead of focusing on just one. Then extra gas deposits. It is also an interesting thing because whenever you're coming to another chain for the first time, chances are that you don't have the gas token there. So you are not able to finalize the transaction. If the bridge even finalizes the transaction for you, you will still need to somehow find the gas to do the later transactions, because you don't want just to deposit the funds on your wallet. You want to play with those funds later on. And usually you need gas for that. And last but not least, it is bridging beyond EVMs, because I think that today 90% of the bridges on the market, they're targeting just the EVM chains, which is understandable from the technology perspective, that it is basically the same Solidity smart contract that you deploy here and there, and you don't need to think of other technology issues. But I think that it is important to understand that there are not only EVM chains out there, and the users need connection to those chains. This is why we are focusing specifically on connecting EVM chains to non-EVM chains, because a lot of other bridges are simply not doing that. How can we use the bridges for humanitarian causes? Now, I've been recently in Austin for Consensus, and there we had this panel about donations in crypto. And there's been an important point being raised that, for example, in Belarus, people who were donating to the opposition, or for example, to Ukraine, at some point they were using the centralized exchanges to make the transfers. And at some point, government demanded that the exchanges should leak this data to the authorities. And a lot of good people were arrested for just the fact that they were donating, which is, I think, it's unacceptable. I'm not a big fan of centralized exchanges at all, but I'm here talking about this specific case. So if we're donating using the centralized exchanges, we should be aware of the risks associated with that, because centralized exchanges, they obviously ask us to KYC ourselves, and that means that at any single moment, the data can be transferred and used against the people who are donating. Now, if we are speaking about solutions without centralized exchanges and solutions where we need certain level of privacy for the good cause, then we can take a look at the mixers. But here is another problem. Whenever you're using a mixer just for a good reason and like donating, you're still using a mixer. And in all analytics data software, this transaction is going to be marked as the one coming from the mixer. And for a lot of people, that can be a problem, even for those who are accepting the funds, because if they want to accept the funds, take them to an exchange to make withdrawal, cash transaction withdrawal, and the funds are coming from the mixer, the exchange can obviously block those funds. And I think that bridges here, it could be a potentially clever way to get past this problem. So let's say in our market, the majority of people, the majority of OTC desks, which are helping people to get from their cash to crypto and backwards, they're using USDT on Tron. And if we think that people are, for example, sending the funds on Ethereum in the form of USDC, and those funds go through the bridges, through cross-chain stable swaps, get converted to USDT on Tron, it is way more difficult to trace this transaction back. It is still possible, but here it does not look like the mixing transaction, and you need specific level of technology knowledge to understand that there are messaging protocols where you can look into, you can see those transactions. And I think at this point of the market, most people, they don't really care about that, to look that deep into the tech. So I do think that bridges could potentially be a good tool for privacy transfers at that point. Then another thing, and that again is coming back to the USDT on Tron, which is heavily used in OTC desks, is that whenever the funds are being donated, those funds should go, to fund the basic needs like buying food, clothes, medicine, armor plates, and not everyone will accept, obviously, crypto there. So the majority of people would still need to use the OTC desks to transfer from crypto into the cash to finalize the purchase. And at the same time, there are huge communities out there that are not really using USDT on Tron. So what bridges can do here, they can share this valuable tool, as I think of it, that people are donating in the currency that they want, but the receivers get the currency that they need. And bridges sort of come as the middleman, enabling this whole process. And this is another use case which I'm potentially really fond of. What is next for cross-chain bridges? I think that I'm saying here on this slide that bridges will become a foundational layer for DeFi products, but I think they already did. It is the infrastructure layer which people are building on. But what is important here is that I think that people will start slowly moving from the bridges UI to more like under the hood integrations and using the dApps that they want. So whenever someone is making a bridge transfer, I don't think that the end point here is to make the bridge transfer. The end point here is to make use of some sort of protocol on destination chain. And I think that from the user experience, it is way more convenient to, instead of going to bridge UI, sending the funds, then going to protocol, connecting there with the wallet, is simply using the protocol with this integration already enabled. And I think this is where the market is shifting into right now. And I think it is like this, if you are traveling in a car with your family from one part of Kiev to another, and you are crossing the bridge, you don't really care about who built this bridge. You just want to go to visit your friends, or you want to go visit your family. It is not about the infrastructure. It is more about the utility. So that is why I think that in the future, we will start slowly see bridges UIs fading out, and more people just using the protocols, not even be aware that they're using somewhere the bridges under the hood. So to do that, it is important to build nice SDKs. It is important to work with aggregators. It is important to think about how easy for the protocol is to do this bridge integration. And our end goal for everyone operating in this ecosystem is to make life of our users better. And to do that, we need to simplify it as much as possible. And because of that, I think that focusing on that sort of integrations, it is something that we really need to think about. I think that that mostly covers everything that I wanted to share with you today. So I specifically left some time for the questions. So I will stop sharing my screen right now, and you tell me if you have any questions at the point. I think you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It's really beautiful in the colors of Incrypted Conference 2023. It's just perfect.
We should here say thanks to our designer, Rami, who put a lot of time and effort into making this happen. Thank you, Rami, if you're watching us.
Really, I had questions, but during your presentation, I got answers on these questions, and it's cool because I wanted to ask, like, bridges are used mostly by tech-savvy people, and how to make them to be used wholesale. And you told about the under-the-hood solutions, and it's okay. It's understandable that if I will not even understand that I'm using cross-chain, it'll be great, and it will help to bring mass adoption to that. So I'd like to ask the question which we ask all the speakers, like, what do you think can boost Web3 in Ukraine?
There is a nice joke that the IT, at some time it was like really popular in the circles. I mean, that the IT has been developing so efficient in Ukraine thanks to the Ministry of IT. And then people say, like, wait, we do not have the Ministry of the IT. And I say, yeah, exactly. That's the point. That's the point. So I think that Ukraine is already, it's a beautiful place. A lot of super cool projects emerged from Ukraine. And over time, I came to crypto just for, your interest in 2015. So I've seen a lot of things on the market. And back in the days, there were a lot of good developers in Ukraine, which were working for companies, for Western companies, and probably they were unknown as the people, as the developers. Now, over time, in Ukraine, we have seen that some products have started emerging. So we are not like outsourcing other guys, we're building things that are known worldwide. And it is super cool. It is really an evolution. This is something that we want because we already know that we have good scientific knowledge, that we've got nice technical expertise, nice technical education. And now we are entering the market. We have already been through the past few years by building products. And it is cool. And one of the reasons why it has become so popular, it is and so efficient, it is the lack of regulations. So people were basically allowed to do what they want to do without any guys in the suits telling them, here you can do that, here you need a license, blah, 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 this sort of shit. Sorry. I'm not a big fan of all those laws trying to regulate crypto in Ukraine because I think they will slow down the development. So the best way to answer your question, what can we do to boost the Web3 tech and crypto in particular in Ukraine, is just stay away from that. Just don't touch them. Let people do their job. Let people work. Let people think, imagine new beautiful things. Just don't, try to put them into that cage with all the regulations, because once you do that, then I think this market would be done for good and people will just find another place to stay.
But don't you think that this will this will let people do what they want to do? They will create great projects, great companies, but they will be registered not in Ukraine. They will be registered in Estonia, in some Malta, and other countries.
Singapore.
Singapore, yeah, and no taxes in Ukraine. Okay, I don't know where the taxes going, but okay, taxes in Ukraine, no. And we were talking with some previous speakers about that funds and accelerators which can boost startup culture in Ukraine will never come in Ukraine. They will take developers, they will take specialists from Ukraine, but not come to Ukraine. Is it a problem on your point of view?
I think that is entirely untrue. I know a lot of accelerators actively working with Ukraine, and I think that the fact that the people who live in Ukraine get their business incorporated someplace elsewhere, it is not a big deal. People still earn money in Ukraine. People still spend money in Ukraine. And it's not only about Web3, it's about the whole IT thing in general. I think that one of the things that our developers became so well known worldwide was this individual taxation. I'm not entirely sure how this should be translated into English, but I think you all know what I'm speaking about. FOPs, where you just pay the 5%, and the companies that were structuring their business the way that the employees were like individual contractors paying those 5%, that made them efficient. When the capital wants to invest, when the companies are willing to hire people, when the companies are being built, they need to find a way to minimize their costs. And it is like two sides, two questions, like, is the person a qualified expert, and how efficient is the person from the cost perspective? And if the answer to those two questions is positive, that means that the person is being employed. If not, that means that the company will start looking elsewhere. I don't know, in India, for example, or in other places. So whenever we start complicating the whole system, whenever we start putting a larger tax burden on the companies and on the people, that means that they will essentially become less efficient in the global perspective. And all those companies that are seeking to hire people, they will be looking for people from the other companies, from the other countries. And in the end of the day, that means that less Ukrainian specialists would be efficiently employed. They will get less money, they will spend less money, and the whole economy system would suffer for that.
Okay, I get your point of view. Somewhere I agree, somewhere no, but it's okay. I hope that someday we'll meet in person and talk about that. It's very interesting. So the last, not serious question, when the bull market will start?
I think I can expect it to start within the next 2 or 3 years. I don't think it will start next year. I think that the whole concept that whenever we get the halving, we've got the bull market would be wrong this cycle. I do believe in crypto. I do believe in crypto utility. It's just that fact that so far I don't see any new cool narrative. So previous bull market started with the DeFi summer. The market before, the bull market before the last bull market started with the ICOs. So like alternative to IPOs, people invest in blah, 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 this kind of stuff. Right now, I don't see anything that will, ignite this new bull market. So I think it will take time. There would be a solution. It just would not be that fast. I think like 2-3 years from now, it is pretty reasonable to expect it to start.
Okay, got you. A bit not so optimistic as the other speakers because they connected it to the halving, but better to be pessimistic and get better results than be optimistic and get some shit,
I want to say here that the market never reacts to the viewpoint of the majority of people. So if everyone thinks that halving would boost the next bull market, the market would probably go the other way. It is the
because
only
everybody knows it and everybody awaits it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having for your time. It was very interesting to hear about bridges, and your presentation was so good enough. So I got the answers on my questions, which I wanted to ask you. Okay.
Thank you so much for inviting.
Thank
Real
you.
pleasure.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Guys, at the moment, we will have a pause about 2 minutes because we need to replace me. I want to make some things. And the next moderator will be the friend of ours. It's Rev Miller, social interpreter, building impact initiatives, pushing Web3 like Atlantis World, Kyiv Tech, and Gigawatt. And by the way, he just arrived to Kyiv from Kherson, where he was helping people to survive from this catastrophic thing which Russia did. Thanks to him about this. It was a really great thing. And so we have a 2 minutes pause, and then Rev will continue with the next speaker. It will be Dima Budorin, the CEO of Hacken.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. My name is Rev, and I'm happy to moderate the next talk with our good friend and speaker. I just actually returned from Kherson, was helping there with unfortunate humanitarian crisis caused by Russian military. So anyway, today we'll discuss interesting things about Web3 security. The next speaker will be the CEO of Hacken with an interesting topic called Web3 Mortal Kombat. So let's welcome him. Hey, Dima. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Rev.
How are you feeling today?
I'm doing good. I'm at ATH Prague. It's pretty good community here. A lot of discussions. Vitalik looks like he's high. He's joking and everybody's having fun.
Yeah, that's the energy. So let me put up your presentation and we can start. Please take it away.
Yeah, my person. You were saying like we will have an interesting topic about security. No, usually topics about security are quite boring and scary, and it's far away from being interesting. I tried to do a storytelling about security landscape, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully you will like the format, because once again, security unfortunately is quite boring stuff to do. Okay, so I named the presentation Web3 Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is my favorite and probably the only game I still play back from the 90s, Sega Mega Drive. So yeah, to start, I would like to show the main actors of our scene, our Web3 space, like a little kitten, cute kitten, but not as cute as UACatsDivision, of course. And three main actors is hackers, fraudsters, and scammers. So hackers, okay, it's probably very obvious. These are in our space, mostly it's not security guys, like not Web2 security guys, but rather talented devs who know how to build protocols and know where to find vulnerabilities, bugs, and spots where they can take advantage over inefficiency of the protocol. Scammers, these lame guys who just scam people with the rug pulls, with fake phishing, with phishing, with some even I would say scammers are VCs and some launch pads that list tokens that will never will succeed. And fraudsters, these are probably the biggest enemies and the most dangerous guys. These are guys who have public profile, who have a lot of who have big business and who seems to be legit, and that they are basically doing all the things to hide big fraud schemes. And let's have a look at them in a little bit more details. So our hacking journey started in 2017 with a tiny ICO, and in order to step in, like in the prison room, you need to show something about yourself. And we decided that okay, let's find where are market not even inefficiencies, but let's say even fraud and manipulations, and let's start to research about it, and hopefully community will like what we are doing and we can gain some reputation. So in 2018 we decided to focus on cryptocurrency exchanges, and because we saw that they are very untransparent, and they the volume that was on different exchanges was misleading people to deposit their funds on exchange that basically don't have any liquidity. And yeah, so we decided to sorry for this personal memes, but it's
They're cool. Keep them
describe the mood that we had. So we decided to put a lot of efforts and actually money resources into revealing manipulations regarding volume. And basically one of the most we started to check all the data in the order books for main trading pairs at 16 biggest exchanges, and we tried to understand what is the percentage of the wash trading in these exchanges. Basically we say that wash trading is something that is trading between the spread, and we have made a big research not only on BitHump, but on BitHump was probably the biggest one, and we identified that like 94% of the trading volume was basically fake, and these news were like spread all over the crypto world. And the first guys who have approached me was Brandon Chess from, he was at that point of time unknown founder of CoinMarketCap. And first they were furious that we kind of point finger at CoinMarketCap, that their volume numbers of exchanges doesn't make sense. But then we have brainstormed what we can do, and in fact it resulted that CoinMarketCap introduced just-in-trading volume. Furthermore, they have introduced the spread, which is also very important to understand.
Super nice, yeah.
Exchanges, and then together with them, I was personally drafting the presentation for Data Accountability and Transparency Alliance under CoinMarketCap umbrella, where most of the exchanges came joins, and they agreed on the API, how they submit data about their volumes and their spread. So that was a success for us. We were very happy, and we thought that we can do everything. Even this small Ukrainian unknown team. Before that, people didn't know that Ukrainians are brave people. We still had this a little bit shady reputation. Of course, now it's the world sees us differently. But yeah, we decided, okay, we revealed some nice hymn, but this is not enough. Let's try to do something bigger. And we identified next thing is that the exchanges balances and exchanges wallets, they are not publicly available at that point of time at all. And we wanted to collect all the exchanges wallets and to see who actually owns what. And we started to do that in the late 2018, beginning 2019. We have partnered with Etherscan, with Crystal blockchain, to collect as many wallets as we can. We did quite a lot of marketing campaign, and even CZ was inviting me. He knew what we were doing. He was supporting us. He was inviting me to his conference to speak about this. But in fact, none CoinGecko, none CoinMarketCap didn't want to take our data to. They did take a little bit CoinGecko for the cryptocurrency exchanges, but because we didn't manage to collect enough wallets, because obviously they were super hidden, we just couldn't. And the end of the story was that Quadriga CX, an amazing movie that you probably know, the Netflix movie about Quadriga CX founder, I forgot the name. It gave some push that exchanges need to do the proof of reserve, but
and have more transparency.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. So we screamed. We did a lot of attempts, but we just were spending time, efforts, and money. And all of us know how this story ended up. It ended up with this motherfucker robbing all our money, and we are also victims of FTX, and basically spending clients' deposits to fund some shitcoins. So yeah, this battle we lost. I can say right now. So our next big battle started. We started to chase hackers again, and not in the way that's normally you can think about, catching those who were already stealing money, or auditing smart contracts or auditing exchanges. We decided to raise the attention to those exchanges and platforms that don't do enough security assessments. And that was our next big research when we have launched the cybersecurity ranking of cryptocurrency exchanges, where we gathered a lot of different data all related to exchanges. and we tried our best to integrate these rankings to CoinGecko, and in fact, it was a success. The trust score of CoinGecko, which is very important. Most of the exchanges care a lot about it. 20% of this trust score became our data on security, and suddenly all the exchanges started to, come into CoinGecko and then come into us and say, guys, what we need to do. We want to do everything properly, and they started to do annual pen tests, and the result of it is that in 2020 the number of big exchanges hacked was 9 cases, and our partnership with CoinGecko was 1st of July 2020, and in 2022 we had only 2 hack cases of cryptocurrency exchanges. So we believe that this approach have proved that it is possible to influence on the market if you approach it from the right angle. So yeah, let's leave it. We felt confidence once again, and since that period of time, we managed to work with a lot of different good projects and help them with their security. So we're approaching, but the war, of course, is not over, and fighting with fraudsters, scammers is a never-ending story. So today I just want to highlight our plans and how we see how to fight scammers, fraudsters, and hackers. So we start with scammers, and right now I see one of the biggest problems is that we still don't have enough information about projects tokenomics. We don't have enough. Surprisingly, when we started to make a research, we understood that there is around 30% of projects that even the on-chain data, when you see different chains, it doesn't match with ETF tokenomics that's projects are publishing, and it's more than that. They don't follow it, projects that don't follow after 1 year what they promised in the tokenomics. It's even bigger number, but even more than that, in my opinion, tokenomics is the most important financial statement of any crypto project, and community needs to know if there are some investors, what are their wallets, and they need to have tools to see how these investors behave, and in fact they need to understand are they flippers, are they golden diamond hands, and people need to know with whom they join investments in this or that project. That's we see a very big and by giving a transparency to this with the tokenomic audits, we believe that this can solve many issues with scammers. It will make their life much more difficult. Okay, so then the hackers. So right now we see the problem that there are a lot of different audit companies already in the space, and unfortunately the methodology is still different. People are doing audits sometimes for marketing and paying less to less known companies, and this can lead to false trust to these projects. From our side, we always put 2 different auditing teams when we approach any client, and that causes us it's more costs, it's more time, but better quality. But unfortunately, not everybody is following such approach, and they don't go to work with us because for them we're sometimes quite expensive. So we see that the standards, and there is actually a big working group on the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance, where like most of the top auditors are included: Sigma Prime, OpenZeppelin, Trial of Bits, Aurora, us. That we will do a standard, and there will be also a part of the standard. There will be a reviewing committee who is checking the quality of the audits that is performed according to the standard, and that reviewing committee will have representatives from most of the auditing companies. So, and we focus to build this big ledger of the all the security data of all the cryptocurrency projects on our also Ser.life, still Ser.life, our product. So the next roadmap for Ser.life, like the most important, is much more data for security, for all the information, and for tokenomics. One more thing I want to add is that for there are a lot of cases when, for example, latest one, Marlin, I remember, when projects are doing the audit, but they are changing some code after that, or they add some new smart contracts that's
unaudited.
Unaudited, that's work with, and that's actually causing the hack. And if you go to check reg.news, at the moment is the best place to review all the hacks happened in Web3. You will see that at the leaderboard, like in the top 30 projects that have been hacked, you will see that their tick mark is that they were unaudited. And that's all because the audit that the projects performed was out of scope, or because of the reason I explained. So for us at Ser.life, we are working on the problem to review like all the GitHub of every single project and show exactly what was audited when and whether the code was changed afterwards. That's very big manual job to do, but someone needs to do it, and we're gonna do it.
Yeah, it's very practical.
Yeah, thank you. And the last, again, the main fight is still with fraudsters, and I still believe that taxes are our biggest enemies. And the current state of proof of reserve that suddenly everybody started to do is still very weak. Even today, we can see crazy news. I think I was checking Twitter today. So Binance reserves, the proof of reserves that they were publishing 1 month ago, they showed that they were like kind of over collateral by 120% of their liabilities. And 1st of June, it says that they over collateral only 103%, basically around $3 billion, even more, like even $5 billion disappeared, and what will happen next month? It will be under collateral. So like at the moment we have absolutely no transparency over what is happening inside all the cryptocurrency exchanges. Current state of proof reserve is not enough, and even that they are like showing that they have some assets, it doesn't really means that they own them, when they show the wallets. And for some exchanges that's even not possible to do, because a lot of them are using third-party custodials like BitGo and so on, and they even can't properly show the proof of reserve, which means that they probably fake all the stuff. So and the last thing is that we know that the most of the dirt is happening with the second and third tier tokens, because cryptocurrency exchanges, they exactly know how many people are withdrawing tokens after their deposit, and basically these percentages are like only 20, maybe 20 up to 30%, depending on the project. If there is a risk, that not the risk, is the behavioral behavioral mode, that's a person after like buying a token at exchange, it's withdrawing it somewhere, not keeping it at the exchange. So exchanges know that, and what they do, they just sell unexisting tokens to their customers, and basically all the time dumping the price. We cannot prove it with the like very like exact facts, but we can prove it by seeing that some exchanges are holding second-tier tokens of their customers at other exchanges, meaning that they have absolutely no fear of moving tokens from one exchange to another and basically manipulating manipulating them. So this is the main fight, and we before we don't fix this problem, I don't think that it's secure to hold your crypto on exchanges. And I'm in Prague, I'm in Crypto Anarchy Institute of Crypto Anarchy right now, and of course in the end I would like to finish with the phrase "not your keys, not your crypto," even though there are already a lot of wallets that there is a lot of movements about it's also insecure to store your funds at wallets, but this is already another chapter and another presentation.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people, they kind of realize that they're either like pain of losing funds and then discovering more importance of self-custody, or just by educating themselves, which a lot of people should. It was actually quite interesting. Dima, thank you so much for this presentation. I think what you mean about security, it's usually one of those things that people kind of, until it's late, but I really hope so people will learn from these mistakes that other people do when they see them losing funds, be it on centralized exchange or because of smart contract hacks, and learn to trust professionals like yourself to help them audit their code and ensure that everything will be fine. There's some questions I would love to ask. We have 5 minutes late. So throughout your journey, like you started in 2018 and it's been like at least 5 years now, right?
17.
Oh, 17.
Yeah, soon 6 years.
Wow. It's incredible. How much does the education and sort of practical side of day-to-day users change, like to respectful to the security of their assets, and also to the respectful to the protocols they use? Because most of people, they might not actually think twice when they connect their wallet to the centralized application, right, and use it. How do you look at that?
Security topic is very difficult, and most of the people, and that's actually a very big barrier for a lot of people to start using crypto, because for them all the seed phrases, all the news of a lot of protocols being hacked is a stoppage factor. And especially when we talk about seed phrases, because they perfectly know that they don't trust themselves and they want to trust someone else. And everybody was losing digital assets, like some pictures or a phone, and everybody remembers this pain, when you lose something digital. So I believe that the security infrastructure of Web3 is still is still not built, and we still need a lot of work to do in order to onboard like billions of people.
Yeah.
And it's been much better than it was in 2017. In 2017, no one knew what is smart contract audit, and like starting with DeFi summer, the database of vulnerabilities is already very, very mature, and it's like not possible to do a flash loan attack anymore. Like everybody knows how to defend from it. So generally, it's becoming better, but the things that I highlighted, especially like with the security database of all the projects, is essential, because it's just we see that the biggest hacks are happening there. Let's just remember earlier hack, $200 million. Like the protocol was audited like 3 times with the top firms, and then they added a small stupid smart contract that upgraded one small feature, and that created the opportunity to drain all the funds.
Yeah, I feel like both like white hat hackers and black hat hackers kind of they change and improve the ways they operate. So they adapt to the situation, and I agree. Security is a topic worth studying, but it's obviously a huge topic to dive into. But we have 2 minutes. I wanted to ask quick questions, maybe 30 seconds each answer. So we ask 2 questions. First is, how do we boost Web3 in Ukraine? And the second one is, when do you think the bull market will start?
The bull market will start 3 months before halving, at least, maybe earlier. And the first question about, sorry?
Yeah, it's about Ukraine and crypto ecosystem here. What do you think we need to do to boost it here locally?
We need more offline events, that's for sure. And you're doing a great job, and I have my respect for you to bring Vitalik Buterin. Yeah, that's really big appreciation to you, to Incrypted team, what you're doing. But we need to promote working on crypto among young students.
Yeah.
And we need to hire young students. And we have internship programs at Hacken, and hopefully we can hire more and more young talents. And crypto is fun. Working in crypto is amazing. So I was working 8 years at Deloitte and 2 years for government, and I've never been such happy man working in crypto.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dima. It was great meeting you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thanks for being with us. So we'll have the next speaker joining us in a minute. We will have Anton Bukov, the co-founder of 1inch, with his next topic, introducing. So let's give it a go. Hello, Anton. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. Great to have you. You're the big friend of 1inch. Thanks for supporting us and overall the community in crypto.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for those who doesn't know, Anton is like one of the most OG people I personally know in the space, especially on the engineering side. If you would like to start maybe with like short intro about yourself and then dive into the topic, please.
Yeah, sure. I started my career as software engineer more than 20 years ago. For the first 10 years, I was working with C++, with like applications, like different ones, performance applications, network applications, cross-platform applications. Then I switched to iOS development for iPhones. It was a great period of my life, working with all these great Apple dev tools. And finally, in 2017, I discovered smart contracts and wrote my very first smart contract on Hackathon. And since that moment, I'm mostly focused on smart contracts and on different. I developed different protocols, different concepts. Yeah. In 2019, I with Sergey visited maybe more than 15 different hackathons, blockchain hackathons around the globe.
Nice.
And on one of them, we came up to idea of 1inch DEX aggregator, which allows users to find the best possible price on chain with just having everything hidden under the hood. So for users, it's just one transaction, but for us, for aggregator, it's like a whole life. We do like a really complex aggregation. Like sometimes if you swap USDT to Ether, for example, part of this USDT could be swapped to USDC, DAI, Rapid Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It could potentially touch a lot of different pools and minimize slippage. But sometimes it makes no sense. For example, if you swap a relatively small amount, relatively comparing to gas costs, transaction costs, I mean, it's like small amount on Ethereum is hundreds of bucks, probably 1,000. Small amount on Polygon is tens of bucks. And yeah, so the more you swap, the smaller are fees, the more it makes sense for aggregation. But even if we do not build a complex road for you and just use Uniswap version 2 pool, which is probably one of the cheapest protocols, it will be cheaper to use 1inch. Yeah, because we have more optimized router. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see, the evolution of 1inch, and now besides the core product, the DAX aggregator, you also have 1inch wallet and some like suite of products. If you'd like to quickly share about them as well, feel free.
Yeah, 1inch was renamed to 1inch Network, and we see it as a distributed network of decentralized protocols and other products as wallet, as limit order protocol, and as many other things. So we not are only focused on aggregation, we're trying to improve what we can't find in DeFi. So initially we built the product when we're not able to find anything similar in DeFi, and we built it for us. And that's probably the good reason to build a product, when you can't find something great and you try to build it on your own. And every time we see opportunity to build something exciting, like, for example, I'll today describe what happens in limit order protocol and why it makes a lot of sense for other entrepreneurs, developers to build on top of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. This protocol, for example, is MIT license. It's like a public good. It's have no any protocol fees.
Love it.
And the idea behind this to give a best possible service. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's dive into it without further ado. If you'd like to share the presentation, I can. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. I can share it with the file here. Okay.
Yep. All right.
Okay. So the core idea behind the presentation is to describe what is limit order protocol, 1inch limit order protocol, and what are important parts of it. And why I'm describing it now is that actually developers, entrepreneurs, or anyone, like any arbitrary guy on Hackathon, is able to build a great DeFi application which is not existing now, but it's possible without writing own smart contract, because writing smart contracts require auditing smart contracts, and that's like a lot of money and a lot of work. But some of the things could be built on top of existing protocols, and limit order protocol is a great example of it. It have like really cool technical features which are currently not widely used, but we will see what's possible to build on top of it. So first of all, this protocol is MIT licensed. This means that anyone can change it, use it for commercial use or non-commercial use, and it does not make any sense for us. So it's like a public good contribution. There is no any protocol fees, but if some developers want to build something on top of it, they can have their own implementation of transfers, and they could have own fees if they wish. But I believe it's not very competitive to have fees in protocols. So also ultimate gas efficiency. We built maybe already like 3-4 versions. I believe 4th version is going to be released, and in the very first version, we were already cheaper than any other competitor protocol. And with each next version, we push limits further. It's like we decrease gas costs like by tens of percentages. We contribute a lot to open source libraries like OpenZeppelin library. We contribute a lot to compiler by creating issues mostly. And yeah, that's like feature what we're like really care about, gas efficiency. And this protocol also have unique features. We will talk about them on the next slide. So you see them all. I'll try to explain each of them. For example, when I will use names like maker and taker. Maker is those one who created order, created digital signature, and placed this order somewhere off chain. And taker is those who decided to fill those order. So those who create order, maker, can set up pre and post interactions. This is calls which would happen during filling those order, before it will be filled, and after it will be filled, like before and after. So for example, you could have pre-interaction. For example, if you have smart contract which is have placing limit order, it can unwrap Aave either or Aave USDC from Aave as pre-interaction, sell it as USDC or either, and then wrap a result back or something. So it depends. I just covered the bottom one and the top one features here. So yeah, our limit order protocol for sure supports smart contracts. Smart contracts don't have private keys, but it's still possible to provide kind of smart contract signature. There is a special Ethereum improvement proposal for this. It's pretty old, so I assume that almost any protocol use it, almost. There is possibility for taker interaction. If when taker is filling order, it's possible to get maker assets. Then you will get a callback to do something with those money, and then limit order protocol will get your assets as a taker and forward it to maker. So you can make like arbitrage trade without having any own funds deposited. Just get funds from order, trade it somewhere, and finish those execution by approving these funds, and limit order protocol will take it. So for example, our recent feature, fusion mode, is extensively using these taker interactions. It fills multiple orders. We use it actually as reentrancy. So we start filling one order, we get a callback, we start filling another order, we get a callback, and this allows us to fill like 10 orders, multiple orders. We get all those funds from all those makers, and then we can interact with those funds, swap part of them, mutually fill them or something else, and then we just finish our interaction, and then taker to maker transfers happens. And this allows like a more gas efficient resolving. Yeah. Also, we have previously we called them token proxies, but now we call them plugins. This is a special thing which allows you to set up arbitrary execution for your transfers. So instead of putting token address and calling transfer from on it, you could put address of plugin, and when transfer from will be called, you can have arbitrary execution. For example, you could have NFT transfers, ERC1155 transfers, or you can have batch transfer, which execute multiple transfers. So you can create order to swap multiple tokens on multiple, one on multiple, multiple on one, or you could have potentially arbitrary behavior. And yeah, that's depends on what you want. And this is possible by just writing like 5-6 lines of code. You write separate smart contract with this transfer from method with additional arguments which you need, and you can do whatever you want as a software engineer, Solidity engineer. There is one more thing called dynamic prices. So it's not necessary to put exact amounts in order. They can be overridden by static call. So you could provide some data for static call within your order, and it will get priced dynamically. So you could have like auction, for example, Dutch auction, where price is moving each second or something like that. And there is a predicate. So whenever your order is being filled, your order can make a static call and check if it's possible currently to fill those order or not. So I have one more slide with examples of how this could be used. For example, I'll name what I have here and explain how it could be, which technical features could be used to achieve those behavior. For example, you could have Dutch auction. This is basically dynamic prices where price would be returned from other contract via view call, which will depend from time, for example. Price gets better for arbitrage trader within each second. This is, for example, what we did with fusion orders. Fusion orders is basically auctions where price improves for arbitrage traders within each second, and they compete with each other and they see opportunity and they fill you and you get the best possible price. For example, stop loss orders. It's order which is, for example, price of Ether is currently 1700 and you're gonna sell it if price will drop below 1500. So you could have this. If you would place this order now, arbitrage traders will fill it immediately. They are gonna buy Ether for 1500. Why not? It's a good price. But what you actually want, you could probably want to sell it at 1500 if price on Oracle is below than 1520, 1530 or something like that. And you can have it. You should just place a predicate where it's checking price on Oracle and comparing it with this 1520. And if this predicate returns true, this means that your order will be fillable only when your predicate will return true. Also, you can build trailing stop loss order. This usually means that if price drops fast, you will sell. So, or buy.
This is incredible.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, those kind of different orders are available on centralized exchanges, but no one saw them like widely popular on DEXs. But it's possible already to build those things. I mean, we use this protocol extensively. We build some UI for some use cases, but it's possible to build like arbitrary application with like a lot of different behaviors, like range of different limit orders. I believe people can come up to 5 different types of limit orders or something like that, and they could be done like in a completely decentralized way. So you can store those orders off chain on your own, or you can have peer-to-peer network. We are gonna have peer-to-peer network for storing and exchanging those orders. It's not yet ready, but we hope it will be finished. And yeah, it depends on you. You can store those orders on your own. You can share it with 1inch, or you can use P2P network to store it. Yeah. For example, range orders is also kind of new idea in DeFi. So someone could develop it to sell amount within some price range, not at specific price. For example, you're gonna sell either from 1800 till 2000. So whenever price will reach 1900, it will sell half of your order. So it's a pretty cool thing. Looks like liquidity position in Uniswap V2, but it will not buy back when price moves back, for example. So it depends on whatever you want. But you could have things similar to Uniswap V3 position if you will place 2 orders at the same price range, but for different directions. It's possible. And it's also possible to build custom trading strategies. So some smart contract could make some decisions based on oracles or based on anything else. And it can use this limit order protocol to place its orders. It would be much better and much safe for user funds. I mean, if someone like admin is managing smart contract fund, it's collective fund of its depositors, I believe the only safe way to trade those money which do not belong to those admin is not allowing him to trade directly via transaction, because he can use bad routing to sandwich those trades or something like that. But the best case would be probably placing auction. So if he's gonna trade like 20 millions of DAI for either, I don't know, if it's placing like auction which is improving its price from like super good price, which is no one offering currently, like market price plus 100%, it's pretty good price, and this price could drop within like 0.01% a second. It could drop back to 100% or 80%. It depends. I mean, this drop could take like few hours, but it will slow in every moment. It will lose only 1 bips per second. So it moves relatively slow, but it will achieve like half of the price relatively fast. It's like a matter of hours or something. And yeah, that's probably the way to trade kind of assets which do not belong to those who try to manage funds. Those things like AV and Compound, you can see it here. Liquidations on these platforms could be described as limit orders. They can be placed, but why liquidation is not happening? Because price is not good enough. So whenever price will be good enough for liquidation, it can be accessible, it can be wrapped with limit order protocol. But why? Why to wrap liquidations with limit order with order? Like why? Because it would give much better availability for liquidators. Being a liquidators would mean just being arbitrage trader who can track those orders. So, for example, if you're developing new platform like our Compound, like lending, money market, you could consider having those wrappers to make your liquidations more accessible, to make more people follow your liquidations, keeping track of it, because it's important. Or with this limit order protocol, it's possible to build like a number of different applications, ideas, and it makes like no sense to develop own version of this protocol. I mean, you can always get this source code modified if you need it and deploy it on your own, because MIT license allows this. But we try to include as many things as possible on technical layer. This allows to build a lot of different products, and I'm not sure if 1inch can build all of them. So I believe people could use it on hackathons, use it to build own startups, own projects, even if it's a small project, making, I don't know, like range orders. At some point in time, after 1 year, it could be a startup. So DeFi is a space of opportunities.
Yeah, I also fully agree about basically this building blocks and composability of this space. Yeah, it was incredible, Anton. Thank you. The thing that I also personally notice is we are, from the DeFi perspective, we become more and more proficient with the tools we have, and basically we sort of start competing at a high level with sexes, because most of the functionality that the average users have on sexes, I'm not mentioning like pro traders, but even for pro traders, there's some on-chain protocols in place, and OneInch is one of them. I wonder, from your perspective, what do you think, like what it takes the average users to basically perhaps switch from sexes to dexes and to DeFi? Because like those tools are there, right? And they're getting built, and OneInch is also pushing that, which I'm absolutely mind-blowing with the fact that you fully open sourced it, you fully support this space. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I believe from what we saw first, we see that volumes and number of trades on decentralized exchanges, they expanded dramatically on the previous bull run comparing to centralized exchanges. This means that share of volumes and activity within DeFi increased dramatically. So it was like probably few percentages. Now it's definitely like tens of percentages. And I believe in future it will become more and more stronger. So what makes people switch from centralized exchanges to decentralized ones? I believe it's lack of trust and transparency. When I see like when people use centralized exchanges, they're not sure what would happen to their funds tomorrow. I mean, everyone afraid to wake up tomorrow and see that their exchange is closed. They just can't open the website. They can't get access to their funds. And in best case scenario, they would have kind of liquidation of this exchange, and they will get share of their initial funds of their balance. But it's in the best case. In the worst case scenario, you will never get access to your funds, and you will get emails that sometimes.
And we see that happening. You know, we already saw it.
Yeah, it happened so many times to different exchanges. People try to believe that some of the hugest exchanges will not fail, but I believe everyone understands that it's not possible to guarantee. So the only way to be kind of solvent and have any guarantees that you are not hacked yet is transparency. But smart contracts is the best way for now to achieve this, to have transparent balances, transparent algorithm. And when people have their funds on their wallet, I don't use anymore non-custodian, I use self-custodian wording. It sounds much better. So people use self-custodian wallet, they use DEXs, they also check their proofs, they revoke their proofs, they change their wallets probably time to time. It depends on whatever you decide is secure for you. So they can have control of this. For example, if you have no proofs on your wallet and you're like created it in a reliable way, I mean, random generation was random enough, you could be sure that no one will steal your money without direct access to your private key. So people use hardware wallets to improve this. Different hardware wallets work differently. Some of them allow things which others don't allow. So it's complex question, but you can have kind of control and understanding what is happening to your funds and what are the dangers, threats. But if you're using centralized exchange, you are kind of open to anything what could happen to the market. And I believe more and more users will understand why DEXs are better, and they will switch to it. And that's what we see is already happening, the increasing share of DeFi usage. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think we are already at that stage where there's more than billions, in some cases trillions of assets being swapped and transferred in DeFi ecosystem. One thing I wanted to mention is this approach in Web2. They say like don't be evil, right? Like the Google had this motto, and in Web3 I think it was probably Chris Dixon or A16Z research paper. I really love this phrase. Like we move from like don't be evil to can't be evil in Web3. It's not like it's not about whether you would like to or not be evil. It's like by default you cannot be evil because the code, the math behind the technology we use dictates the rules that everyone can check because of the open source, being open source first nature. I wonder, Anton, if you have any kind of closing notes you would like to share with our listeners today, any like call to action, perhaps for the builders, for the users, feel free.
I have call to action for builders for sure.
Let's do
I
it.
consider myself as builder. I'm co-founder currently of the company who have more than 150 people. But the thing is, I'm proud that I'm still able to like dedicate most of my time to software engineering, to development of new blockchain protocols, to developing new versions of existing blockchain protocols. And that's how I came into DeFi, and that's what I can still afford to do for the most of my time. And I believe that there is I see that there is a number of opportunities, there is a number of possibilities to build new protocols, to build new approaches. Like I enumerated today like maybe 5-10 different ideas which are not yet there. There is no any mainstream solutions with those ideas, and all these things are potentially opportunities for software engineers to build, to become mainstream in this thing, like to become, for example, just a decentralized stop loss. So no one is offering this as a main feature of like separate product, but it's possible. And I believe on the next bull market, it could be like a separate startup. This idea is not small. It sounds like small, but it's not small, because like having this feature on any centralized exchange, like every centralized exchange have it, so it's not that huge. But having this as a separate startup, separate product on DeFi, it's much larger scale, because this opens this ability to potentially millions of users.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the most obvious ideas sometimes seems like too obvious to do that, but they might turn out to be one of the largest and most impactful. Before we wrap up, Anton, quick question, because you mentioned bull market. So in your opinion, when the bull market will start?
I will not give you financial advices for sure, but
of course.
The thing is, I believe that it's inevitable. So it does not matter what's happening on the market. It does not matter who is trying to make it like worse, so dump the market or pump the market. It makes no sense. In terms of cycles, I believe it would repeat few more times, at least maybe 2-3 times. And as someone said, bearish market, bullish development. So it's true. Developing in this year is much more comfortable than developing 2 years ago, because when you are in the bull market, you have so many news, like every day you have something new. You need to understand what's happening. You need to read it. It's about new protocols. It's about new approaches. It's about how things changing in DeFi. It's changing so fast on bull market. So it's almost impossible to dedicate like full time for development. And currently it's like everything is so calm. There are almost no news in DeFi. There are some news in crypto, but they actually makes no sense in terms of DeFi, and it's like a huge opportunity to have no any disturbing to build amazing things.
Absolutely.
So great time to start.
I think to sum it up, builders keep on building, no matter if bull or bear. Thank you so much, Anton. It was great having you today. And for those of you who would like to keep in touch with Anton, I think your socials, 1inch website, protocol, keep on building, and feel free to reach out. Thank you, Anton.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone. Great to be here. I'm CJ. Really happy to be streaming live from the Incrypted Kiev headquarters here in Unit City, which is really beating heart of tech ecosystem in Ukraine. Lots of fantastic things happening here. People turning up every day, full of energy to build incredible and innovative technology. And I'm really happy also to be joined today by Stefan. Really one of the thought leaders and drivers of the space for many years now, for such a long time, as co-founder of Gnosys ecosystem. So Stefan, incredibly happy to have you here. Hey, Stefan. So,
hey,
I mean, Stefan, you really need no introduction, at least for me personally, but maybe for people who are new to the space, who are listening today, maybe it would be great if you can just give a brief introduction and then get on with your talk today. But really happy to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for having me. So yeah, I'm Stefan Джордж. I'm one of the co-founders of Gnosys, and yeah, I personally have been building in the blockchain space for now a decade. So over 10 years ago, we started working on Bitcoin and built some of the first applications for Bitcoin. Then we discovered also Ethereum super early on, like 2014, when the white paper was published by Vitalik. And we saw the opportunity that we could rebuild what we built previously for Bitcoin on Ethereum, but more decentralized. We joined Consensus very early on. So we were like employee number 3 and 4 in Consensus. And we started the Gnosys journey as part of Consensus and building prediction markets. 2017, we did one of the first ICOs, spun off from Consensus to focus on prediction markets. But this was so early that a lot of tooling was missing, including, for example, a multi-signature wallet, which we built, which then later on turned into Safe. And we also realized that exchange infrastructure at that time did not exist, which we obviously needed to have a prediction market. So we built also the first AMM designs. And yeah, also already thought many years before the term MEV was coined, how to protect users from MEV, and all this research finally led to CowSwap, an exchange that was also incubated within Gnosys. And then about 2 years ago, we merged with the XDAI network. XDAI was was the first sidechain to Ethereum. And we rebranded XDAI to Gnosys Chain. changing the technological roadmap to actually follow Ethereum. So Gnosys Chain now is operated by the second largest beacon chain after Ethereum, and with the goal to make it a very decentralized network. So I would argue actually even today, Gnosys Chain is, after Bitcoin and Ethereum, probably the most decentralized network, just in terms of number of validators and node operators. And yeah, and now we try to combine again like the pieces that we built in the past. And one important piece is obviously the safe. And the safe is very important also for a topic that recently got a lot of attention, account abstraction. So also there, I would say, like, we actually have been working on account abstraction for like maybe 3-4 years. I remember I did a tweet like a couple of years ago where I tweeted, like, for the first time, it was possible to send an Ethereum transaction, but not paying with Ether, but instead paying with a token. And that was enabled through the safe. The term account abstraction didn't really exist at the time, but it's actually one of the features that is enabled through account abstraction. And yeah, today I want to talk about account abstraction, explain like what this term actually means and how we can enable it on blockchain today. And I think it's a very important topic, especially for improving user experience on blockchain, which I feel at this point is actually what we have to focus on. So I think a lot of research has been done for scalability. And I think right now, scalability is actually not our bottleneck. I feel our bottleneck is actually creating better user experiences and allowing more users to interact with what we've been building and creating new use cases that are more appealing for everyday users. So kind of going away from the pure speculative use case to something that is more important on a daily life basis. And with that being said, I'd like to start and explain to you what actually is account abstraction. And yeah, let's take a look. So on EVM networks, we have two different types of accounts. Externally owned accounts. Those are the accounts that all of us are using when we use MetaMask, for example. They compose of a private and public key pair. When we are sending a transaction, we are signing actually a transaction with a private key, which is then propagated through the network. The private key has very little state. So in case of Ethereum accounts, there's only like the Ether balance, for example, and the nonce, which makes sure that you cannot replay transactions. And yeah, with an EUA account, we can originate transactions on Ethereum. Contrary to this, there's a smart contract account or contract account, which is controlled by code. It can be triggered from EUA accounts, and it can actually execute code. The slide is wrong. And yeah, so now we have these two different types of accounts on Ethereum and any other EVM network. And now account abstraction, kind of the term already explains that it's about abstracting away from those two types of accounts. And that is the goal of account abstraction. And yeah, basically having only the concept of one account, which is merging those two concepts. So here I took a screenshot of the roadmap of Ethereum, according to Vitalik. It's kind of zoomed out a little bit, but we are effectively here on the upper left corner, the merge, and then it just continues down up to the very end of the roadmap. And we see that according to Vitalik, the end game of account abstraction is actually at a very late state. And this is because it's actually very difficult to accomplish account abstraction on the protocol level of Ethereum itself. It's not easy to do those migrations. There are actually other networks that have account abstraction enabled as part of their protocol, like, for example, Starknet. But this is only possible because they could redefine a protocol from scratch. Right? They did not have to migrate. And migration is usually what is really a pain. And yeah, so Vitalik kind of pushed this back into the distant future. And who knows if it actually will ever be part of Ethereum. We don't know at this point. But the great thing is that all the benefits that account abstraction can bring, we can actually enable today using regular smart contract accounts. And that is something I would like to explain to you now. So before we look into smart contract accounts, let's just recap of how we use dApps today. Or like what's the life cycle of an EUA account. So if you create an EUA account in, for example, MetaMask, you click on create account, you create effectively like a private key, which is stored. You have to do a backup of this like storing a seed phrase. Then you have to purchase Ether, or you have to somehow get Ether onto your account. Then you can actually send a transaction by signing a transaction, and you also have to sign the amount of gas you want to spend on this transaction to incentivize a miner or builder to include your transaction. Then you have to wait for the transaction to be mined, and it eventually fails for different reasons. And then you can eventually continue. So this is not a simple process, obviously. And I think this is kind of one of the main reasons why we have not been able to onboard a lot more users to our ecosystem. It's still pretty niche, and it requires actually quite some understanding for how blockchain in general works in order to even do a transaction.
So, Stefan, just to be clear, I definitely know like there are many groups like in this ecosystem that are talking about like protocol level account abstraction, or simply implementing it with smart contracts. So, what is the kind of stance that is taken by Gnosys Chain? Like, are you guys trying to implement it at the protocol level, or kind of just trying to remain like more equivalent to like Ethereum mainnet? Like, how are you guys actually approaching it?
Yeah, very good question. So Gnosys Chain is the most close network to Ethereum because we use exactly the same technology stack. Like no other network has this. And we see actually a big benefit in this because it's just not any other network comes close in terms of number of developers and researchers improving the network as Ethereum. So just to give an example, Ethereum is introducing proto-dank sharding. And this requires, for example, to have a beacon chain as your consensus layer. And other than Gnosys Chain, there's no other major network operating a beacon chain. So those upgrades, Polygon cannot do it, Binance Smart Chain cannot do it, we can do it. The downside of following Ethereum is that it's very hard to deviate from the roadmap. So for us, it's basically impossible to introduce changes on the core layer. However, we see the opportunity to implement innovations on the layer above. So right now, what we see is there's a lot of innovation happening on the transaction layer, on the relayer layer. Like we have flashbots, builders on Ethereum, and that's actually something where we can implement interesting changes. And so, for example, we're looking into allowing meta transactions to be propagated to those as well, which are inherent, like safe, like account abstracted transactions. So on this level, we can innovate, but on the core protocol layer, that is not feasible. That would push us back in terms of timelines very significantly. And I kind of agree with Vitalik, like it's actually implementing account abstraction on Ethereum is super, super hard. And so it's better to just focus on the layer above and make, like, of course, as us as an ecosystem, we have quite some, let's say or influence in terms of how dApps are using account abstraction. And that's ultimately also what I would like to get to is it's not only about like having a smart contract account in place, but it's also about making dApp developers aware of the possibilities of smart contract accounts. I'll get back to this later, but yeah, it just will make user experience for any dApp a lot better, but only if the dApp also acknowledges that there is a smart contract account. Cool. Going back to the presentation, so there are obvious like drawbacks of EUA accounts. Most of us, we are aware, like, if you lose access to the account, you lose access to everything. If someone is getting access to an account, they get access to everything. There's no control in terms of you can scope control for different applications. So it's either everything or nothing. And if we consider that we would actually like to have our identities attached to blockchain accounts, then this is obviously something that needs to be improved. And well, in the past, many have been victims to attacks such as phishing and other things where people lost basically access to everything. So now, how does it look like when we interact with a smart contract account? So the simplest interaction, and that's how most people are interacting with the safe multisig today, is you still have a user who has an EUA account with Ether, and they can send a transaction to the smart contract account. Let's say someone wants to execute a multi-signature transaction on Gnosys Safe today, then the Safe is a smart contract account, but you still interact with it like you would interact with Uniswap, for example. So you have an account with Ether, you send a transaction, you trigger a transaction from the Safe multisig. And well, that's obviously not a lot better than what we had before, but the Safe contract account, or like account abstracted accounts, they actually have other features which can make this much nicer. And one obvious one is actually using a relayer to transact. And what smart contract accounts enable you to do is to split the responsibility from defining what the transaction should do from the responsibility to actually mine this transaction and include this transaction into the blockchain itself. And this is possible via a concept that we call meta transactions. So a meta transaction defines what the user would like to do. Let's say user would like to do a trade on Uniswap. He can define this in a meta transaction, and then he can send this meta transaction to what we call a relayer. The relayer can wrap this meta transaction into a real Ethereum transaction and send it to a miner or block builder and make sure that this transaction is actually being included in the block. So the relayer takes the responsibility of pricing the transaction, making sure it's actually included. And because the smart contract account, we can even implement features, and the Safe has this also natively built in, to refund the relayer for his work. And the interesting thing is this refund can be done not only in Ether, it can be done in any other token. I mentioned this example, like I'm sending an Ethereum transaction, but I actually pay with USDC, for example. And that solves another big issue, right? Like today, if I would like to send someone money, let's say DAI or USDC, I need to have two currencies in my account because I always need Ether. With account abstraction, I actually don't. I can have only DAI in my account, and I can pay for the Ethereum transaction with DAI because I refund the relayer, the Ether that he is spending with DAI. So there's also other advantages in smart contract accounts which are related to security. Most obvious one is what we implement in the Safe multisig. It's a multi-signature wallet. You have more than one authentication required in order to send something. In the multi-signature use case, it's like a team where multiple people have to confirm, but this also applies to even individual wallets where we can implement multi-factor authentication. So let's say I would like to send a transaction, then there could be two signatures required in order to transact. One is given by me, but then the other would be given by a service that could, for example, validate that I'm not interacting with accounts that I should not interact with. I don't know, that they got hacked or whatever. And that makes sure that, well, I'm not losing funds. And of course, multi-factor authentication can come in many ways. Could be two wallets that you control. Actually, we like initially built a mobile wallet also for Safe, which, for example, had one key on your phone and another key on your computer, and you would need to confirm with both in order to do transaction. There's also other concepts possible. So many of us, like when we actually log into a Web2 service, we generate a session key, right? Like a session key is something that is temporary for one session in order to authenticate against a service, let's say Facebook, Google, or whatever. And so far, this was a concept only being used in Web2. Now we can actually transform this to Web3 as well. So what we can do is we can create temporary keys that allow you to use your account for a certain application in a certain scope without risking anything else in this account. And it can also increase user experience significantly because with those accounts, you can even give those accounts the possibility to sign on your behalf. So for example, if you're playing a game and the game does many interactions, you probably don't want to sign like a MetaMask pop-up every few seconds. You just want to play the game. And at the same time, if this account would get access to all your funds, then you would definitely not like to give this permission. But if you have a session key that scopes exactly on what you want to do for this specific application, then great, this works and combines the best of two worlds. And that's also something that we can do with smart contract accounts. There's also other advantages that I want to mention in terms of better user experience. And I already mentioned this, kind of abstracting the concept of fees and who's paying for fees. just to give like another example for this, you can actually have also other applications paying for fees, right? Like, so for example, for an application that is new, wants to attract users, now they can basically pay user fees on their behalf. And yeah, there are many concepts that are implementing this, many relayer services now implementing similar concepts like Gelato, for example, where an application can pay for user fees. There's also other ideas like user can himself have something that they call a gas tank, where like funds are stored, for example, on Gnosys Chain to pay for gas, but this gas tank can be used for any transaction on any network. So when I, for example, sign a transaction on Polygon, then the relayer can redeem those funds also on Gnosys Chain from the gas tank. That's useful because if you would have this logic always implemented on the same network where you do transactions, then potentially it's very expensive. Like, for example, if the gas tank would be on Ethereum, then this reimbursement transaction would actually become very costly because Ethereum is just the most expensive network to use.
Yeah, definitely. Stefan, this is incredible. So in that case, like a Gnosys Chain kind of contributors actually building like this relay network that kind of like any dApp can plug into?
Yes.
Or is there an expectation that kind of dApp developers should be building like relay networks?
No, we already have. I mean, we're happy to support anyone who wants to build relay networks, but specifically for Gnosys Chain, we have like a strong collaboration with Gelato. And Gelato has also a strong relationship with Safe. So we actually created the Safe SDK, which allows you to directly connect to the Gelato relay network and send transactions and create these gas tanks. So basically everything is in place for a dApp developer to connect to, and you don't have to think too much about how those systems actually work. You can just assume they're working. Cool. Yeah, so those are very important. This is kind of the same thing. We can skip this slide. But there's one other thing I would like to mention that is also very important, and that's kind of ties back to the question of how dApps should be re-engineered in order to benefit from smart contract accounts. So today, if you use an EOA account and you want to do any interaction on dApps, like let's say you want to do a trade on Uniswap, then in most cases you have to first approve a token, and then you can do the actual trade. So you have at least 2 transactions. And that's still like a very simple interaction. Can be much more complex. For example, if you want to create a CDP on Maker and withdraw a DAI from the CDP, last time I counted, this was involving, I think, 7 transactions at least. And the interactions are always the same as I showed at the beginning. You have to sign a transaction, you have to price a transaction, you have to wait for a transaction to be mined to then do the next step. And that's just not a great experience. And in Web 2, users are used to doing one click and then everything is executed. And yeah, now with the counter transaction, we can reassemble the same experience. So what we can do is we can use a concept called multi-call. It allows to send multiple transactions, like a sequence of transactions from one account at once. So within one block. And yeah, so that basically solves the problem. Like you can do like a dApp can, instead of having like triggering one transaction at a time, now it can just batch those transactions together, prompt the user once, user signs off once, and then everything's taken care of. And that's how we imagine the future of dApp interaction to look like. Again, it requires the user to have a smart contract account. The way how we would like to, dApp developers to use this is like, they should always assume a user has a safe account. And if they don't, they can create one on their behalf, which is owned by them. So they can build the app like assuming everyone actually has a safe account, which then allows a much better user experience. So kind of summing up, why is account abstraction important to onboard the next wave of users? There's mostly 2 things: security and user experience. And yeah, this is just listing all the different features. It's just still like the tip of the iceberg, we will see. But I feel like those are the most important in order to make onboarding a lot simpler and also just using blockchain a lot simpler. One topic I didn't talk about is transaction automation, actually. So what you can also do We kind of touched on this with the game experience, where you just want like transactions to be signed automatically because you have little risk. But you can also do other things. So for example, let's say you have a CDP open on Maker. You want to make sure the CDP is never underwater and that you are liquidated. And that's something now you can also build into smart contract accounts, just like building a module, what we call module, which can be plugged into your safe account, which can send a transaction on your behalf, like trustlessly. If a service, a third-party service, detects that your CDP is at risk of being liquidated, it can transact on your behalf, but only for the CDP to make sure that you're not liquidated. Those are like all the things that you can now do, smart contract accounts. And yeah, now I would like to explain you how this would actually work with the safe on a high level. So the safe as account abstraction. So the safe effectively is a smart contract account. And I think it's super relevant for the discussion of account abstraction. And this is simply relevant because it's the most trusted smart contract account today. It's kind of a graphic showing like most people associate the safe with the multi-signature use case simply because that's the most prominent application. And most people using the safe today that are aware of they are using the safe are using it as a multi-signature wallet. But that's literally just the tip of the iceberg. Everything that I just explained in my presentation can be accomplished with safe contracts. And yeah, for this kind of technology, it's very important to have something that's trustworthy and that also has a strong ecosystem. And that is definitely the case for the safe contract today. So we have already over 9 billion transactions that were like executed via safe contracts. Safe contracts are the default way of storing funds. Over $70 billion of funds are stored in safe contracts. It's a very trusted environment. And we also have simply a lot of users using safe contracts. Many of them are not aware they're using safe contracts. So for example, one prominent application that is using safe contracts for every user is WorldCoin. So every WorldCoin user is actually a safe account. And well, of course they don't know, but they are.
So this one is called safe abstraction, right?
Well, yeah, we can call it.
You're one step ahead.
Yeah. So we basically, I mean, obviously we've been working on this for a long time, again, before even the term was coined, account abstraction. And we see it as like, it basically has all the features you need. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, right now there are multiple different initiatives, specifically also this EIP 4337 that tries to establish account abstraction. For the most part, those concepts are actually complementary. We try to find a future path where those concepts can converge to the same future. But especially for 4337, the main problem they're actually trying to solve is the relay problem. So I mentioned the relayer before. The relay allows to send meta transactions. And the issue with meta transactions is, or this relayer is that, of course, right now it would be a pretty centralized service. You have like one centralized service where you can send transactions to, and then they're eventually included. And 4337 tries to build a decentralized relay network as part of their solution. So it's kind of complementary to what the safe contract allows you to do. To go ahead. Very rich ecosystem already building on safe accounts. Many are only aware of the multisig use case, but in fact, if you use any of those applications, you're actually also using a safe account. So it's just definitely the most dominant contract for this kind of application. We are working on, we recently released the first version of the Safe SDK, which is specifically targeting also account abstraction. And we build like different kits that allow you to do the different things that I mentioned before. What I did not mention is we also focus on on-ramp, so make it really easy to get users moving funds from fiat to crypto as well, and vice versa. So there we have some interesting integrations. We also specifically want to work on recovery. So I think recovery is still like an unsolved problem, actually, even though there are many ideas of how to solve it. Where smart contract accounts can be the future as well. And also a very important topic of smart contract accounts in general, it's also not a solved problem, it's actually multi-chain compatibility. So just to explain you what the issues are, like with an UA account, you assume always that you have the same address on every network. So no matter if you connect your MetaMask to Polygon, Ethereum, Gnosys Chain, Binance Smart Chain, you will always have the same account address. And that's not necessarily true for a smart contract account, simply the way how the EVM works. And also networks have small differences in how they're implementing it. You might not have the same address on every network. And that is, of course, a user experience concern that we still have to solve. And there are many ideas of how to solve it, but so far there's not a clear standard.
Yeah, Stefan, this has been incredibly insightful. Unfortunately, we'll need to stop here just because we're a little bit over time and the next speaker is in the waiting room. But thanks for such an incredibly insightful talk from Stefan. It's really great to see, like, first of all, like how instrumental Gnosys ecosystem has actually been in building the kind of core infrastructure that the space depends on, but then also how far ahead you guys, for example, with the safe implementation in terms of smart contract as like account abstraction and what that means for user experience and everything else. So yeah, thank you, Stefan, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
So next up, we have Ahmed, the General Counsel at NIM Technologies. He will share more about privacy, cryptography, and decentralization in the wartime. So very much looking forward to this one. Hey, Ahmed, how are you?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fantastic. It's great to see you. I would love to start by saying a huge thank you for everything that you and also the kind of wider NIM team as an organization are doing to really kind of fight for privacy and especially as a community kind of fight for Ukraine in the information space during the wartime. So yeah, I mean, feel free to introduce yourself and also NIM, and really looking forward to seeing the talk.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, CJ. So my name is Ahmad Gappour, and I am General Counsel at NIM Technologies. NIM is a Swiss privacy startup, and we've built a cryptographic network that keeps your network communications safe and secure, even from the most sophisticated adversary. And so my slides are up, I think. I want to, of course, thank the conference organizers and Incrypted for inviting me to speak and inviting me to speak about the importance of individual privacy in realizing a transparent society and the importance of cryptography in achieving the individual privacy that's necessary in a digital world. And of course, we'll relate this all back to wartime. But before we sort of move on, I just want to say that it's quite humbling to be speaking to a room full of Ukrainians and people in Ukraine about privacy and transparency in crypto. And it's a topic that I'm very passionate about, but really your struggle currently is one that I'm even more passionate about. So for the next few minutes, before having a quick demonstration of Telegram running on our network, I just want to set the backdrop. And I want to do that by defining some of the terms that I think will shape the presentation. And that's because the concepts of privacy and transparency sometimes feel a bit counterintuitive initially. So when we think about privacy, in the individual sense, we typically think about the control of information, the exclusion of others from accessing and controlling your information. And this is actually quite intuitive, right? We close our curtains, we close our doors, and we do so to keep out potential threat actors. The same, of course, goes for the government and government surveillance, right? And the same will apply in both digital and physical contexts. On the other hand, transparency in the organizational sense is typically will signify something that means openness to public scrutiny. And transparency then is often thought of as an antidote to hypocrisy, an antidote to corruption, and a solution in that a solution to corruption actually requires calling out the corruption and exposing it to the public. And because accountability that transparency facilitates, it's often thought of as the transparency is often thought of as the currency of trust in modern society. And so how do we build that trust, and why is privacy important to that? Privacy is important to realize a transparent society because no one should fear any form of retaliation for revealing government or corporate abuse, or just general abuse, right? No one should fear that retaliation, and a huge part of that retaliation has to do with the ability to track those that are revealing sort of damning information about those in power, governments in power, occupiers, and so on. And I think nothing really symbolizes that more than whistleblowers. And here we have a shot of my colleague, Chelsea Manning. Nothing sort of exemplifies that more than the documentation of police brutality. And privacy facilitates that documentation in a manner that will curb retaliation. And of course, nothing facilitates or exemplifies that more in this context and of particular relevance here in Ukraine than the collection of and documentation of war crimes, right? And so if you are documenting war crimes that are occurring in Ukraine, you will probably want to make sure that you're not going to be traced and hacked and then potentially killed, right? So it is a fact that we do, at least in the United States, we do kill people based on metadata through targeted killing. And without a doubt, I have no doubt that the Russians would and do the same, given the same capabilities. So how is it that we in crypto are trying to help realize a transparent society? And more to the point, what does crypto have to do with individual privacy, right? Well, the reason that crypto or cryptography is needed for individual privacy is because the internet is broken. And that is to say, the security of the networks that carry our communications, the internet, that's largely been ignored by cryptographers and security experts over the years. The focus has instead been on the content of messages, the content of data that's stored on our hard drives, on our phones, and so on. Importantly, just one moment. Now, of course, the security of the networks that carry our communications has largely been ignored. The focus has been on other sort of components, whether that's at the other layers of the communications stack. Over time, what has happened is that traffic analysis has become the sort of bread and butter of communications intelligence. Right? Rather than looking at the content of messages, it has become more important for governments and sophisticated adversaries to look at the metadata that's generated as we surf the internet, as we send our messages, and so on. And as a result, and perhaps due to a combination of these factors, the factors being, of course, the lack of attention on the network and the focused attention on content, no existing solution can defend against NSA, private companies, or cyber criminals with sophistication or with the sophisticated computation capabilities that rise to the level of a nation state, and increasingly that are not. Increasingly, that level of sophistication is not even required. So before the NIM network, there was no solution that was capable of defending against the NSA and private companies and so on. Indeed, even the technologies that offer what we would consider the gold standard in messaging and transactional communications, technologies like Signal or technologies like shielded Zcash, even those technologies, even those protocols, the protocols that underlie those technologies, even they will leak metadata at the network level, and that metadata can then be used to identify really important information, such as who the sender was, where they were located, the time it was sent, or the intended recipient. And of course, this creates pretty big problems for us. So in general, the greater number of messages that are observed, right, the greater the information that can be inferred. And actually, I should add just one more point here. Metadata or traffic analysis can be performed even when the content of the messages are encrypted, right? So if you're using SSL or any other layers of the communication stack that are protecting you, right, it is probably the fact or probably the case that you're leaking metadata irrespective of using those privacy-preserving technologies. On top of that metadata that's being leaked, of course, governments are collecting or adversaries are collecting that data and running analytics on top of them. They're capable of intercepting communications that are encrypted, running big data on them, and generating potentially very high value intelligence. The slide that I've shown here is basically something that I did up shortly after the Snowden revelations, just to demonstrate how a state might be able to collect information using both means that are jurisdictional, like from their ISPs, the ISPs that are located within the state or upon which they can assert jurisdiction, and also using other mechanisms such as tapping the internet backbone or hacking foreign service providers and so on. The bottom line here is that metadata is everywhere. Every one of these lines that you see going down contain some form of metadata, and even if the communications are, the content of communications and data are encrypted, that metadata typically is not, and that is crucial and essential to intelligence gathering and analysis. Of course, because the greater the number of messages that are collected, or at least because it's the belief that the greater number of messages that are collected generate better analysis and better sort of results. That is why the countries and adversaries are sort of incentivized to collect all the information. Now let's talk about the solution that we've got here at NIM. At its base, our solution is a decentralized, incentivized mixnet with private credentials. The core of this technology is the NIM mixnet, and the NIM mixnet takes data from ordinary users, mixes it together using encryption to make everything look identical. In doing so, it protects people watching the network, along with the metadata surveillance and any sort of IP tracing that might occur. The NIM network is scalable, it's latency tunable, and it applies to any messaging communication and not just those on decentralized applications and not just those that are financial in nature. Again, our network it does not discriminate in terms of the content of messaging or transactions that are encrypted. Basically, it applies to all messaging traffic, much like the Tor network. And the combination of 4 features in the NIM mixnet make it like no other privacy network known at this time. The first is that traffic that enters the mixed network, the mixnet, is routed through multiple nodes to unlink the origin and destination of the transaction. This is very much like Tor. The second feature is cover traffic. The NIM network provides analysis by adding dummy traffic, it evades analysis by providing dummy traffic in a manner that actually makes it impossible to trace back the origin of communications by using timing or volume correlations. And I'll show that to you just in a moment on a really cool slide. The third feature is timing obfuscation. Packets leaving the network do not match in timing in terms of when compared to packets that enter the network. And then finally, it is horizontally scalable. Unlike blockchains, the mixnet itself can expand to allow for more traffic, just like our World Wide Web. Now, here is a slide that shows a quick comparison with centralized VPNs and a quick comparison with the Tor network, right? And so looking at the first row, we see that VPNs try to solve the problem of traffic analysis by creating a point-to-point tunnel that encrypts the person's personal data and masks your IP address. But the issue with VPNs, of course, is that they are centralized. Centralized VPNs require users to put a great deal of trust into a third party. To do this, to put that trust, knowing full well that even the most reputable and reliable centralized VPN providers can be vulnerable to hacks, exploitation, or government interference in the form of compelled assistance or subpoena-like legal devices, right? So that's the VPN. For a VPN, you're basically moving your trust to a centralized entity, which is the VPN provider, often a provider which you have no real background information and that has pretty opaque type policies and other sort of issues. Now, on the second row, we have the Tor network. The Tor network tries to solve the problem of traffic analysis by sending messages through a number of decentralized nodes, right? So here in Tor, we've got decentralized nodes, the 3 hops, right? And while Tor encrypts user IP information, the protocol itself doesn't hide other metadata that can be discovered by looking at the timing and the volume of the packets leaving the network. Now, just to kind of step back, what do I mean by metadata? I mean data about the data, right? And there is data about the data in the form of, well, what is the timing of these packets coming out of here, right? The timing of these packets, that's metadata, right? And the volume of these packets is also metadata. And because Tor does not obscure that metadata, it is subject to an attack that essentially de-anonymizes the communication by doing correlative analytics between the volume and timing patterns of packets going into the network, packets going out of the network. Of course, you don't have to capture all the packets going in and out of the network, just a small portion of them in order to have significant or mathematically significant capabilities of identifying the source and destination communications, right? And so this renders the Tor protocol vulnerable to adversaries with access to tech and computational resources that, frankly, are no longer the exclusive domain of superpowers like the United States. What I mean by that is that the ability to conduct tracing on the and even sophisticated networks like the Tor network are increasingly being able to be run, or able to be the tracing is able to be run by states that are not as sophisticated as the United States, and even corporations like a Facebook or like a Cisco certainly have enough resources and power to trace communications, and of course Russia. A key actor in this space, right? So let's look at the NIM network on the third row, and I'm very conscious that I have 8 minutes left. But the NIM network mixes traffic through multiple nodes, much like the Tor network. The network also adds that cover traffic, the dummy traffic that I was just talking about, and it shuffles the packets in a manner that obfuscates both the timing and the volume of the packets leaving the network. What this means is that the packets leave anonymized, looking exactly the same, right, and with the same exact timing. And as a result, that renders that outgoing traffic theoretically untraceable. Right. So my next slide is a deep dive into the mixnet. And here I'm actually, given the time, just going to skip through this. We have a user out here. We've got the packets that you are meant to send out into the world. Then you have a local client that essentially changes those packets into Sphinx packets. What are Sphinx packets? They're all the same size. And they're being sent now to the internet. They get sent out into the mixnet. They go through multiple hops where the cover traffic is added. And now we've got, obviously, timing obfuscation from the mixnet as well. And the packets leave the mixnet anonymized, essentially the same size and with uniform timing. And this then goes to your apps and services and your friends and so on. Now, it's important to realize, of course, that the NIM network is just one layer of the privacy stack. It's the network layer of the privacy stack. And that's why we have introduced as well NIM credentials, ZK NIMs, essentially privacy preserving credentialing technology that I don't believe I'll have time to get into in the next 6 minutes if I want to show my demo. So we will move on. Next, I'd like to demonstrate for you the NIM Connect app. Essentially, the NIM Connect app allows different apps to sit on top of, it's essentially a client called NIM Connect, and it allows various apps to sit on top of it. And what it does, if we go back a couple slides, is it will take those, it will take your standard UDP or TCP IP packets, and it will then change them or formulate them into Sphinx packets for distribution into the mixnet. Right now, and going back here, and so you have an application like Telegram, and that sits on top of the NIM Connect. We've also got Keybase and Electrum Wallet as apps that are, have been tested and released as working with NIM Connect. Why Telegram? Well, frankly, because we're trying to meet the Web3 community where they're at, right? And frankly, the Web3 community uses Telegram more than any other messaging application, and that's why it's running over the NIM Connect on our at this time, right? Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate a very cool demo prepared by some of our community members. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to, so this is a demo of connecting to the mixnet on Telegram and how to set up Telegram to run on the mixnet. If you want to view this demo at home, I've provided a QR code that you are welcome to follow just here. And hopefully the sound comes through. Let's do this.
This is a demo on how to configure Telegram and NIM Connect. After you have downloaded and installed NIM Connect, open the app and click on Connect. The host and port will now be displayed. After that, open your Telegram app, go to your settings, data and storage, and use proxy. Then, select SOCKS 5 and make sure the port details are the same as those generated by NIM Connect. Save the proxy settings in Telegram, and you're now privacy enhanced on the mixnet.
So guys, just as a quick sort of note on that, I ran this demo at I think half time or 3/4 time, which means that you can set up NIM Connect and Telegram, or you can set up your Telegram to run on NIM Connect in probably less than 30 seconds if it's already downloaded. It would be terrific if we got some testers out there at the conference. And frankly, you'll be testing NIM Connect, but at the same time, you'll be evading government surveillance, which it's a twofer out here, right? Just one more moment. Importantly, again, I want to emphasize that the NIM network is just one layer of the communication stack. It's a very critical layer. It's a very neglected layer historically, but you need to be sure that all other layers of the communication stack are also secure. And in closing, also, I want to emphasize that the existence of a hot battlefield and an illegal occupation, which is the current state right now in the Ukraine, frankly, only amplifies the need for our network communications, or amplifies the reality that our network communications are exposed, and really, really underscores the risk of surveillance, the risk of censorship, and the risk of manipulation of information, particularly by sophisticated adversaries. And whether that adversary is an industrial competitor, whether it is a corporation, whether it's a country that holds itself out as being democratic, or the exact opposite, the reality is that we have to protect our network communications in order to exercise or in order to fulfill a transparent society here and now.
That's great. That's great, Ahmed. Thanks for such a fantastic talk. I mean, maybe just one question, just really quickly, because I know we're running out of time. I'm super curious how this kind of stack can be useful when it comes to like documenting war crimes, especially if we consider that like evidence of war crimes being publicly persistent immediately might not be a good thing. Like we've seen, for example, like Russia, like realigning their missiles based on social media posts. So I'm curious, does like encryption also play a role in that?
Yeah, so I think that whether encryption plays a role in that, well, like, so just two parts to that answer, right? So let me go kind of backwards. The first part is the use of Russia's use of public source or public source intelligence or open source intelligence to change their military tactical strategy, etc. Right? My gut feeling is that those people that are actually putting out that information and where the information is actually aiding the Russians, I'm not entirely sure what their threat model is, like what they are worried about, right? So let's say I'm going to be the guy that's trying to, disclose information for the oppressor occupier to kill and further the genocide that's happening in Ukraine, right? Okay, well, I've gone ahead and done that, right? Are we saying that, the existence of privacy preserving technologies are going to help me do that? Well, if that's the case, then the question is, well, what am I worried about right now? Now, flip it, and if I'm your standard Ukrainian or Ukrainian ally out there in the world, trying to either rectify, misinformation misinformation campaigns that are propagated by the Russian government, or even trying to establish fact out there, or even trying to document the war crimes that are happening today in Ukraine, right? I would imagine that my threat model is a little different, right? Because my adversary is a relatively sophisticated state that has no qualms about tracing me for the rest of my life and then getting the revenge over the next 30 years, right? God knows. So you don't want to be in that database if you're the ally of Ukraine that's documenting war crimes, but you have access to that information, you have access to the truth, and so on, right? So what you can do, and this is actually something that we were worked on together in a way, CJ, is we had a project at the Kiev Tech Summit last year. It was a hackathon project. And the idea was, it was called a non-drop. And the idea was to run an app on top of the NIM network and using Filecoin, actually IPFS, where NIM provided the anonymity for individuals that wanted to document and upload evidence of war crimes. IPFS provided the sort of permanence of storing that, right? And in the middle, you need this one layer of image provenance, right? Image provenance essentially is what tells you whether or not that image is authentic, whether the person that took that photo took it at the time, staying in the location they were, and so on, right? There are some open source libraries, open source tools. I think Adobe has probably the most prominent one that's used by journalists and others. And I know that, big shout out to Starling Lab over at Stanford that's working with Ukraine DAO. Big shout out to Ukraine DAO as well to document the existence of war crimes and to provide. I know they're doing some really excellent work on the image provenance end of that. So what they're trying to do is make sure that the courts will accept that authenticated information so they can actually try Russian war criminals. I'm very sorry for that long answer.
No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Ahmed, for such great insights. Pleasure to see you and hear from you as always. So yeah, thank you and have a great rest of the day.
Hopefully next time in person. See you later.
Let's do it. All right. So everyone, we're going to take just a short 30-second break and we'll be back with more exciting talks. So don't go anywhere just yet.
Hello, everyone. Nice to hear again. Nice to see you again. It's me. I'm coming back. And the next speaker will be our colleagues from Cointelegraph. It will be Cristina Lukreция, editor-in-chief in Cointelegraph. Please welcome Cristina. Hello, Cristina.
Hello, the Incrypted Conference, all the amazing people who are watching us today. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. First of all, for supporting our conference, for press release. It's very important for us. And it's very interesting for me to speak with you in person because we're some kind of colleagues and we can find mutual questions which are interesting for both of us. And I would like to talk about the role of the media in boosting Web3 because we're different countries, Ukraine and US, but we also want to boost Web3 in Ukraine. And we want to understand how media can help with that. Can you?
Thank you very much for this question. I just a little correction. I'm personally not based in the US, and we as Cointelegraph are a decentralized media. So we are based in over 30 countries, and I have colleagues now who are with you in Kiev as well. So I'm really happy that we have this presence because, in my opinion, this reflects also the role of media that is constantly changing through years. Journalism is one of the oldest professions, but at the same time is one of the most innovative because it has to adapt to the realities. And being decentralized is an opportunity not only obviously to get scoops from all over the world. Now that we have internet, those scoops mainly come from the web. But this is an opportunity to look at the reality through the eyes of different realities, different people. And this is very important. So I think based on this, the media role in the current boosting of the Web3 technology, blockchain, and everything that comes with new vision of how we want to enable our economy and all the daily life parts of the life that is related to economy, the importance of media is sort of a neutral judge, judge maybe not a good word, neutral educator. So in the world where we have so much information that we are overwhelmed with, if before media's role was rather to bring this information to people, because you wouldn't find this information without any media. I think someone from the Washington Post in like 60s said that journalism is the first rough draft of the history. It's not anymore like this, obviously, because you can find whatever you want on the internet, but media plays this role of bringing a neutral and non-biased view of what's going on. So it's sort of a summarizing, following up of any piece of information that you can find around in order to have a more clear directions in how to approach it. Then obviously no journalism is a panacea for getting educated. So I always encourage people to read as many sources as possible, to make their own researches, and know that journalists also, even though they try always not to be biased, there is some internal biases that bring maybe some angles and conceal some other angles just because we want to push forward something that is important for us. So the more sources you get, the bigger picture you get in order to make your own research. I think it was your colleague from the previous talk that had this, not a financial advice on his t-shirt. Yes, no media is an advice. Media is an opportunity to get information and to get some ideas of where to find this information.
Yeah, Konstantin, I absolutely agree with you about neutral education, because crypto and blockchain has a bad reputation because of a lack of a good and neutral information, because a lot of scammers and other not very good guys, they are very active. They sell their ads and so on and so forth, and people eat it because it's very easy to eat some information that you can pay $100 and get $1,000. It's easy to use, but our role is to bring neutral information, and the more people understand it's not just scam, it's it's a huge industry with its projects, and it's not only trading, it's developers, it's marketers, it's everyone. So the first role is neutral in education. I will use these words. Thank you. Like neutral education, it's very cool. And the second question is, it's very interesting to hear it from you, because you're decentralized media and you're in 30 more countries, 30 plus countries. So I'm going to ask you about the regulation, because it's very important for boosting Web3 in any country. So maybe you have some ideas. So where's better, where's not so good, and what it's gonna be like regulation, the good regulation for crypto?
Oh la la, this is a tricky question, obviously. I think that the best of any development, including in regulation, lies in dialogue. And I think in our industry, there is a part of us who think a bit into extreme terms, that we do not need any regulation, that we do not need to talk to regulators because they do not understand us. And well, partly this is true. But in my opinion, this is actually the reason why we have to talk to regulators. The only way to get proper, thoughtful, and boosting regulations is actually to be part of the discussions on regulations. That's why we at Cointelegraph try to get in touch with all the events related to regulators and all those decision makers who obviously are part of the old world, but at the same time, they are also the ones who will be part of the new world. So I think the most progressive regulations are actually happening in those countries that enable this dialogue between innovators, startups, lobbyists for new technology, journalists, and regulators, and bring everyone on the same table. Thus, I can call some countries like Emirates, for example, that have some amazing internal system where everyone is collaborating and bringing on the table the results of their work. So the police, for example, is working with regulators in developing new laws, because they have cases of digital assets crimes that they can talk about as someone who knows about it, not just talking about some crimes that can happen and then can I mention and compare Binance and FTX without
and Terra and so on and so forth,
without treating them the same manner. So I think this is a much more wise approach, and we can see it in some of European countries as well. I can see it in Ukraine, and I think that what Ukraine has been doing recently is really amazing, and even more amazing in the view of what's going on in the country. But the government is very open to discussions and acknowledges the importance of the new tech for the future of the country.
Yeah, we also trying to host this dialogue because tomorrow on our offline meetup we will have the guys from government, from National Bank, from Ministry of Digital Transformation, from Ukrainian CSEC, like SEC, I don't know how to call it. So they will talk about regulation. There will be a Q&A session with community. So I totally agree with you that dialogue is better than you not taking part in it and then say, I don't like it. It's like elections. You don't go to elections and think, I don't like this
I like
candidate.
this comparison so much. This is amazing. Yeah.
When people just sit at home and someone will elect for me and then I don't like this president. It's your choice not to make a choice, you know. Thank you so much. I guess we had only 15 minutes, right?
Well, it went as usual as 2 minutes. Thank you so much. It was really an exciting discussion. And to everyone who is watching or who will be watching, I'm available on Twitter or LinkedIn, and happy to answer any questions, and always happy to discuss the future of crypto and the future of media.
You're so welcome in Ukraine. I hope that someday we will meet in person.
Me too.
Because
Thank you so much.
we're waiting for you, and we'll be happy to host you offline. It was very interesting 15 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. Bye-bye. It was Christina, the editor-in-chief in Cointelegraph. It was very interesting speech, dialogue, and we are moving forward. And the next speaker is Nihil Raguvira, is the head of strategy and innovation in CELO. Please welcome. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thanks so much for having me, and I'm sure
it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. You're so welcome in Ukraine in online format, and hopefully you will be also visiting Ukraine in offline format after we'll finish all this stuff happening in Ukraine. So introduce yourself a bit, and I'll turn on your presentation.
Great. So I'm Nihil, head of strategy and innovation at the CELO Foundation. Essentially, I function as our head of ecosystem or Web3 ecosystem, and I work across our entire ecosystem, supporting projects on their launches, building out new use cases on the CELO blockchain, and essentially kind of supporting the ecosystem on their journey. For context, CELO is a mobile-first layer 1 blockchain that's EVM compatible. our entire focus is on how do we build a regenerative economy. And so this includes, things such as climate finance, social impact use cases, and real world use cases. And so that's basically what Celo is, but I'll go into it further in my presentation as well, and open to any questions or comments that people have as well. So looking forward to this.
Okay, you're welcome. The audience is yours.
Amazing. So what I'll talk about today is building a regenerative economy with blockchain technology. So what does a regenerative economy mean, and how can a blockchain technology essentially facilitate the development of that, both from a technical layer as well as a social layer? So the way we see this is that Web3 is a mass coordination tool for solving the world's most pressing problems. That's something that Web3 technology and blockchain technology that underlies it to be particularly effective at doing. And so for an example here is the Unchained Fund, which was used to pull together funds for Ukraine, actually, basically last year. And then similarly, you have groups like Redemption DAO, which was also predicated off of, inspired by Ukraine DAO. But in this case, it was how do you galvanize funds and action and narrative change for climate action, specifically when it was related to the Congo and forest land there. So when we say, okay, great, you have this opportunity for mass consensus prompts to build a regenerative economy, what does that mean? The way we frame it is that a regenerative economy is promoting a healthy planet, addressing social and wealth inequality, encouraging and fostering shared value, and empowering people and communities to thrive. It's kind of pulling together those four facets and how you can build out solutions to actually help make that possible. To start, the way that we've approached this is cultivating an ecosystem for a regenerative economic system. So how do we bring together key people and organizations and users to essentially galvanize it and actually say, we're going to build this all together? Obviously, from a blockchain standpoint, it's not that it's any one centralized group, but rather it's bringing together people from all around the world with different facets and different components for all of this. So the way we approached it was you have to start with some type of technology stack. And in our case, it was a proof of stake EVM chain. The emphasis here was, it was forking Ethereum, but then making tweaks to it and changing it for a few key pieces. One was at that time being proof of stake, given the nature for climate. But then also thinking about if you're trying to have it easy for everyday users, having it so that you have 5-second finality, having something that's very low fee, to make all of this possible. And I'll go into a little bit more detail later on in terms of what are some of the core infrastructure pieces for that, and what were the use cases we were really thinking about. But it's starting, for when we think about bringing together and creating an ecosystem, it's having a blockchain that essentially facilitates that. From there, it's innovating with inflation. So when we think of our epoch rewards for the actual token supply, you're rewarding, of course, your stakers. That's standard, as well as validators. But there were a few additional components here. One was epoch rewards and transaction fees going towards a community fund that's governed by the ecosystem. So it's not something that's governed by the Celo Foundation, but how do you have it so that people who are part of that ecosystem have access to funds that they can direct and use? So this could be for something like community funds for grants for projects that are building. It could be research grants. It could be to build community in different parts of places. It could be to create DAOs. We've had a few different DAOs that have been created specifically for community funds, or utilizing community funds. Then you have what was a carbon offset fund. This was the first governance proposal that was passed by the Celo ecosystem when the Celo blockchain went live. The carbon offset fund was basically a question of how can we, at a blockchain level, essentially make sure that our blockchain is carbon neutral or even carbon negative. In that case, it's not something that's necessarily managed by multi-sig or something like that, but from a governance standpoint, how can you have it so that epoch rewards are directly sent to what is a separate fund that's utilized for climate action? And in our case, early on in 2020, when we first launched it, it was a offsetting for the entire ecosystem through REN. For those of you who don't know, REN is essentially an off-chain provider for carbon offsets. And what Ren did was they basically created a wallet on chain, and a certain portion of epoch rewards were sent to that Ren wallet, and then Ren off chain would do whatever specific offsets based off of kind of the standards and methodologies that they were using. That was in 2020. And if you can, as we look to continue build out a kind of how we thought about from a regenerative ecosystem, it was also honing in further on climate use cases and actually scaling that. And so I'd mentioned earlier this community fund that the ecosystem governs. In this case, the next one was launching the Climate Collective, which is essentially a group of consortium of organizations and stakeholders, all who are looking at building kind of climate action solutions on Web3 technology. And so these are things such as carbon credit assets, project financing for renewable energy, research, digital measurement reporting and verification for different climate assets. But the key piece here being, again, it was an ecosystem of people who are coming together around a technology structure. And then again, then it's taking it from there. So from a climate action standpoint, for the Celo blockchain, offsets were being done through the Carbon Offset Fund through Ren, which is off-chain. The question then is can you also start looking at utilizing on-chain assets? And I would say, of course, I don't think most of the on-chain assets are super high quality, which of course is something to consider. And so it was, how can you bring together a group to essentially start thinking about, hey, we can start doing a small portion of the overall blockchain's carbon offsets on chain. The rest of it is you're still more than covering it with off-chain components, but then if you can start incorporating the small on-chain. And so in this case, it was how do you have, working with a group like the Rocky Mountain Institute for a framework, and then from there, a few set of individuals who are managing a multi-sig to just do that specific action for on-chain offsets, because that requires a bit of a manual process. That being said, that's going to change in the next few months, where even you get rid of the multi-sig members. And again, it's just fully automated because you have a few key protocols that facilitate the whole thing. So again, it's from there, but it's bringing in relevant people. So Climate Collective, Mercy Core Ventures, Spirals, which is a project that came about through support from the Climate Collective. So it's always, how do you continue creating an ecosystem around it? And then most recently, again, when we think of a blockchain, it's how do we kind of continue that in terms of having overall governance and consensus around it. So right now, that Carbon Offset Fund, you have epoch rewards. The next thing was launching Ultra Green Money, which is essentially how you could have at the native level, even the transaction fees, some of it going into carbon offsets and climate action. And what specific assets that are used for climate action, whether that's carbon offsets or funding to different sources, that's determined by the ecosystem. The ecosystem says, hey, we think that this is what we should fund. It's not determined by the multi-sig. It's not determined by the Celo Foundation, but it's actually utilizing a blockchain at the very base layer for at least one form of consensus of, hey, this is where funding should go for climate action based on the epoch rewards that the Celo ecosystem essentially governs. And so recently we launched Ultra Green Money, which is a play on ultrasound money on Ethereum, but with a slight twist. The first one is that you still have, your epoch rewards, but then for transaction fees, a certain portion of it is basically burned, and another portion of it is essentially sent to the Carbon Offset Fund. So if in every transaction, some portion of Celo that's paid, that's usually paid, goes to a Carbon Offset Fund. And then here, if you look on the right, that Carbon Offset Fund is currently managed by a multi-sig simply on behalf of the ecosystem, where the ecosystem says, hey, we want you to right now do 80% of your offset with Ren, 20% of it by purchasing and retiring Toucan. Later on, we'll look at something like Senkin, which will automate that. So you completely get rid of that Carbon Offset Fund multi-sig. And then instead, you just have the ecosystem saying, we want it to go here, we want it to go here, and they vote in governance, and it essentially does a smart contract execution for that. So I talked about there of how, from a blockchain standpoint, it can be used to kind of build consensus and create ecosystems. But then similarly, it's, of course, building a blockchain that's designed for solving those real-world problems. If you don't have that, it becomes very difficult. And so the real problems we were looking at, and our ecosystem has been looking at, is early on, it started out with things such as humanitarian aid and payments. As we saw the kind of development of DeFi and NFTs, it was looking at real world lending and climate finance. And then more recently, we've started seeing a number of utility NFTs and things such as customer loyalty by enterprises as a way to also kind of galvanize their customers around like planet positive behavior. In the first case, it started with having a mobile first EVM chain. I'm sure many of you would know what that would mean. Of course, having kind of an ecosystem of mobile dApps. It's basically, can you design a blockchain that operates well for phones? And phones, not just your latest iPhone or your latest Samsung, your Android phone, but one that is able to operate even in low bandwidth or with older phones. And so for that, it was using zero knowledge proofs and zero knowledge technology to essentially make that possible. For our case, the technology is called Plumo. And then it's having stable value currencies that can actually be used to pay for gas. So at the very beginning for the Celo blockchain, it was not that only your native token can be used to pay for gas. The stable coins on Celo could also be used to pay for gas. That's particularly crucial from a payment standpoint, or a lot of the use cases we focus on in emerging markets. And when we say a mobile first approach, it's also the ability to send currency to phone numbers. And so, for example, if I'm to send someone money, I could have their account address. I could also just have their phone number. And so I simply have to type in their phone number, and that will send the money over to them. And if they don't have an account address, if they don't have a wallet yet, they'll receive a text message with that money in escrow. And then when they create their account, that money will then transfer. On Celo, in this case, the way we make that possible from a phone number system is a decentralized mapping between phone numbers and account addresses. So it's rather than having a centralized group hold that, you can actually have a mapping system that's decentralized, which is much more secure. But this is really important from a usability standpoint, because sending money just by an account address isn't always something that's very feasible or easy to understand, especially when their kind of account addresses are very long. And we have identity protocols that have made that easier. But even then, can you send it to a phone number for something that just so much of us have grown up using? And then the other really crucial component is on and off ramps. If you're forced to sit only in crypto world, it's very difficult to kind of hit everyday use cases. So we've spent a lot of time investing in having on and off ramps around the world and having multiple sources. So it's not just your kind of tier one global partners such as like MoonPay or Ramp, which of course that's important, but even having local on and off ramps that can oftentimes offer lower fees, might actually be a bit more effective and have fewer bugs in different parts of the world, such as especially when you're trying to integrate your identity, and even kind of speed, so speed to response and customer service. Some of them will also allow it so that they'll partner with mobile money solutions, so that you're not necessarily off ramping into a smartphone. You can even off ramp into a feature phone, so a phone with just text messaging. So in that case, then it's looking at what are like some of the major projects that are actually utilizing that technology for saying, hey, we can actually build something new. And when we think about tackling mass coordination problems, different projects are doing that and kind of building around that. So a few crucial ones that are doing really cool work. There's many more as well, but a few that I can share here on this structure is Good Dollar, which has about 90,000 recipients of universal basic income. So it's a decentralized protocol that's essentially doing that. And then they're partnering with different protocols to offer additional solutions, such as savings, like a savings app, for example. Then Gainforest is creating employment opportunities for measurement, reporting, and verification of climate assets. So an example is we did a project with them in the Philippines where they have people who are going out and collecting mangrove reforestation data. That data is fed into carbon credit issuers and other groups in other parts of the world. But in this case, the Gainforest and crypto is essentially facilitating the payments through stablecoin. It's instantaneous. It's really fast. It's delivered on a mobile network essentially, and so that's quite powerful from an employment standpoint. And so Gainforest is continuing to do that with other blockchains as well, but they're thinking about how can we make the flow of money easier. Another project we did was with Mercy Corps, Cinch, and Kotani Pay. In this case, what Cinch is doing, it's an agriculture company in rural Kenya, and they wanted to make DeFi lending easier for their employees, and basically like not over collateralized, but under collateralized lending, because farmers in their network don't have access to traditional financial institutions. There's a rural part, there isn't much, and any financial institution that might be there has very high interest rate. Like that would be something that's 30 to 40% just to borrow. So it's quite expensive. And so what we did with them is have it so that the employer is able to back their loans, back the employee's loans. And then from there, the employee kind of requests a loan, they get it, and it's deposited into their feature phone. It's not on their smartphone. And so when we were doing this, it was raining outside and I couldn't even access the internet from my phone because there was no data, but text messaging of course works. So the farmers would send text message. The text message would go and essentially ping the Celo blockchain. And from there, that loan would then be sent over to them through M-Pesa, which was then deposited into their M-Pesa wallet on their phone. In the case that they default, the actual employer is the one who's backing their loan. And so the employer basically garnishes their wages in the case that the employee doesn't pay back. So in this case, you created a model for community-based finance in which someone is able to access global capital markets for a loan in a place that they wouldn't be able to without even realizing that they're using crypto rails. It was something that did not look like crypto at all. It was just, hey, I'm able to access a loan through a text message from my phone. And then taking that a level further, when we look at how do we actually enable access to capital anywhere around the world, particularly when it comes to lending. So Ethic Hub is partnering with farming communities, particularly in Latin America, and providing loans. So it's crowdfunding. So anyone here can basically go to the Ethic Hub platform and provide a loan, and that's directed towards farmers. And then you earn a return. It's basically your assets are locked up for a period of time, and then you earn a return. But it's partnering with those groups and having it so that, hey, we actually know who they are. So the interest rates are pretty good, but the default rates are very low because you're able to kind of see the transparency in terms of what are they working on and what's their likelihood for defaulting. A few other larger projects. So we've been working with the Grameen Foundation, which does microloans. And so for them, they have these microfinance institutions in different parts of the world, and they need collateral as they're doing their microloans. So how can a blockchain be used to bring capital from all around the world to service microloans and microfinance? So, in different parts of the world, a microfinance institution may actually it might be difficult for them to get capital from other institutions because of where they're located, because of capital markets. But in this case, crypto and stable coins can basically be used for that. And they may not even need to off-ramp in some of these instances. They're just holding it as collateral for their reserve, just as someone who's kind of doing lending. Then there's two projects I want to flag here. One is on the slide, but another one is one focusing in Eastern Europe. So this one is Untangled Finance, which is focusing on securitization for green bonds and climate infrastructure. And then another more recent project is called Gigawatt. Some of you guys may know of them. They're focusing on debt markets for renewable energy sources. So the project financing and essentially infrastructure financing for renewable energy. I know they're working with different energy providers in Eastern Europe, but it's again, how can capital flow from around the world for financing for renewable energy here, which is quite powerful. NFTs similarly are a really cool way of galvanizing community and building awareness and narrative change. And so we've had different NFT projects that are, bringing resources for climate action or humanitarian aid through art and narrative change. We also have like move to earn platforms that are saying, how can we incentivize the use of public transit, for example, rather than people taking rideshare or taking their own personal car. And so the rewards here are, as you're moving and utilize public transit, they're partnered with city governments. From there, it's how can you then provide discounts or other types of rewards for people who are using public transit. And in this case, it's something so I take a lot of public transit, and it's something that's a powerful mechanism of both linking startups and blockchain technology to public services. You increase the use of public services, so that's good for a city, as well as you're kind of thinking about it from like, what is the opportunity for a climate standpoint, or opportunities for more like shared resources across cities. And then all of this can also be tied to an identity system that's kind of tied to impact. So you can actually create an impact identity. So we've had a few groups such as Massa Finance that's creating an impact identity and then partnering with different groups. Blockchain technology, lastly, is like quite powerful to create more transparent voluntary markets. This is, for carbon credits, it's price transparency. Normally, carbon credits are essentially sold by centralized brokers. So for institutions, it's very opaque in terms of what that pricing is. But blockchain technology is really good at pricing transparency. If we look at different carbon credit assets, when they're put onto something like a Uniswap, that's that pricing is basically set by the market, and you can see it. From a traceability standpoint, carbon offsets, this has been a huge problem in the climate finance industry, is how do you know if you're doing an offset, if that offset is real or not? From a traceability standpoint, groups like Gainforest are actually collecting that data and linking it to that underlying asset. And Carbon Path is another really good project for that, where they're focusing on oil well shutdowns. And they have all the data, the live data, they have satellite imaging of those specific sites, and they're collecting all of that, and it's directly linked to that carbon credit asset itself that's on chain. And then it can be, you have other mechanisms for climate finance solutions, which is only possible through a smart contract. So this is such as being used for collateral, or having designs for crowdfunding or royalties to the originator. And that way it's a mechanism in which you can actually have different people get money for creating those assets, rather than just a centralized institution. So how can that money be better dispersed out to different people who are the ones who are really doing that type of work? So then putting all of that together, it's that the Celo blockchain, or any blockchain, can function as both a technical and a refi social consensus layer. And so what that means, it's bringing in different groups like the ones I mentioned, along with other Web2 entities. How can they together work to create a regenerative economy? How can they work together when it comes to humanitarian aid or social impact use cases or new impact finance solutions? It's not like any one group. It's creating an ecosystem for that entire for an entire industry to actually create tangible change. And so it's bringing in different people all around, having kind of different projects, and then from there, how can you create a global, diverse ecosystem? So it's not just predicated in one part of the world, but can really be truly global. And so with that, I wanted to say thank you so much for having me. If there's any time for questions, open to taking that, but I appreciate you listening in. You might be muted.
I'm sorry. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the presentation and say how impressed I was. You're doing a great job, really. And your project, doing so much good things, it's very important as for me, because lots of projects doing different stuff, but you're doing like pure good, which can really improve the world, make the world better. So appreciate your work very much. And by the way, it's interesting that you mentioned Gigawatt. We know that, guys, because the moderators, previous CJ and Rev, are also involved in this project, like in advisors, or maybe even more than advisors. And I'd like to say that there are a lot of companies like alternative energy and just companies which are productive companies, which are interested in ecological things. The market is very big here in Ukraine, and the companies understand the importance of these things. And I guess because my question was how to boost Web3 in Ukraine, and the ecological sector is one of the most important things, because the interest is from very big companies, and they can move ecology, move economy So maybe you can also share your ideas about how to boost Web3 in Ukraine.
Yeah, I think that's right. When you think of larger companies being interested in that and an opportunity there, that's exactly what the team at Gigawatt also identified, and we were talking about, I think it was earlier this week. But I think that's right. And so we've seen other projects do that. So Colectivo is another organization that's focusing on island nations and how can they build kind of a regenerative economic system. And they're building it around a community currency along with other data pieces. And it's a similar question of, they know that there's larger company interest in terms of some of these types of climate finance pieces. And so that being used as a mechanism to bring capital from other places. It can be quite powerful in terms of where funding flows, where financing flows. And I think we're only going to see more of that because I think there's more and more of a need for money that's that's kind of allocated and provided for kind of different energy sources, given kind of like the climate crisis around the world. And we're only going to see that further. So I think that's right. And we've seen a number of enterprises who've been looking at this deeply.
And the second question I want to ask is about the regulation, because you work with different companies in different countries, and you understand the different influence or impact of regulation of different countries on the business, on crypto. So maybe you can share which legislation or which country the best in this case, maybe something we can in Ukraine look for some example or something like that, because it's very important for us at this time. We're just on the stage of creating this regulation, and we would like to take best from all over the world.
Yeah. So places that we found to be at least so for the Celo blockchain, where we kind of leave it up to the ecosystem, but organizations that have operated, the places that they're particularly operating in are, places such as Europe. I think I've heard like Mika has been helpful for some projects as they've been trying to navigate kind of the regulatory environment and have clarity. Singapore is another part of the world where they've done a lot of kind of different thinking around regulation. Those are places that I think have done a lot of work, and places that it's different components. So I think there's different facets to this in terms of how far along are they in terms of regulation. So maybe, it's regulation for on and off ramp providers. That could be one. But then they may not have a lot of things around stable coins, which is a different component of regulation. And so it sort of depends. But then, of course, when we look at like the heavy use areas for the Celo ecosystem are Latin America and Africa. And that's completely different. Brazil has been quite proactive. So earlier, the Celo ecosystem had done a hackathon with the Central Bank of Brazil for thinking about tokenization of real-world assets. And that was something the Brazilian Central Bank was particularly interested in. And so I think those are kind of places that also are doing pretty interesting things. So it's Europe, Western Europe, Singapore, Brazil, probably Kenya a little bit as well. Okay.
Thank you so much one more time for your presentation and for all you're doing. You're really doing a great job. I hope that we will meet in person after the war will finish, and you're always welcome to Ukraine. We will be waiting for you here on our offline events. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for having me.
Guys, we will have 1 minute break, and then don't miss the president and chair of Filecoin, Marta Belcher.
Hey everyone, my name is Vlad. It's super cool to be here. Thank you, Incrypted, for this conference. We have this conference for almost 6 hours online, so it's super cool to have this opportunity to have these amazing speakers. Right now, we are having the president and chair of the Filecoin Foundation, Marta Belcher. So please welcome our next speaker. Hi, Marta.
Hi there.
Super cool to have you here. We have 30 minutes for our great talk. First of all, I want to ask you, could you tell us more about the Filecoin Foundation? What's the general mission? What's your ideas? What's the product that you're building? Because we heard a lot about the Filecoin, but about the Filecoin Foundation, so we should have more information.
Absolutely. So Filecoin is a decentralized storage network. Our mission is to preserve humanity's most important information. At Filecoin Foundation, we're the governance body for the Filecoin network, and we sort of facilitate an open source governance process. We also help to build the Filecoin community.
Okay. So basically, Filecoin Foundation helps to build communities around the world, because I believe it's the first time for the foundation to be present in Ukraine. Unfortunately, not in offline format, but it's the first time for Ukraine, right?
Yeah, so Filecoin Foundation, Filecoin's really a global storage provider network. We have all sorts of information from all over the world, and we also have storage providers storing that information all over the world. So really, truly global. And we have also been doing some work in Ukraine. I'm actually Ukrainian by heritage, and. Wow. Yeah, right. Marta, right? And and so we have been really thrilled to get to do some work in Ukraine as well.
Okay, I will ask you a couple of questions about the connections with Ukraine a little later. My first question will be about the global internet where we are living, where we are storing our data, storing our money, assets, where we have our communications and so on. Could you please tell us your view about the I don't know, general internet state? So where are we right now? Because we hear a lot of problems with security. We hear a lot of problems with data storage. We are a little scared about the AI and supercomputers, whatever. How do you think the current state of the internet and how the Filecoin works with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, today's internet is centralized. So that means that the vast majority of the data that's on the internet is stored by 3 companies. It's stored by Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. So this really creates single points of failure. So you'll see these companies suffer blackouts, and then large swaths of the web will go down for hours. And what that centralized internet model means is also that we live our lives through just a handful of corporations. And we really have no choice but to trust those corporations with our data. And they really have unilateral control over what we can do and say online. We also have to trust them to protect our data. Right. And so what cryptocurrency does is it helps to provide an alternative. So cryptocurrency really creates the ability to program money. So you can suddenly send value across the internet instantly and automatically with no intermediary. And so the way that Filecoin works is we really use that programmable money concept to create this decentralized file storage network that's sort of like Airbnb for file storage. So you can actually rent out your extra digital storage space to people who will then pay you to store their files. Mm-hmm. And so that enables you to basically create an alternative to this centralized internet. It lets you create a decentralized version of the web where users are actually in control of their own data. Okay,
do you think is it easy for a regular internet user to to have this switch to the Web3 world, to the decentralized storage, to Web3 tools, and to be a part of this world, new economy?
Yeah, absolutely. So, just speaking for Filecoin, there are hundreds of different applications that are building on top of Filecoin that are making it really easy for users to be integrated into the Web3 world, in some cases without even knowing. So for like one example, there's a application that's a lot like Dropbox that is built on top of Filecoin, where instead of your files being stored in a centralized way, they're stored in a decentralized way. So that's one example where you may not even realize, you as a user don't even necessarily need to know that these things are decentralized, but you can really avail yourself of the decentralized web. We also have things like alternatives for paying music royalties that are decentralized. So instead of having some centralized intermediary that collects a bunch of money and distributes it out to artists according to some algorithm they have, you can actually write a computer program that says, for every second of a song that I play on my computer, automatically transfer 1 millionth of a cent to the songwriter and 1 millionth of a cent to the singer, right? And that can happen instantly and automatically. And we have something like that that's building on top of our network as well.
Well, we are saying a lot about the crypto adoption, and personally to you, what is the adoption of crypto and Web3? How it looks like, the new world where it's already something that we are used to. What is for you?
Yeah, for me, the thing that really matters about this technology is its ability to protect civil liberties and to protect users, to protect privacy and autonomy in the next generation of the web. So that's really what I'm focused on is how can we really protect users, protect people and individuals, and how can we put them in control of their own data? And so from an adoption perspective, it's not just about using cryptocurrency for me, and it's not just about finance. It's really about building this new generation of the web where people are in control of their own data. So it's much bigger than just adoption of cryptocurrency. It's adoption of the next generation of the web.
So it's the next generation of ownership, let's say, right? Ownership of your data, of your assets, of everything, and understanding how everything works. Okay, talking about Ukraine, I know, by the way, the speaker from NIM told that about the Starling Lab company. I know that Filecoin Foundation also works with the Starling Lab. For those who don't know, it is the company that helps to protect human rights in Ukraine. Well, could you please, and more of that, could you please share the information about your partnership? Because I believe it's super cool to know for our audience in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. So Starling Lab is a project of Stanford and the University of Southern California. And so what they're doing is they have a project to capture, store, and importantly, to verify documentation of war crimes, including war crimes in Ukraine, and to basically ensure that that evidence isn't lost, that it is preserved, and also to make sure that you actually have a cryptographically verifiable way of saying, yes, this evidence is actually authentic. And so what Starling Lab did was actually submit evidence of war crimes in Ukraine to the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, and explained exactly how that preserved evidence can show cryptographically that it was never tampered with, right? These aren't deep fakes, and you don't have to trust us on that. You can actually see cryptographically that these aren't deep fakes. And so that has been built on top of a number of blockchains, including Filecoin, to verify and preserve that important data.
Talking about the deepfakes and well, all the fakes and scams. Let's say new way of developing the Twitter. Someone say that the best way to build social media with the use of blockchain is to make the digital identity cards and to check every information that is posted in social media, checking the deepfakes. So with the help of digital identity, which works on the blockchain. So what do you think about this? What do you think about this way to fight with the deepfakes and so on?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, I think it's very compelling. I think fundamentally right now, with the state of AI, I think we're really at the end of an internet where most of the content is human generated. And I think if you look at the internet in 2 or 3 years, or frankly, maybe even faster than that, the vast majority of the what you're reading on the internet, what you're seeing, whether it's on social media, whether it's other users, right, whether it's websites, I think the vast majority of that is going to be not generated by humans, right? And we already, if you go on Twitter, right, you already have this, very famously, you already have this bot problem, right? Like there are so many bots on Twitter. It's so hard to deal with. But right now you can really tell what, who bots are, right? Like it's a problem, but you can at least figure out what a bot is versus what it, versus who the real humans are. And so I don't think that's going to be the case in not very long, right? When you use something like ChatGPT, you can see how compelling it is and how easy it is for that to seem like a real human. So, where does Web3 fit in with that? Well, so as you know, Sam Altman from OpenAI, in addition to working on OpenAI, at the same time worked on a different project called WorldCoin. Now, that project is specifically using this technology in order to give everyone a particular sort of, provable identity, like proof of human. I am actually a human. And, regardless of WorldCoin as a particular project, I think the point is, why was he working on both of those things at the same time? Because he could foresee the issues that are going to come about from AI with being able to prove that you're human. And so having the ability using these types of tools, right? Notably, WorldCoin uses blockchain technology to verify that you're human. I think it's hard at this moment in time to think about why that's so important. But I think if you project out into the future that AI creates on the web, you can see why it's so important to leverage Web3 technologies for that kind of use.
So you think the AI could be a really threatening thing for human, for deepfakes and for possible problems with everyone have to identify themselves with some kind of technology?
I think that's right. I think that it's not so. I think that there are a couple of problems. One is just literally knowing who's human, right? Like, who are you talking to? Who are you interacting with online? And then exactly the second, as you said, is the creation of deepfakes. And that is exactly what the Sterling Lab project is doing, which is actually verifying that the videos you're seeing, the photos you're seeing, that these are cryptographically verifying, showing a sort of proof that of where you can actually, track and see on a ledger that these have not been tampered with, right? And that's so important for things like evidence in a world in which deepfakes can be made instantaneously by anyone.
Yeah. So the thing that some news to become deepfake is really like the thing, the seconds differ from being the deepfake. So everyone should understand that even me posting something could be a deepfake if it's retweeted for a lot of times, but it may be not true. And this could be with the AI, with bots, as Marta said. Well, could you say maybe there are already companies that are working on fighting to preserve information, the humans' information in the internet, that you are supporting, that may be working with you? Because I heard there were a lot of cases of such projects.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a ton of organizations and nonprofits that are working with Filecoin Foundation and also the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web, or that are just building on top of Filecoin, totally unrelated to the foundation, that are really using this technology for human rights use cases. So one example, there's a nonprofit called the Guardian Project, which is building Proof Mode, which is a mobile app for eyewitnesses of war crimes and other things, right? That cryptographically authenticates the content that's captured from your phone. There's also the Human Rights Data Analysis Group, which is exploring how these technologies can be useful for storing and accessing very sensitive human rights data. Witness is exploring how this technology can help eyewitnesses use this type of video verification to defend human rights. We also work with Muckrock, where investigative journalists and reporters are preserving their critical primary source documents on the Filecoin network to make sure that there aren't these single points of failure where these, where the documents could disappear, but instead making sure there are many, many copies that are stored all over the world, so you don't have to worry about that very important information disappearing. And then another example, the Freedom of the Press Foundation is exploring using decentralized technologies for SecureDrop, which is a platform for secure document exchange and communication, for example, between journalists and anonymous sources. So there's lots of different important use cases for this technology that is in the human rights sphere.
Well, let me ask about the projects that are starting to work in this field and trying to cooperate with you. Tomorrow we are having the second day of our conference. There will be a pitch session for 10 Ukrainian startups. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, the culture of startups isn't really developed, but we are trying to help Ukrainian startups to grow. We are giving them a space to talk about themselves, to gain some investments and so on. Basically, my question about how guys from young crypto projects, startups, can work with Filecoin or Filecoin Foundation, how they can try to boost themselves, well, in terms of such bad market, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of things. So I think the first thing to say on that is that the Filecoin network is fully open source. So anyone can be building on top of the Filecoin network, and we have hundreds of teams all around the world that are building and developing on the Filecoin network, and thousands of individual developers on GitHub who are building on top of our technology. And for some of the compelling use cases, the Filecoin Foundation does have a Dev Grants program. So we do offer grants for building on top of the Filecoin network, and so that's one way for funding for that kind of that kind of work.
Well, that's great. I believe it's super important to develop startup culture and to help startups to grow, because, well, the first of all, it's like nation's economy. The second of all, it is the economy and scale of our industry. Well, that's why it's super important. Can I ask you about the general question? Well, our mission as an Incrypted as a media is to boost Web3 in Ukraine. Well, it's the slogan of this conference. Well, and this question we're asking to every speaker. Tell me, please, how to boost Web3 in Ukraine?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there have been so many amazing projects already coming out of Ukraine. And I think, Filecoin Foundation has an employee from Ukraine. This is I think already, I think Ukraine is already a big part of the Web3 ecosystem. And I think in terms of boosting it, the thing about this technology is it's very global. It's absolutely borderless. And it's fully open source. So I think there's all sorts of things that you can do. One thing I failed to mention as well is that another thing we do is we actually run well, we run and many other organizations run accelerators for new early teams. And so encouraging participation in these accelerators that really help to get people the basics and get them off the ground is another important way to really boost Web3 development at an early stage for early stage teams.
Using this opportunity, let me invite you to become one of our partners during our pitch session, because it's really important for projects that are pitching to gain new contacts and these opportunities. I will send you information. Sorry for this.
No, that's great.
Well,
fantastic.
Let's talk about the situation that we are having here in Ukraine, but not from the bad side, but from the good side. After this situation with the war will end, how do you see the opportunities of Ukraine to become one of the Web3 hubs of the world? Because I've spoke to many people from all around the globe, and all they say that they're looking at Ukraine at one of the possible like volcanoes where the new companies, the adoption, a lot of new users, a lot of capital, a lot of everything will come after the war ends, because there will be a lot of attention to Ukraine, to Ukrainian developers, to Ukrainian teams, and what you can say about the future.
Yeah, I think looking forward, I mean, I think Ukraine is incredibly well positioned to be a leader in this space. Frankly, I think it already was a leader in this space. I think there were already so many people in Ukraine who were working on these technologies. Again, I mentioned even on Filecoin, and so I think moving forward, there is a lot around the world, a lot of movement in where Web3 teams are there, and frankly, because it's so global and decentralized, there is a lot of opportunity for people all over the world. And I think Ukraine is extremely well positioned for that, and frankly was well positioned before the invasion as well.
Well, yeah, Ukraine was in the top 5 countries by the Crypto Adoption Index, and really, the first speaker of this conference, Vladimir Nosov, the co-founder of one of the biggest crypto exchanges that are from based not in Ukraine but from Ukraine, guys are from Ukrainian team. He told that from 8 to 10% of Ukrainians has some assets in crypto, so they are really understand what it is. But a big part of the guys who were asked, they think that crypto is a scam, crypto is a bad thing. They have their friends has bad experience using crypto, mostly losing money there. Let's think about the general understanding of crypto and the attitude to crypto. So how can we help people who have negative experience or like prejudice, thinking that crypto is a scam, help to onboard in crypto like softly?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for me, I think it's really important for people to understand that this technology is about so much more than just financial services. So, I think a lot of times the people's only exposure has been these sort of, you hear about the some negative stories, right? And I think from the perspective of an average person who doesn't really understand crypto yet, if you don't explain it, if you explain it in a way that is, extremely technical, it's hard for them to really relate. And I think one of the things that is so great about the Filecoin network is that this is really a technology that has nothing to do with financial services. This is entirely about creating this next generation of the web. And And Filecoin's not just one use case of cryptocurrency. There are dozens of use cases built on top of Filecoin that are, right, the human rights use cases we were talking about earlier, but also many different business use cases that are very tangible, that aren't just like, here's how we use this technology to make transactions, but actually here's how we use this technology to build an entirely new web, to empower users, to protect civil liberties, to pay for music, right? All sorts of different use cases. I think that's, for me, the most important message you can send about this technology.
Okay, and to finish, could you please give a couple of advices, maybe warm words to our community? Because, well, we really hope to see you maybe next year, maybe a little later. I don't know. I hope as soon as we can here in Ukraine. Could you please say a couple of words to our community?
Yeah, absolutely. I really am so, as someone who is has Ukrainian heritage, just so blown away every day by the incredible people in Ukraine, by your incredible leadership. And I am just, as someone in the technology space, not just Web3, but the technology space, Ukraine was already such a leader in all of technology. And I think Ukraine still is a leader in technology. And I think Ukraine is going to continue to be a leader in technology for a long time to come. And I am, so inspired to see the amazing feats of the Ukrainian people, and frankly, so proud to be of Ukrainian heritage every day. So thank you.
Thank you for such warm words. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the things your company is doing for Ukraine. It was Marta Belcher, President and Chair of Filecoin Foundation. Thank you, Marta. See you in Ukraine when it comes to do it. Our next speaker will be Eowyn Chen, the CEO of the Trust Wallet, with her presentation. Let's welcome her. Hi, Eowyn. It's super cool to have you here.
Hey, Plivit. Did I pronounce that right? I'm trying.
Yeah. That was, well, well, it was great. Thank you for being a part of our conference. Before we start, I ask you to give me 2 minutes, to take 2 minutes from your time, because I want to share with our audience and with you, by the way, a couple of videos and information about our active part of being supporters of Trust Wallet. I will share my screen and...
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. 4 years ago, we created videos about the Trust Wallet, and we took part in the competition, which was called Trust Wallet Application Contest, and we won the award like the most creative video. And by the way, this video was retweeted by CZ. It was super cool. This is our co-founder of Incrypted, and this video was maybe the first video on our channel. After that, we had the live stream with Anatoly Yakovenko, and here it is. Oh, sorry, the Viktor Radchenko. Anatoly Yakovenko was from Solana. The Viktor Radchenko, my mistake. And the funny fact, the Trust Wallet full review with the guide is one of the most popular videos in our YouTube channel. So we are one of the greatest supporters in our region. And well, it's super cool to have you here in our conference. I know that you have a small presentation. We can show it, and maybe if we have a couple of minutes, we will have a couple of questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to really express my gratitude. Like, thank you so much. I think that means a lot to us. It's a community support because we're very privacy focused. We don't know who our users are. Sometimes it's like, who are we building this for? And to get this kind of feedback and knowing that people appreciate it, people would love to dig deeper, would love to build with us and grow with us. I think that truly means a lot to us. I'll actually share all those videos back to our team. And so that
we will send it to you just to have fun.
Cool. I do have a little bit presentation, but I actually think that I can skim through quite a lot of them because the community sounds very familiar with us. So I will probably touch upon a couple of relevant points maybe, and then just throw it out there, and I will look forward to more engagement in Q&A.
Sure. The scene is yours for now.
Thank you. So yeah, you just introduced, we have a Ukrainian ruin. That's why I feel very emotionally connected to this conference in the community too. Our founder, Victor, is a Ukrainian, and we still have many Ukrainian developers, and some of them are in Kyiv. Like 2 days ago, our platform engineering lead was sharing that how he had a marriage reunion with his wife, and it was really touching. And he's doing fantastic work during the war period and still building. And that just leads to me to think that this is a message that really reflects recently, is that crypto is anti-fragile in the crisis world. And anti-fragile is a concept by philosopher Nassim Taleb. Contrary to fragile, which breaks when there is pressure and struggles, anti-fragile actually means things thrive, grow when there are pressure and issues going on. And I think crypto, for the decades of the history, prove again, then no matter how much pressure it is out there externally, it actually consolidate the community and the team and make us grow better. It makes us really think, stay true to who we are, what we stand for, and contribution to the team. And right now there's a lot of crisis. Very prominently, Ukraine is actually going through a physical crisis in the war situation. And but we see that because of this, crypto grows so much in Ukrainian, right? Like I think 2022 Chain Analysis report said Ukrainian was the #3 global adoption for crypto.
Yeah, that's true.
And there were like hundreds of millions of the donations actually through crypto to the Ukrainian causes to fight for justice. And also the government, which you would think will have a really hard time letting go control, actually have the expedited legal framework to allow crypto to survive. So that's my key point, is that Ukraine crypto community proves that crypto is anti-fragile. And right now, I don't know whether previous speakers touch about something. We have so many crises going on, no matter that's regulatory, that's security, but I think we just need to keep in mind that, we are anti-fragile, and how do we actually grow in the fertile soil of crisis is what we can do best. So probably your community probably already know we are a big wallet out there. We're the largest mobile wallet, and we actually are the 3rd largest extension wallet already after just 6 months of launch. So right now, I think we have about 11 million MAD, a monthly active device. So things are growing. As I said, it's a crisis mode, but the crypto community have always been growing. This is what we think is really true to ourselves, is Web3 gives people that ownership and freedom, and we want to provide a toolkit to truly enable people to have that ownership with self-custody. But it is not easy. I personally don't think everyone is suited for doing self-custody or do that at all times. So there are many barriers to mass adoption for crypto in general. I heard about your questions to Martha earlier, and I do think security is probably one of the biggest challenges. And here are just latest news. If you're following, is that wallet, any wallet builders out there that will probably find security to be really, really hard. It's not that they don't want to do it; it's just that it is hard. Atomic Wallet is a great wallet and also very widely successful and popular in the CIS region, but they just suffer a 35 million hack. If any wallet doesn't experience security issue, I actually think they haven't survived long enough or have it big enough to actually deal with this kind of crisis. So we have our fair share of crisis we have to deal with. So Trust Wallet, what we have been dealing with is that sometimes doing products like this, it's not just about building, it's about also keeping the gateway and the security very tight. So we have been really significantly ramping up in our own audits, both internally and externally, and trying to stay that on top of a lot of frequency, because it's not just about, hey, showing external user confidence. It's about actually being able to catch any of the security vulnerabilities and handle that, earlier on. To all the wallet builders, surprisingly, the Ukrainian actually are very good at building wallets. I'm sure some of the audiences are probably builders too, is that do take securities very carefully. And sometimes don't make the shortcut. You'd rather roll out some of the products slower, but you want to make sure that you don't have to come back and then clean the mess and wipe the floor. So if you think that the 35 million atomic wallet theft is huge, 54 million rug pull to scam in just 1 month is worse. And I would say that to a lot of the security issues, 90% is because of human weakness. The scams, the rug pull out there really know how to take advantage of the human weakness of fear and greed. So that is something we think really hard on. How can we not take away people's own decision and judgment call, but still empower people to make the right decision? Because we believe that's the ethos to crypto in self-custody. So a couple of things that we have been working on is that we do want to give people information to help them make the best decision. So when users try to send addresses to send crypto to an address, which we already have the industry database, and we take advantage of the Binance internal security database to kind of flag that, oh, this could be a high risk. We want users to be informed. We cannot stop users doing it, but at least they get the best information to own their decisions. And recently, you will soon see us roll out this, which is give people the visualization to know what they're actually signing up for their transactions. So if ultimately you find that, hey, I'm supposed to buy this super cool NFT, and then you actually are trading your valuable ETH into a worthless NFT, do you still want to make that move? Right. So we think that changing the code into human readable languages, the industry has speak about it for a long time, and then we want to make the productionizing really help users to get this. So this will come out in the extension first. And this is our commitment. We make this open source. So we don't want to actually just hoard to our own wallet. We believe that the more wallets, the more other builders, the dApps being able to adopt this can significantly reduce a lot of the risk, and that's supposed to be better for everyone. So we actually turn this into a EIP 6865, and hopefully the Ethereum community in general can adopt this visualization standard when building the dApps in general. That should make the whole ecosystem a cleaner space. So that's where it's securities, but a lot of people will also say, sure, even if you're safe, I cannot really access to it. This is indeed
that was the question I was going to ask.
Yeah. So it's a accessibility and security. Sometimes it's a balance between these two. So I think every builder is going out there trying to find their own balance. And I believe the next speaker, Halborn, is going to talk about walking the line of security and accessibility. But for us, how we do is we want to make sure that for people who want to get access to crypto, we open up the gateway for them. So the fiat on-ramp from around the different world is quite important. We have to do this in a compliant way. So we allow people to buy crypto through cards, but also P2P. Many people don't know that. So the Binance P2P network enables whenever there is no fiat channel, you can still actually onboard. Through this way, we're able to support 44 fiat currencies out there. So we do believe that many places that crypto makes the biggest impact tends to not be in the developed world. So the wider the fiat currency accessibility, the better to help people to directly get on-chain cryptos. And we also know that users' journey sometimes don't directly come from the fiat world. They come from the centralized exchanges and wants to have the self-custody ownership experiences. So we're very lucky to work with Binance and Coinbase both together to allow people to very quickly in the app just deposit their crypto from their exchange accounts into on-chain accounts. So this is, from my perspective, I think the exchanges have a lot of sense of security, right? They're not afraid for the assets to go on chain because they believe that when they are providing the good centralized products, the assets will still at some point prefer their product and services. So we just want to break the barriers and make the assets flow from centralized to decentralized in a better way. And I think this is relatively unique to us that we have so far. And then easy to use. The Web2 users don't know, in most cases, how to handle secret phase. We do have a strong belief in MPC technology. So we have this beta that are running in testing right now for social logging and a recovery option for the new users. This is the option that they can choose. If the OG users still want to do seed phrase, by all means. That's our bread and butter. But for new users, if you don't know how to really handle it, this is your onboarding curve that people can try. And then once people have crypto in here, it's a wide variety of ecosystem. That's why we're very committed to multi-chain network. So a lot of the latest ecosystem, we always try to provide the fastest support because users want to be there. So you will continue to see us to support more ecosystem as we're growing on supporting the chains. So third barrier, fear and lack of knowledge. I think we do have to be very realistic about human nature. And this is something that sometimes technology doesn't address. And then we need to have the social component to it. So Trust Wallet, for us, it is important that we put out the education initiatives as much as possible, no matter that's about sharing security, the latest scams, and also we try to build a community around it. I personally see the Web3 journey is an adventure. No one comes in as an expert. Everyone start the hiking somewhere and then climb the mountains. And it's important to have the community socially supportive each other and trying to understand, when I was a newbie state, this is how I do it. And then how do I go from there? And I think that social component education is somewhat lacking in our industry, but significantly important if we truly want the human nature and human beings to be able to enjoy crypto in the long term and level up. Just like when you're doing the gaming, you have to level up by conquering and fighting the monsters. You also need to level up by knowing how to survive in the dark forest when it's in the blockchain space. So the last one, which is probably my call to action, let's just be realistic. We still lack quite a lot of utilities to truly make people see the value of our technology. The one that we find is that, hey, you can do staking, and then with tokens that contributes to security. For that, we try to support as much as possible. Or people actually need to do that cross-chain swap in order to bridge and support the different ecosystem. Those are just the foundations. But if we say wallet to blockchain is going to be like browser to internet, then it has to be something more. DeFi creates the first awesome wave, but it needs to be more than that. And blockchain is capable of doing more than that. So there's a lot of different narratives there. Can gaming be more sustainable? Is there actually a space for social so that the creators own their content? How about identity? Right, the money and identity always go together. Can blockchain provide a better situation to both protect the privacy and allow people to get the freedom? So these are all open questions. We as a wallet, we are the bridge to help great dApps and utilities to bridge into the users. But we're still waiting for great builders in the industry be able to showcase to the world how to take advantage of the tech. So at least we can do what we do well and try to support the industry. Previously, Trust Wallet, the team were very quiet. We're just working on ourselves, but we try to also contribute back. We have a couple of open source commitment that we think other builders, not just our own competitors, but also the dApps can take advantage of. So we have that wallet core library. In fact, 11 mobile wallets are built on top of our wallet core library to take advantage of the multi-chain infra. Many of the other wallets, as far as I know, like OKX wallet is also using our Web3 providers. And the tool that I mentioned about transaction visualization, we also make them open source. So we do want the community and the industry to grow together. So here's my call to action. I wouldn't go into a lot of the details, but I think many of the builders probably will understand. It is actually for us as a wallet wants to support more dApps. We sometimes find a lot of fragmentation. There's different connector standards on different chains that makes supporting the accessibility really hard. So if the chains can also align on some of the wallet and the dApp connector standards, I think that can move us away from some of the political and fragmented disagreements into this is just the ICP IP, let's done with it and move on to building the actual product. And for dApps, I often get the question is, how do we list on Trust Wallet? How do I add our logos? Or how do I actually take advantage of the 10 million user base that Trust Wallet already have? I would encourage the engineering builders to think from the user's perspective. If you're a user, go to your dApps, they have a wallet that they use, they click connect to wallet, they don't see the wallet that they have. Do they think they can use it? The simple answer is no. Sometimes most of the people say, hey, it's just wallet connect, click wallet connect, but that's not how users think, right? So build a good product, make the entrance open, think how users think. And our call to action is just add the Trust Wallet logo so that our users know that they can actually use your dApps. And the third is, if there are any Web2 builders out there listening and interested in Web3, we want to make that gateway open. We want to make that bridge open. So please talk to us, work with us. We would love to figure out any new ways that can help to bridge between the Web2 and the Web3. So yeah, that's my short presentation.
That's amazing.
Maybe familiar for people. Yeah.
Thank you for such great preparation. And thank you for being here. Let me ask you about the guys from Web 2 bridging to Web 3 and connecting to Web 3. The question is about the mass adoption. Everyone's speaking the mass adoption, and what is the mass adoption for you and for Trust Wallet, and what companies already connected to you, well, asked you to help them maybe, or to have some ideas how to work with Trust Wallet to become more than Web2 company, to bring new users, to bring new technologies maybe.
Yeah. To begin with, I think right now is a challenging time for a lot of Web2 companies to come into Web3, just because the economic situation is not good. And Web3 is usually a very high level strategic bets. So when company is in not so good economic situations, those strategic bets group usually get cut first. This is what we have seen with our, working relationship with Instagram. So Instagram last year actually rolled out an NFT trial to allow people to, get NFTs experience with their connect to wallets. But, the Meta group experienced their own thing, so that whole group wouldn't necessarily become a priority. Then usually you see this initiative gets cut. And I think NFT in general is probably going through a transformation. The 1.0 NFT is what we have seen in 2021, 2022. What is the next stage? Just like when ICO for tokens happens in 2017 and DeFi comes in 2019, this is an evolution of what the token could be. Then what is the potentials for NFT to be? I think that needs industry innovation to showcase some of the opportunities so that it gives more inspiration and possibilities to the Web2 companies. But the fun thing is that I think a lot of the brands do see NFT in crypto as a way to engage with the users, and they want to take advantage of that. So we do have work with Tesla's foundation and also McLaren, which is an F1 team. So they have like a weekly NFT drop, and then for users to collect some memorability. That is still NFT 1.0. And trying to get the step into the water and see how that feel that and test like and who those users might be engaging in. So different brands are still making different tries. And then yesterday or the day before, Louis Vuitton is also going to do like a soulbound NFT. They try to take away the financial aspects of it. So that it doesn't get into the realm of securities. So we'll see different experiments coming out. But I do still think that the industry, if we're more proactive about thinking how we can take advantage of the technology and make a good case for the Web2 company, now that will be that would be wonderful. For a wallet like us, we're just the bridge. So we just want to make sure that when the Web2 users come into Web3, they wanted to interact with their assets, we can help them to make that easiest. But it needs a lot of collaboration with the industry and Web2 company together to make that happen. Yeah, so I'll just stop here. But there are other things that are going on. I'll say many traditional fintech companies are also very interested in and see what role that they can play to support the Web3 industry, either as an infrastructure or as a way to engage crypto as one of their own product suite. Those are all exploration that we have going on. I unfortunately cannot go into some of the details since they have the NDAs.
Okay, thank you for this answer. Let me ask you the question we are asking each speaker. As the idea of our media and our conference is to boost Web3 in Ukraine, maybe you can maybe you have some ideas how we can boost Web3 in Ukraine. Well, we media being here in Ukraine, and maybe companies like Trust Wallet helping with ideas, with collaborating with some crypto projects from Ukraine, whatever.
Yeah. I think the first thing is take advantage of the crisis situation, as I said earlier. The crisis moment is potentially gives a lot more freedom for the industry to figure out what more it can play in the world. While if you see some other parts of the world, things are getting more constrained, and then crypto becomes the enemy to be attacked on. I think here, Ukraine has a really great environment that crypto is not the enemy. And then how big of a role can crypto play in a societal environment like this? This needs the local builders to really think hard on. I find Ukrainian builders to do very well in some of the toolings, because of the engineering capabilities and technologies are very strong. And think hard on, once you have this fertile soil, what utilities can you bring? If you can prove to have value in crisis time, you can prove that you have value in peace times. So you guys have one of the best environment, ironically, actually, to do innovation, to push hard, and then to prove some of the values of crypto.
Well, as a part of our conference, we will have a pitch session for Ukrainian startups. Speaking more about the startups, could you give some advices for Ukrainian startups, how they can become bigger and grow bigger and well, to be a part of the world's Web3, let's say, because it's super important for us to support the small companies. Maybe you have some of your business experience from Trust Wallet, and maybe you can share information. Well, let your experience how you've built such big company, such widely spread company.
Yeah.
And how it could be useful for small guys.
Yeah. The principles I would say is always try to focus on what problems you solve for users. And then don't hold up too strongly with some of the ideology, but adapt to what the user's needs are. So simple example with Trust Wallet, find a niche. When you're small, your biggest playground is that niche group of users and the pain points that you can address very well. When Trust Wallet was born, I'm not sure whether Victor told the story before, it was just trying to make the non-DGens life slightly easier to hold the ICO token in the phone. Right. And that was just very particular platform, mobile, very particular user group focus, the non-tech savvy that know how to do extensions very well, and or non-engineering who knows actually how to get those tokens. And that was only Ethereum at that time. Our team was very much of a Ethereum Maxis back in the days, Ethereum Maxis and Bitcoin Maxis. But when the 2018, 2019, there was the scalability discussion and debate about Ethereum, and users want to have ecosystem other than Ethereum, we let go of our own ideology. We go with where the users want us to support. Hence that expansion of the multi-chain support. And then we're a team that's very good at building mobile, but users actually want extension and calling for it again and again. Then we go through extension. So every time of a lot of the changes is not necessarily driven by us, it's driven by users' request. And I believe that when you're really grounded on users' request, unless some of the requests are not reasonable, but as long as you know what pain points they truly try to solve and try to provide your version of the solutions to them the best, your users will stay with you because you solve their problems. And when you're small, sometimes everyone is going with, hey, we're a multi-chain wallet. It's very hard for you to catch up on that infrastructure side very quickly. But if you support one ecosystem very well, you support one kind of user group very well, you're just very good at staking, you're just very good at UI UX, you will have a place and you grow from there. So, and I know that Ukraine has a lot of great engineers, and just like turn your mind to think from the user's perspective. Once you answer them and not trying to feed them with your solutions, you will win respect and you will win your following, and then you can go from there. Our team didn't grow with me, our team grew with the users. So sometimes our team rolled out stuff that I have no idea, but because it's users complaining in the community, and then we do it. That's just how we iterate. And I do encourage all the builders to really stay close to your user base and listen to what they have to say. Good or bad, take it in, filter through, and then you know what you need to do next.
Well, it was Eowyn Chen. It was super cool to have you here, to hear your great experience, to hear about the Trust Wallet. Thank you, Eowyn. It was really amazing to hear you. Taking this opportunity, I want to invite you to come to Ukraine when it's safe, when it's more safe here, and we will be super happy to have you here as a speaker in offline format. Let's go to our next speaker, by Eowyn. Thank you for being here. After the short break, we will get back with Дэвид Швед from the Halborn security company. Couple of minutes and we are getting back. Don't run away.
Hey guys, we're coming back. Thanks for being here with us. We had so much great speakers during our online marathon, and we have two great speakers more. So I want to introduce to you Дэвид Швед, COO of Halborn. He will speak about security versus convenience. Hey, David, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Oh, thank you very much. Happy to be here.
So if you're ready, you can introduce, make some opening words, or just come to your presentation, whatever you wish.
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me. So, as you mentioned during the break, my name is Дэвид Швед. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Halborn. We're a cybersecurity company focusing on the convergence of Web 2 and Web 3. But before I jumped in, I want to give a little bit of background about myself, because it'll kind of help shape some of the conversation that we're going to be having, as far as my different perspectives. So prior to joining Halborn, I was the global head of digital assets technology for BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon, if you're not familiar with it, is the largest custodial bank in the world. From a fiat perspective, they custody over $40 trillion. That's trillion with a T. Prior to that, I was the chief security officer for Galaxy Digital. Galaxy Digital, as you know them today, is a merchant bank focusing specifically on digital assets. But when I joined Galaxy Digital, I was probably about employee number 50, and I was the initial chief security officer. So I was tasked with building out the cybersecurity program. Again, in a new world where there wasn't necessarily a playbook. So I've worked in some of the, smallest organizations, standing up a new program to working in some of the largest financial institutions in the world. So that will kind of help shape my conversation of security versus convenience, but I'm ready to jump in.
Cool. I'd better listen to your history for hours because it's interesting. But let's go to your presentation. You're welcome. The audience is yours.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So before I jump into the slides, there was something in the news fairly recently that I think really brings up this debate, and that was Ledger, the Ledger hardware wallet. And the Ledger hardware wallet, if everyone is not familiar or specifically with the details, Ledger is a hardware wallet where obviously by design, your seeds are supposed to remain within the secure element, and those seeds are by design never supposed to leave that particular device. And we have this challenge in the crypto community of, well, how do I safely and securely back up my seeds? And you can always have a debate with, somebody who's a purist on the cybersecurity side, and they'll tell you, here's all the convoluted ways that we're going to do it. We're going to shard it, some your secret share it, we're going to encrypt it and double encrypt it, and we're going to put it here and protect it with a YubiKey. And you can go down the rabbit hole of different types of protections. But the problem is that's good for cybersecurity professionals or technical folks that understand that terminology that I just said, or even have the capability of doing those things. But if you want worldwide adoption of crypto, we have to figure out a better way in order to back up the seeds. And that's where Ledger decided that they are going to now offer the ability to have this backup recovery service for your seeds. Now, I'm not going to get into the debate of whether or not this is a good idea or bad idea. If you follow me on any of my socials, you'll see my analysis of where I think they potentially went wrong and how I think they can fix it. But this brings up the conversation of security versus convenience. You have the convenience side of how do we back up our seeds? And then we also have the security side of, well, I don't want the ability to have that ever leave the secure element. Now, if you look at the graph that I just displayed, there are diametrically opposed and competing design principles of security versus convenience. The more convenience you have, as you can see, your level of security is going to end up dropping. And then conversely, the highest level of security you have, you're going to have the most inconvenient processes that you have. So, when I mentioned before of backing up your seeds, if you go down the rabbit hole of, Shamir secret sharing and, double encryption and YubiKeys and, maybe putting them offline. And, even I've heard some organizations where they're actually storing, on paper across multiple different continents, from a convenience factor, having to hop on a plane and travel to multiple different continents in order to reassemble a seed is going to take you days, if not weeks, in order to do things like that. So again, from a convenience side, that's low. So the question is, what's the right balance between security and convenience? And that's what we're going to try to talk about today. So from an inadequate security perspective, you're going to lead to hacks. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have less adoption in the community. And then on the other side, if you have this extremely secure environment, you're going to have a bad user experience and you're going to have less adoption. And the question around convenience also doesn't necessarily touch on the user convenience. I'm going to touch on this a little bit later. It's also about convenience for your employees as well. So you don't want to create such a restrictive work environment for your employees that they don't want to come work for your environment. So those are the two challenges on the convenience side, is the usability of your particular product or service, the employees' convenience factor as far as, how they're implementing new technology versus on the security side. So we're going to discuss, what is that right balance? So the piece that I wanted to really highlight over here is the hacks that we're seeing. So Halborn did an analysis and we discovered last year, I know there's different numbers that are floating around, there was upwards of about $5 billion in 2022 of crypto hacks. And, this might be a controversial statement I'm about to make, but I believe that most of those hacks were very, very easily preventable. While yes, we did have some nation states and we had the Lazarus group from North Korea and some bad actors from some other countries. But if you dissect the hacks, and I'm going to go through one in a little bit, you'll see that there are very standard controls that would have easily prevented many of the different hacks. And, we're going to talk about whether they're a Web3 hack or a Web2 hack, and just the controls that we have today, if implemented properly, would have prevented these. Now, what was stopping most of these organizations was the budget concern. What is the budget in order to create this highly restrictive environment? And I can hire multiple different staffs. Like if you take like a segregation of duties type of control, right? So segregation of duties, one of the core cybersecurity principles is I have one person doing one act and one person doing another act. So that way there's not one person controlling the entire life cycle of a particular service. Now, that's very easily to do in a large institution because they have the budget to go hire multiple different staff. So, you have a maker and a checker. Bringing it back to TradFi, taking a very basic concept of a wire transfer, you can hire one employee to initiate wire transfers. You can have another employee to approve the wire transfers, and you can have a third set of group that reviews all wire transfers that were sent out and reconcile them back to a request. So you can kind of spread that across 3 different groups. But if we're working with and I don't want to say startups, but if we're working with relatively young and immature Web3 companies that don't necessarily have the budget or the wherewithal of a large financial institution or a large enterprise company, they're not necessarily going to be able to offer that type of level of controls. And that's why we're seeing some of the largest hacks in the space. It's not necessarily because the technology is relatively insecure. It's due to a lack of budget, and it's also due to just a lack of overall maturity. So on this slide, I have on the left side and I have the right side. On the left side is, the attacks. What are we actually protecting against? And then we have a list of controls of how we can actually go and block some of these things. Now, I'm not going to go through these. That's not the purpose of my discussion. But the purpose here is to show you that on the left side, these are the different types of attacks that we're seeing. And a lot of them are just the standard cybersecurity attacks that we've seen, for the past 30, 40 years in Web 2. Now, yes, there are Web 3 specific types of attacks when we're talking about smart contract vulnerabilities. But most of the major hacks, like if we talk, and the one that I'm going to get into an example is the Axie Infinity hack. The Axie Infinity hack wasn't a Web 3 hack. It was a traditional Web 2 hack with multiple different layers. And we have protections against that. We have controls. So again, the left side is these are the things that we're used to in the Web 2 world. We're used to malware. We're used to ransomware. We're used to social engineering. We're used to SIM card swapping, man-in-the-middle attacks, unauthorized attacks, insider threats, supply chain attacks. Like we just saw with, I don't want to name the name of the specific company, but we just saw a wallet that it looks to appear to be some sort of mix between an insider threat and a supply chain attack, where they pushed down a malicious update, which then exfiltrated everybody's seeds. We've been running against supply chain attacks and insider threats in the traditional TradFi world for years. It's not something that we're necessarily, this is not a new type of attack vector. And then on the right side, these are some of the traditional controls that we have in place that would protect against these, whether it's, privileged access management or using hardware keys, or again, depending on the size of the organization, using actual, FIPS 142 level 2 or level 3 or level 4 compliant, hardware security modules or HSMs, really full on fleshed education and awareness programs, multi-signature transactions, monitoring and alert. That's a big area where I think a lot of organizations are really, I don't want to say turning a blind eye, but not necessarily focusing a lot on, is the monitoring and the alerting of things. Now, one of the beauties of blockchain is the openness and the transparency. And we have the ability to see transactions before they happen. Not to make this a technical discussion, but you can see transactions in the mempool and you can front run an attack if we see something that's happening. So we have the openness. We just don't have the security operations center that we are typically used to in the TradFi world that we see in the Web3 world. Now, there's a number of amazing Web3 startup or relatively far along in their seed and Series A round that are building monitoring capabilities within the Web3 world. The problem, though, is now we're going on the incident response. So they alert something. Well, now who's going to, actually go and take these alerts and actually do the investigation, and who's skilled enough to actually go from a triaging perspective and stop the bleeding? These are types of processes and controls that are tried and true in the financial world. Like we have security operations center 24/7. We have tier 1, we have tier 2, we have tier 3. We have the concept of what's called a threat hunter. So these are fully fleshed out organizations whose job it is to be eyes on glass, to be looking for these types of alerts, have the run books, escalations to level 2, level 3, have those threat hunters that are looking for things that are not getting picked up by alerting tools. I have not seen that type of setup replicated in the Web3 world. So again, a lot of the hacks that we're seeing today, again, controversial statement, I believe are preventable. Now, what are the impact of security measures on adoption? Now, again, I spoke about this a little before, but I just wanted to throw up this slide, just to give another example of the seed phrase. So again, high security, complex security practices is going to lead to lower adoption. So have you ever tried to explain, like I said, a seed phrase, just even the concept of what is a seed phrase to a non-technical person? Oh, you have this magical 24-word or 12-word, and those are, the genesis or the germ of creating your private keys, and, the private keys, that's all you have to back up, because with that seed phrase, we can regenerate the private keys to effectuate a transaction online. They have no idea what that is. So we have to create a user experience where it's somewhat transparent to the user of what's actually happening in the background. just like we do in TradFi. When you put an ATM card in and you're deducting cash, does anybody understand what payment rails is? Again, unless you're specifically in TradFi and you understand how that works, the payment processors and money transmitter licenses and like all of the regulatory oversight that goes into putting your ATM card in, getting cash out, and the technical backgrounds and the phrase, it's all transparent to the user. They just put the card in, they type in their code, they take the cash out, and they walk away. We have to create a user experience that is like that for the users. Now, on the other side, when we get into the low security, again, now we're going to lead to hacks, negative reputation, lack of trust, and lower adoption. So again, both sides of the house are going to be to lower adoption. Now, let's just say the person doesn't need to understand exactly what's happening, but they understand, okay, that 24 words, I need to back up. Well, that's great. How easy would it be to just put it in a text file and put it in Dropbox? Dropbox is replicated and I have backup, and for extra redundancy, I can write it down on a note on my phone and it's backed up via iCloud. I now have it backed up in Dropbox. I have it backed up in iCloud. It's on my phone. That is literally probably the most convenient way that you can back up your seed phrase. But any security professional, anybody in the industry is, like Homer's doing, is just saying, "Doe, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." So again, what is that right balance that we hit here? So now, when I mentioned before about the ability to prevent all hacks, now this is not necessarily something that I am recommending at all. So I just wanted to bring this up to show that here's a guide to complete security. Now, again, the purpose isn't necessarily to say that people should go implement these things, but is to show that we do have the technical ability to actually implement controls to stop these things. You can have complete isolation. You can have mandatory air gap systems. Now, when we start talking about on-chain transactions, you can't necessarily have the speed to make a transaction if your entire infrastructure is air gapped, which is why now the convenience factor has to slowly creep up. And now we have to give up on some of the security. So again, it's understanding that as you're adding these convenience factors of the ability to make an online transaction, you're giving up some security. And it's our job to understand what's that gap in security that we're now giving up in order to get that convenience, and what additional controls can we put in place, whether from the preventative side or detective side, in order to accommodate for that gap that we just now increased. So it's really all about understanding and measuring how much security are we giving up, and is it necessary in order to gain that particular convenience. So it's striking that right balance. Everything can be encrypted. We can have 100% encrypted of everything at rest, everything in transit. So and everything in memory, but the problem is number one, that's incredibly expensive, and it's also going to be incredibly slow. So now we have to give up. Well, we're only going to put certain things in a SGX chip or a confidential computer, secure element, trusted execution environment, whatever word you want to use. So now we're going to pick and choose what types of the executions are we going to be putting in this trusted execution environment, so that way it's encrypted, in memory. And then we're also going to decide from a cost perspective, well, what do we actually want to encrypt at rest? And also, what do we want to encrypt in transit? So again, in theory, from a technological perspective, everything can be 100% encrypted at all time, including while processing. Strict zero trust model. This is something that you can adopt, and I would recommend not necessarily a strict zero trust, but I think we need to shift a little bit back more towards zero trust. Now, I'm old enough that when I started technology, things and networks and devices that were sitting on your internal network were trusted. So we didn't necessarily take this approach where if you're sitting on the inside of the network, I want to block this particular host from talking to this particular host. It was generally assumed that if you're on your network, I can see all the devices. When I started working, I could very easily just run a scan and see every single device that's sitting on my internal network. Well, we have to take a zero trust model, not only with our internal network, but the way we work with certain vendors, even cloud providers. So this is something that I would definitely tell people that they really need to start thinking about from a zero trust perspective. Excessive personnel security measures. This goes into the insider threats. This is something that's really hard to protect against, especially for smaller organizations that don't have the ability to take a particular task and shard it out, if you will, to multiple different people. So now you have trusted individuals within your network or within your organization that have access to not only access to your customers, have access to your internal processes, have access to potentially backups to certain things. So this is something that I think that most of the organizations that we work with really have to take more of to give more attention to. Full redundancy from a resiliency perspective. I can't tell you how many organizations that I've spoke to or worked with, whether it was at my seat at some of the largest financial institutions or at Galaxy, or even just talking to certain prospects at Halborn, is from a resiliency perspective within the architecture of their offering, there's multiple holes of single point of failures. Now, this isn't necessarily a cyber per se. It could be in the sense of a denial of service attack, to bring down an organization. So that was really the nexus here for the cybersecurity discussion. But building in the resiliency and full redundancy into the architecture also costs money. Also, there is technological debt that comes with that, and now having to hire multiple different staffs. Am I going to take my architecture and replicate it across multiple different cloud providers? Again, continuous audits and penetration testing. This is an area that I obviously, coming from Halborn, have a particular interest in, because I think a lot of organizations look at audits, unfortunately, as optics. Their clients are asking for it. It's great to say that we've got an audit or an assessment. I hate the word audit, by the way, an assessment from a particular organization. But what the community doesn't realize is that assessment was a point in time. So organization comes in, does an assessment, we look at the vulnerability. So now there's two issues with this. One is, in theory, these assessments or reports should expire after 3 to 6 months, because there are new attack vectors that weren't necessarily tested against, or new vulnerabilities that have been discovered against a particular layer 1 protocol that wasn't necessarily known to the community. So though, even if the code hasn't changed, the attack vectors and the learnings of the different threat actors have expanded over time, so they should be re-audited. The other piece is, all of these projects are constantly changing code. So as a community, if you're looking and you see, oh, it's been audited, look at what was audited. Look at which smart contract. Look at the hash of the repo, not to get too technical, but look at what was actually audited versus what you're actually interacting with today. Chances are what was been audited is not necessarily what's been rolled out into production, because a lot of organizations have not necessarily adopted this continuous audit and penetration test. It's being done more for optics, security theater, to tell the community, hey, we've engaged with a certain firm, but again, not necessarily done from part of a comprehensive security strategy. Now, I mentioned before, I wanted to talk about a particular hack and what could have been prevented. And, this is a very interesting one, because it's hailed as one of the most sophisticated hacks, that happened last year. This is the Ronin hack. The one piece that I wanted to talk about was the social engineering aspect of it. Now, while yes, that was a very well orchestrated social engineering attack, if you're not familiar, I'll just break it down very simply. What they did was the threat actor created an online LinkedIn profile for a recruiter at Coinbase. They spent the time over a period of time in order to build out this profile to make it look legitimate by adding work histories, by adding pictures, by connecting with multiple people within Coinbase. So from the outside world looking at this particular profile, it's connected to hundreds of people within Coinbase. They have a work history, there's recommendations, there's pictures. It looks like a legitimate profile. So they then sent a LinkedIn message to a particular person within the target organization, and they told them that they liked their profile. They want to interview them for manager of engineering. So right there, that's the incentive. Hey, here's a higher up position for potentially a larger organization, more reputable organization. That attracted that person. They responded. They went through about 3 to 5 different Zoom interviews, walked through like a regular job interview, over the course of a couple of weeks, called them up, presented them with a job offer. The person accepted. They said, great, we're going to send you an offer letter. They sent them the offer letter. They opened it up, and it was malware. And that particular machine was owned. So now, yes, that was a very complicated, social engineering hack, but how would that have been prevented at a large financial institution? Well, I'll tell you the 2 ways. Number one, you could not use your work laptop for personal use. So that's number one. And number 2, things like LinkedIn messaging are blocked in most large financial institutions, because it's a way that you can talk to external clients that is not necessarily logged for compliance purposes. So right off the bat, if this person was interacting with this particular organization, it would not have been on a work machine or on able to access their employer's network. So it would have been cut off right there. Well, let's just say for whatever purposes that it was on the work laptop. There's enough controls, number one, from a process perspective, from a technological perspective, to stop that east and west lateral movement. So even if that machine became owned, they wouldn't have been able to move east or west laterally to own the other types of assets that they ended up owning. And then the other piece would have been from a process perspective. This particular individual who was a developer would not have had access to a production environment. So even if they own their machine and were able to move east or west laterally with their credentials, they would not have been able to access it. So to recoup, because this was I don't want to say a smaller organization, but buttoned up financial institution with the type of controls, able to use their work laptop for personal use. You had somebody who had more access than they should have. And then there's not a lot of controls in place to stop that east or west lateral movement. So again, this is being hailed as one of the most sophisticated hacks, but this would never have happened in a large financial institution. So what is that, striking that right balance between security and convenience? So the first thing is, let's understand the risk profile. What are we actually trying to protect against? And I think this is where a lot of security folks and a lot of organizations drop the ball in some respect. They run to security and they run to technology in order, let's throw up firewalls, let's throw up EDR, let's throw up data loss prevention, let's do trusted execution environments, confidential compute, and IAM policies, and privileged access management systems. All those things are good, but you have to understand what you're trying to protect against first in order to understand, number one, what technology you're going to use and where are you actually going to implement them. So it's important to understand that security is a function of risk management. It's really just a highly technical portion of risk management. But the fundamental tenets of risk management is, what is the risk to the organization? What controls am I putting in place? And does it effectively mitigate that risk? And if it doesn't effectively mitigate that risk, am I accepting the risk or am I adding some compensating controls on top of that? If we frame security in that lens, it makes more sense, and will, with limited budgets and with limited resources, we'll be focusing our attention appropriately at the right places. And it will also help us uplift our security, so that way when we understand, well, here's the risk that we're trying to protect against and here's the control that we have, when we do this iterative process where we keep looking at it, we'll understand, and that's a continuous improvement, which I'll get to in a second. We'll understand, well, hey, this control that was good 6 months ago maybe is not enough. Let's add on a secondary layer of controls, and then we can start adding on testing. So now we can say, well, is our control actually effective? We think it's effective. This is the control that we put in place. Let's test against the control. And once you start getting in that mindset, security becomes more pragmatic and it becomes more practical. Prioritizing user experience. Now, again, this is what I brought up before with the user experience. Users should be educated to the point that security should feel transparent to the user. They shouldn't realize what they're going through, because once you start putting up these roadblocks, clients and employees will find ways around it. A quick story: when I was working at some banks in my past history, we used to have work phones and we used to have our personal phones. And when we went out for lunch, nobody wanted to carry both phones with us because that's just generally annoying. So I would watch people would go and they would forward their work email to their personal email while they stepped away. Now, again, we have controls in place that would stop this at the gateway. So this is, I'm dating myself, but that just shows once you put up too much resistance to accessing certain information, people are going to try to find ways around it. So let's prioritize the user experience to the point where we're securing our users, but it should feel transparent to it. Adaptive security, I think, is something that we can do a better job of in Web3. That is very much in use in traditional finance. So adaptive security is raising and lowering security measures based on the risk. And the quickest example of this is, when you call into a bank and you have to authenticate yourself, by the time you call in, they already have a profile of what phone number you're calling in from, what region you're calling in from, is it within the normal calling patterns of what you call in from. They have voice recognition. So the second you start talking to a customer service rep, they have a confidence score of, is this David that I'm talking to, or is this potentially not David? And then if it's not David, let me ask these additional security questions. And if we're very, very confident it's David, maybe we'll only ask this one question. So by doing adaptive security, you're creating a better user experience, but you're also increasing the security, because now we can have those multiple layers of controls, but we'll only use it when our confidence score is low. Leveraging low friction technologies, using biometrics to a point, using single sign-on, using secure enclaves. This goes back to prioritizing those user experience. By using these low friction technologies, it's adding on additional layers of controls and additional layers of security that don't burden the users. Continuous improvement, this is a big deal that I think also a lot of organizations can really step up. Is what was good yesterday is not good for today, and it's definitely not what's good for tomorrow. All of the tools and information and resources that we have, the threat actors have access to it as well. All the monitoring capabilities that we have, they have access to it as well. So they can run their own simulated tests against environments that they know that we have stood up to see, have we bypassed this particular detection technique. So understand that this is a cat and mouse game, unfortunately, and that we have to continuously improve. It's the concept of Kaizen, just constantly improving. Learning from other industries. What are the banks doing? What is Amazon doing? What are the large retail companies doing? They have the budgets. They've been around the block many times. They are heavily regulated from a security perspective. So we can borrow. Don't just go to crypto conferences. Go to RSA, go to Black Hat, go to the traditional cybersecurity conferences to understand what are the new techniques that are being implemented in the bank, and see if there's a way that we can, from a lower cost, implement either those types of controls or those types of technologies. And the other piece is collaboration. It's very well done in the TradFi world, where you have FSISAC, information sharing. We as a community need to gather and start sharing information. When I was working in TradFi, if a particular bank was seeing a particular type of attack or IP addresses that they were, unknown that they saw, or was, doing a port scan, for example, all of that information was shared with the rest of the financial services industry, so they can look for it, so they can either proactively block it, or they can do information sharing to see, is this a coordinated attack against multiple financial services institutions, or is this maybe a drive-by? So thank you everybody for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, or you have Rob, our CEO's contact information on the bottom. But thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for presentation. It was the biggest amount of information I've ever heard for 20 minutes, and it was really useful. And I think about what we can do as a media to increase the level of security. And I found one item in your presentation. It's education and awareness programs as a media we can do. Because I guess that most of security issues are coming from basic not knowing the just basic of security, and that is why the awareness programs and education is the best we can do from ourselves, and invite such experts as you to tell people how else they can secure their funds, their wallets, and so on and so forth. And my question is concerning the Web3 in Ukraine, because our main idea of this conference is to boost Web3 in Ukraine. And I understand that mass adoption, which you were talking about, which is coming from big security, less convenience, so this stuff. So how we can boost Web3 in Ukraine despite the education and awareness programs?
So two things. One is I truly believe that security can be a differentiator for a project. There's a lot of projects that are offering higher yield as a way to attract users onto it. But I think we're seeing a fundamental shift in what people want. People want security. They want to know that their assets are safe. So I think if there's projects in the Ukraine that are looking to build or looking to figure out ways, how can I differentiate them myself against somebody else, maybe focus on security, not as an afterthought necessarily, but part of the product itself. So again, cryptocurrency, is cryptographic. So security is digital ledger technology. It's intertwined. So utilize the aspect of digital ledger technology and cryptocurrency and security as a way to help differentiate the projects. The other piece is, cybersecurity. There's a tremendous, not only is there a lack of talent in the Web2 world, there's a huge lack of talent in the Web3 world. So there's a number of opportunities to fill in the gaps of where we're missing. Like I mentioned, incident response. I have not necessarily seen a fully fleshed out security operations center that provides incident response, not from an on-chain forensic perspective, like a chain analysis, but more for an on-chain incident response for I've been breached. So I think that's another huge opportunity that, could be stood up, in the Ukraine as well. But, those are probably the two areas that I think is not addressed today in Web3 that is, open for someone to take. Okay, and the second thing I think can be work is to have built-in security with the help of such projects as Halborn, to set the level of startups from the very beginning to build in this security. And I guess guys like you can help our startups to do that. 100%. What I find in the Web3 world, and especially in the cybersecurity world, everybody wants this to succeed. We want to see the proliferation of cryptocurrency. Everybody's willing to help. For projects that don't necessarily have can say afford a Halborn or afford one of our competitors, I'm happy to spend hours on the phone with them and giving them setting them in the right direction, making introductions potentially for other firms that they can work with. So I would implore anybody that has any questions, feel free to reach out to me personally. Again, I unofficially advise many different projects that aren't necessarily at the stage of fully launching. Just because I believe in the technology and I believe in the mission, and I know everybody else in the community wants to give back. So I would just tell everybody, reach out to myself on LinkedIn, reach out to, even our competitors. We'll all be willing to help and guide you in that right direction, because it only benefits everybody if things are built securely. Yeah, tomorrow we will host a pitch session for startups, and I hope when the war will finish, you will come to Ukraine and be in person in judges or partners and help Ukrainian startups to build in this security. Thank you for being with us. It was very interesting, and I advise people who don't speak English so good as David to watch it again and pause on the slides and read them, because it's really great information in them. Thanks for being with us. You're always welcome in Ukraine. Waiting for you here. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. And
finally, we have the last but not least speaker. It's Serg Metelin from Hedera, and he will talk about very important for us topic. It's the filling cryptographic evidence for war crimes in Ukraine. It's a very important topic. So please welcome Serg. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think there was a little mishap in the title of the presentation because it will touch on the cryptographic evidence of some of the crimes happening in Ukraine, but the overall topic is titled somewhat different. It's overcoming the obstacles to mass user adoption of public ledgers. So
okay, that's no problem. So yeah, the audience is yours. I'm turning on your presentation, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So thanks a lot for joining today. My name is Serg Metelin. I'm the Executive Director of Developer Advocacy for Americas at Swirls Labs. It's the company behind the Hashgraph protocol. For those who are not familiar with us, Hedera is a decentralized open source layer 1 public network that utilizes a very innovative Hashgraph consensus algorithm. It's governed by a decentralized council of large enterprises, universities, and Web3 organizations from projects all around the world. Hedera is operational since 2019, and we are very proud of some of the achievements that the network achieved so far, and I'm really proud to be part of the Hedera's ecosystem. I live in the US, but I originally was born in Ukraine. I'm actually from Dnipro, so for me it's especially exciting to present at a Ukrainian organized conference, and I wanted to thank and praise the organizers for pushing for a more decentralized future, even in these challenging times of war. We all hope Ukraine wins soon, and hopefully next time we will be able to attend Incrypted in person.
Thank you for coming. It's very important for us, and you're always welcome in person.
Thank you. So for today's presentation, I will assume that you already have kind of bought into the whole bright future that public ledgers can bring into reality, and I will focus on some of the technical challenges of the real-world adoption of this technology and discuss how we at Hedera try to address these challenges and some of the real-world use cases that we see coming out of it. So what is so important about decentralization? Ultimately, it's all about the true ownership of users' their own data, where they have no risk of someone imposing their unilateral will. When we talk about decentralization, we mean usage of that distributed ledgers technology. And essentially, these are multi-party databases with decentralized transaction ordering. In a truly decentralized system, decision-making power is also distributed to avoid situations where a single dictator can rewrite the history and impose their will in any other way. Decentralized systems, while they sound great, they come with lots and lots of pitfalls. And in the blockchain world, it's a constant balance between these pitfalls and decisions on what to compromise on. The proof-of-work systems are slow and energy-hungry. Many proof-of-stake models, they try to address these challenges, but they all often have what's called a bad Gini indices. And Gini index is essentially a measurement of wealth and voting power distribution. And bad Gini indexes, they may mean that significant risks may be posed to the networks of possible bad actors taking advantage of the network and taking it hostage. Of course, Bitcoin and Ethereum, they transform the way we view and handle value, transactions, and trust. But like any pioneering technologies, these technologies, they came with weaknesses. And this is becoming increasingly problematic in practice and pose challenges to mass adoption, especially as more and more users are starting to adopt this technology. And when we talk about the mass user adoption, we're talking about applications, think of millions of users transacting daily, often many times per day. And we've listed some of these challenges here, and starting obviously with the elephant in the room, the energy consumption. Enormous amounts of energy are used to process each transaction, but at the same time, it's very slow, and the costs of the processing are very high and unpredictable. Current blockchain systems are very similar to basically being stuck in a traffic jam while paying a constantly changing toll fee. And as a user or a business operator, it's really difficult to predict your operational costs when everyday things change and your operations are dependent on the external forces of the market, such as gas costs. The programmability of the smart contracts definitely revolutionize how we think about the value and assets, but it often creates room for sometimes pretty critical security vulnerabilities. And potential customers, they quite often, we know the history, due to negligence or lack of experience, they lose funds. The organizations lose funds, which is really really negative as well. And lastly, it's really interesting, but the specter of centralization actually looms over us along with the transparency concerns. Paradoxically, in our quest for decentralization, we risk creating powers and power structures that resemble what we were trying to move away from. So a combination of these challenges, it really prevented many really, really cool, impactful use cases to go live. And we know of lots of test runs and pilots that never came to reality because of these challenges. It's kind of feels like we have a fixer-upper house. We know it has potential. We know that someday it will be our dream house. But before getting there, we need to address some of the foundational issues. So we at Throws Labs wanted to dream of what it would take to build a system that is aimed at running applications for millions of users. And firstly, large-scale applications, they need performance. This is absolutely not negotiable. They need a network capable of handling dozens of thousands of transactions per second with finality in seconds. As users are primed to that right here, right now approach of traditional Web 2 systems, the world just cannot afford waiting ages for the ledger to update. They also need a network that is resilient, secure, and stable, and leader-based models such as blockchain, they can pose financial reputational risks for large projects. That's why they are not always so keen to use this technology. Forking, splitting of the network can lead to confusion, value splitting, and loss of trust. It needs to be avoided at any cost as well. And of course, the networks need to provide stable transaction costs pegged to something reliable. We think it should be something reliable like US dollar. At the end of the day, your coffee price should not be double of what you normally pay randomly one morning. That's really not a pleasant start of the day, right? And then we have sustainability. Living in the times of the ecological catastrophe, we need something that is respecting the mother nature, not an industrial wasteland. And lastly, but just as importantly, large-scale applications, they also require robust and transparent governance of the network. Serious businesses, when deployed to the networks, they need a reliable roadmap, they need effective treasury management, and they need effective legal and regulatory management as well. So our engineers approach these challenges quite fundamentally, and in search for a solution, they have invented the hash graph data structure to address the main challenges of the DLTs of the previous generations. On the left-hand side, you see a picture of what is representing a traditional blockchain data structure. We've been walking on this path of blockchain-based consensus mechanism for some time now, but it's kind of like climbing the mountain in flip-flops. You can do it, but it's not really efficient and it's not really comfortable. The blockchains were designed originally to be slow for security, and trying to speed it up usually comes with the security compromise. Blockchains also take what's called a leader-based approach, which means that at the point of the next block creation, control over what goes in the next block and what stays out, it can potentially lead to what's called a front-runner attack scenarios, which is also a big risk for large organizations deploying applications. On the right side of the slide, where we see a different approach that we came up with, it's a different kind of a data structure. It's called Hashgraph, and it's a distributed ledger that cleverly combines a couple of groundbreaking technologies such as virtual voting and gossip about gossip to rapidly reach consensus without a need for a leader. Hashgraph offers what's called asynchronous Byzantine fault tolerance, which is the highest level of security in the distributed ledger world. And Hashgraph does not require much of electricity, as it doesn't need to establish that unpredictable next leader. It works totally different. All validators are equal in this model. They receive transactions at the same time, and they don't need that next block to be created to reach consensus. So Hashgraph really creates that amazing foundational base that could overcome the obstacles, in our opinion, of the mass user adoption of public ledgers, and can help bring that decentralization future to reality. So let's dive a little bit deeper into how we translate this Hashgraph technology into something that developers can build applications on. So think of Hashgraph as the foundation of the building, and on top of that, we have constructed 3 main services. We worked with countless projects and organizations both in Web 2 and Web 3 worlds, and came up with these services based on customer interviews and customer needs. So first services, sometimes you don't need the bells and whistles of the smart contract. Sometimes you need to record some information immutably, fairly ordered, and later on fetch it and validate this data. Hedera Consensus Service does exactly that. It doesn't have state, it doesn't have smart contracts. It's a super efficient decentralized message queue. It can handle thousands of transactions per second, and each transaction costs like a fraction of a penny, super, super cheap. And it's very important for large-scale applications processing large volumes of data. Next feedback that we heard is that deploying token smart contracts is a very risky business. It's prone to security loopholes, it's prone to backdoors, and we wanted to address this as well. So we've created a Hedera token service, which is essentially lets developers create, configure, mint, distribute, and manage tokens very similar to the Ethereum standards, ERC20, ERC721, and other standards, but they're issued natively on Hedera, and you don't need to set up any smart contracts, and essentially think of it as a very efficient and super fast and cost-effective token factory. And finally, we offered the programmability through the Hedera Smart Contracts service. We recognize that EVM is basically the most advanced ecosystem. It's kind of like JavaScript of decentralized world. It's not perfect, but it's the most thought-through ecosystem for decentralized development. And we didn't want to force our users to start learning some new novel languages, and we wanted to leverage that ecosystem. So our developers, they've deployed an open source version of EVM called Hyperledger Bezu on top of Hashgraph Consensus. And this allows developers to basically bring the Ethereum smart contracts as is from Ethereum to Hedera, but enjoy that much faster speeds and lower costs on layer 1. You don't need to go to any layer 2 solutions or sidechains or anything like that. It can be achieved on layer 1. So these 3 services, they also can be intermixed and matched to build application use cases that solve problems in data integrity, tokenization, decentralized identity, DeFi, any use case you may think of. And the network in production shows some really great results. So you can see that why many call Hedera Hashgraph or Hashgraph technology is the 3rd generation of public distributed ledgers. This technology allowed our engineers to achieve some really, really crazy results. So we are right now on the network processing 10,000 transactions per second maximum. That is throttled. We can go much higher. We just set this as the limit for now. The average transaction cost is 0.1 cent, so it's less than a cent. And the final full irreversible confirmation of the transaction without chances of forking is 3 to 7 seconds. And again, I repeat, all of this is on layer 1 network. In today's world, companies are also want to align themselves with technologies that reflect their values, and quite often it comes to commitments to sustainability. Consumers are becoming increasingly aware of their carbon footprint as well, and are looking for options that allow them to make positive impact as well. For us, sustainability of the network operation is one of the core principles we built in the network. And you can see on this slide that we basically representing the research produced by University College of London that they did the research into different proof of work and proof of stake networks and compared the energy usage per transaction. And you can see that Hedera has been designed to basically use a minuscule amount of energy per transaction. And to put it in perspective, the next chain uses 19 times more energy per transaction than Hedera. And if you compare it to Bitcoin, 970 million times more energy per transaction, which is absolutely insane. So I recommend you all guys to go and check out the hedera.com/sustainability to check out some more details. And for those of you who are data geeks, it has a lot of the data information related to this, but just highlighting the importance that there is a challenge of sustainability in the ecosystem, and we really need to address it. And Hedera is a viable solution for this problem. So let's talk about governance. And network governance is a critical component of the decision-making process for large-scale projects. It can make or break the application. Governance should be bulletproof. It should assure project developers and the users that it will remain stable, secure, and interoperable under any circumstances. We also need to remember, and we observe in the world right now, the ever-changing legal and regulatory requirements, and they should be taken into account by people who understand what the regulatory landscape looks like. Governance is not just about compliance as well, it's also about the innovation. So when you bring your large-scale application to a decentralized network, you also need to understand what is the roadmap, have confidence in that roadmap, and you need to understand that the network will evolve over time, but also stay compliant to the regulations. So what is the right governance model? And this graph shows some of the possible governance models in relation to the ability to make complex decisions and in relation to trust. And we can see in the left bottom corner, we see anarchy. And think of it as a classroom without the teacher. Everyone is shouting, and no one can make any decisions in that room. And obviously, the trust and ability to make decisions is very low here. If you look at the direct democracy, of course, it's a very trusted system. However, due to the challenges related to the voting participation, it's quite often is frozen in inability to make complex decisions. Down in the bottom right, Ukrainians all know that one person with absolute power making all the decisions is not a good idea and not a good way of existence. So this model can make complex decisions pretty quickly. However, the trust is exceedingly low and there is no representation. The expert council model combines the benefits of the other models and while mitigating the weaknesses of each model. It has high trust because diverse group of experts with vested interests, they are vested in the positive outcomes. They also maintain the ability to make complex decisions. The risk of this model, however, is that if the governing council or if the expert council cannot make and enforce decisions because due to some structural issues, it can fall into the anarchy. Hedera has what's called a governing council, and it follows that expert council model, aiming for the right balance of trust between decision-making ability as well as programmatically built-in ability to enforce decision through network nodes. So strong network governance implies that the changes in the validator nodes can enforce the changes decided upon the governing body, and clients that know that the nodes are accepting and conforming to these changes, and which in turn prevents forking and keeps the state unified for all the participants. This avoids situations where, let's say, for example, Google is running an application on the network, and the next day the network splits in two. The value chain of the application is now maintained in two conflicting spaces, and it results in problem not only for the company, but also for its users. Hedera Governing Council is a unique governing organization. It consists of up to 39 leading global organizations. They're all spread around different industries. Some of them are for-profit, some of them are for not-for-profit. They all have equal vote in the network, and they're all required to run the infrastructure. They run the nodes. They daily participate in decision-making on the network. They decide on the membership in the Governing Council. They accept and review the technical roadmap and the product roadmap. They measure they manage the treasury of the network as well as manage the legal, regulatory, and marketing activities of the network. This is a very solid body of very experienced representatives from different organizations. They serve 3-year maximum term with up to 2 consecutive terms, which is very similar to how democratic governments are run. And additional members are nominated by the membership committee and then elected to be the governing council representatives. Today, the governing council seats are already filled by 30 organizations, and they are trailblazing and challenging their own business models in recognizing that the future is decentralized. As you can see on this picture, these organizations include companies like Chainlink from Web3, but also large enterprise companies like Google, IBM, LG, Ubisoft, so a wide range of companies from all around the world, from all the different types of the industries. We also recognize that when the big projects, especially from the Web2 world, they come in the Web3 ecosystem, it can be quite intimidating, and they need to have to get a little bit of hand-holding through this decentralized world, especially in talking to Web3 projects. So we recognize that, and outside of the Hedera as the governing council body and Swirls Labs as the technical body, we also realized that we need to introduce some ecosystem organizations. So we built 3 organizations that can help these newcomers to coming to Hedera ecosystem to integrate better with all the different types of organizations. So this includes the HBAR Foundation, which is a Web3 ecosystem growing and grant giving organization. It includes the Hashgraph Association, which is enterprise-grade organization that can give enterprises access to professional services, but also facilitate the conversation with Web3 projects and kind of translate the language in some situations. And then some industry-specific solutions, such as ICC, for example. It's a Swiss-based organization that is focused on supply chain and cross-border trade finance solutions. So a combination of these organizations, they basically help the ecosystem to grow together harmoniously, regardless of what type of the organization you are. And we are very proud of the recognition that the network received since we've launched in 2019. Here you can see some stats. We actually yesterday processed our 11 billionth transaction on the mainnet, which is insane. And you can see that the maximum real TPS on the network was 8,500 transactions per second, with sustained current average of 700 TPS per second, which is I think is unheard an advancement in the DLT space. We believe we have a very healthy, growing ecosystem of both Web3 projects spanning through DeFi, NFTs, gaming, DAOs, but at the same time, a really healthy, growing ecosystem of enterprise applications. And the cool thing is they're all cross-collaborating with each other. So enterprise applications finally are more comfortable with starting to work with Web3 projects and integrate their solutions into their projects as well. So let's talk a little bit about some of those enterprise use cases in our ecosystem and what they do and why they choose Hedera as their primary network of deployment. Starting with MTech, it's a financial services company that is trailblazing right now a hot topic of the acceleration of adoption of central bank digital currencies. MTech is leveraging the Hedera network to help drive financial inclusion in the countries with lots of unbanked, and then connecting them to the global financial system through the power of CBDCs. They actually just finished recently a trial with Bank of Ghana, and they recently graduating it from the pilot to the regulatory sandbox, which is the next step of the evolution of these projects. Finally, we see projects coming from trials to the real implementations of the technology. MTech obviously decided to use Hedera because they needed, first of all, the speed of transactions, thousands of transactions per second for financial needs, as well as enterprise-grade functionalities such as KYC, AML, that it can be baked into the Hedera network. Low cost of transactions, which is super important for unbanked and other regulatory-friendly features of Hedera network. The environmental markets, they've experienced significant growth in the last decade, but the space is still pretty filled with challenges. Lack of auditability, lack of price and audit transparency, outdated systems of record. All of this has really uprooted the trust in the environmental markets, and actually lots of organizations already were victims of these challenges. So if you're interested in this topic, I recommend you to watch John Oliver's episode on carbon credits and carbon markets. It's very funny. He's a comedian, but it's also not funny at the same time because it's a space that we need to fix quite quickly. We at Hedera, we believe that the balance sheet of the planet will live on a public ledger, and we've invested in building an open source Guardian platform that leverages the Hedera network to enable digital-first sustainability policies, and it allows tokenization of the resulting assets. Hedera Guardian provides auditable, traceable, and reproducible records that document emissions on one side and also carbon credits and offsets on the other side, and therefore reducing the fraud in the ESG markets. The market has embraced this approach, and so far about 150 projects are closely collaborating to build brand new or fully on-chain environmental marketplace and the ecosystem, which is amazing. One of the companies leveraging this framework is called Every Denizen. It's the world's largest inlays and labels producer. Its project Atma.io is called Connected Product Cloud, which basically unlocks the power of the connected products by assigning unique digital IDs to everyday items, and then tracing and tracking those items through its full life cycle from manufacturing to usage and beyond, basically creating the circularity. Atma is also scaling beyond just the boring traditional supply chain events, but also to account for carbon emissions at a granular level. So the users of the customers, consumers of the items, they also know what is their carbon footprint and provide the ability for them to offset it as well. More than 5,000 factories are already participating in this project, and more than 300 new projects are added on-chain every single second, which is insane volume of the transactions. DLA Piper is a multinational law firm. They are, I think, third biggest law firm in the US. In 2021, I think they lodged 3.5 billion in revenue, which is a massive company. DLA Piper, they built and deployed a platform called Toko, and Toko is a digital asset creation engine that couples the compliance and regulatory rigor of a global law firm with the innovative technology solutions. Basically, they help solving some inefficiencies of today capital markets, and they are tokenizing assets such as real estate, fine art, intellectual property, debt restructuring, equity, and many others. And according to DLA Piper, they looked at other networks, Ethereum and alternative public networks. They had way too expensive fees to process. They were too sluggish. They were worried about forking, which is a big issue in tokenizing real-world financial assets. What if the chain forks? What happens then? Where's the real value? And DLA Piper required a public distributed ledger that can offer native tokenization with cost effectiveness and compliance baked in. So they are using the Hedera token service and consensus service to improve the settlement time from minutes to seconds. They reduced the cost 99%, and they are building in trust in the transactions. They are requiring the privacy. LG has deployed a fully integrated NFT marketplace called LG Art Lab, and it's accessible today through the LG TVs, and it allows users to easily and quickly buy, sell, and display digital art straight from their TV. And in order for LG to successfully deploy their NFT marketplace, they needed obviously an underlying ledger that can process millions of transactions. They also needed to provide simple, frictionless experience for customers that are not very familiar with NFT trading. So LG chose Hedera as the public ledger because its ability to process those millions of transactions. But also, and more importantly, Hedera was chosen because LG is committing to sustainability goals that they've established. They have a program called Life is Good When It's Green, and they strive to limit their environmental impact at every stage of the delivery of their products. So choosing a green ledger was absolutely a must for them, and that's one of the reasons why they chose Hedera. I will wrap up with one of my projects, one of the projects that is closest to my heart, and it's called Project Starling. In early March 2022, as one of the examples, a Telegram user posted a photo of a wreckage at a school in a suburb of Kharkiv. And this photo showed the side of the classroom being bombed. There was a large blast hole and a pile of debris, including some desks and chairs thrown around. And most likely, many of you have already seen that picture and remember it. International law obviously prohibits intentional attacks on educational facilities, and that means that the picture could serve as the evidence of a war crime. But how do we know that this image was original? It was not tampered with. How do we know where it originated from and what time it was taken? Project Starling is a joint effort between the Stanford University and Shoah Foundation. And the initiative's goal is to basically provide tools and principles to be used across a wide variety of nonprofit organizations that essentially they validate and review the information that is coming from all the different sources later on to be preserved to essentially serve as the evidence when trying to get to to truth of the facts of historical events that happened in our history. Together with a team of human rights experts and specialist lawyers, Starling submitted evidence of that attack, and which in International Criminal Court created basically a new investigation in the crimes. Starling framework leverages multiple decentralized technologies, and Hedera is one of them, to leverage the recording of the historical information through its very high throughput. It's a great project, and I recommend you all to go online and check it out. It's an amazing and important work that the guys are doing. Okay, so I could list lots and lots more other projects, but for now, I will leave you with my final thought that we are still at the beginning of the journey of bringing DLTs to everyday users. But to get there, quite often we need to think it's outside of the box and dream of the experiences that we want to create for the users, rather than think about the limitations we're operating in today. And sometimes it makes us move in a parallel direction, not to follow the crowd. And we at Hedera, we welcome everyone who wants to join our ecosystem and efforts of bringing DLT technology to mass markets. We have a network of support that any type of organization can come to us and we will support. So feel free to reach out to me. I have my contacts on my email and my Twitter account, and I would be happy to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I totally agree with you that we're at the very beginning and we have so much to go to do to bring all this stuff into real life, and you're doing a great job on Hedera. It's really great, and I want to ask you. You were talking about requirements for mainstream of public DLTs, and if I'm correct, you were not speaking about regulation. Did you think and consider the impact of regulation on mainstream for public DLTs? Do you consider this as an important item?
It's an absolutely important item. I'm not a lawyer, so it's really difficult for me to talk about this. However, regulatory clarity is very important for the organizations to operate and to be brave enough to operate in these environments. But I can say that so far, Hedera, just again, because of consisting of this wide range of these large organizations that have very experienced interactions with the regulatory markets, regulated markets. Lots of them are public companies. Lots of them are also like international law firms, and they understand these markets probably better than many others. So we have confidence that the way we approach it is the right way, and we hope that you can join us in this exploration, because there's still many things to explore and to understand, and it's a matter of years to come for us to figure it out.
I see. And the question we ask all the speakers: how, on your opinion, we can boost Web3 in Ukraine?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we actually love working with Ukraine. So feel free to reach out to us, to me. I will be happy to connect you depending on what type of the organization you are. So if you are a Web3 startup, or you are enterprise business, or you're a government organization, we have different channels of support that would help you and connect you and would enable you to speak the lingo of the Web3 ecosystem and not be threatened by it. And we have grants, we have educational efforts, we have just network of support and professional development services if needed that we can also support you with. So all the different opportunities, you just need to basically express interest, reach out, and we will figure it out.
Yeah, by the way, we will host a pitch session tomorrow on our offline event, and we will continue to do this to grow the startup culture in Ukraine. And I would be happy to have a partner so you can somehow help Ukrainian startups to set the next level of building the projects. And the last question, I just think about it right now. So you were talking about hash. It was very interesting. And what do you think if we will talk about far future? Will some system will win, or there will be different systems and cross-chain interoperability between them? Like philosophic questions. I mean, it'll be just Hedera or another blockchain or DLT, or it will be different systems and they will be somehow connecting to each other?
Look, there probably will be some front runners and there will be some laggers, I would imagine. There would be some niche networks. There will be more general use networks as well. Kind of like we see, I don't know, just take example of Facebook, for example. Is Facebook is the only network? No, it's not the only network. Is it the more prominent one? Probably yes, because a lot of the value of that network building is already built out there. So I think that the situation we're in today is pretty messy. And I think that companies and users are more and more understanding that it's just not sustainable to be in the environment we're in. The layer 2 solutions are not necessarily the full solution to the problem. So I think that more and more users, as you can see by the number of transactions on our network, for example, where it exponentially goes up, I think they're realizing that they need something faster, more user-friendly, more sustainable. So they will look at the alternatives. So I think that the leaders that are there today may not necessarily be leaders that will be there in 3-5 years. And we remember, again, AOL, America Online, used to be the most popular service on the internet. Where is AOL today? So things may change quite drastically. Of course, there always will be healthy competition, and I hope so, that there will be healthy competition of different new ideas and new technologies, and we'll see where it will take us.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you here. You're always welcome in Ukraine when the war will finish, and we will filling all the cryptographic evidence of these war crimes, and we'll host offline events and hope to see you there.
Це буде добре. Дякую.
Так, слава Україні, да. Дякую. So guys, we are finished our online marathon, which was almost 8 hours. It is finished as the same as the fucking rain outside. So we are ready for tomorrow offline event. Thank you for coming here, for listening to speakers, to educate yourself. It's very important. That's what I love Web3 for. So much speakers, so much projects. They are all different. They are all interesting. And always there is something new that you can get information about. So thank you, everybody, one more time for being here with us. We are finishing, and I hope it was useful for you. For those who is in Kyiv, we're waiting for tomorrow's offline event. Thank you and goodbye.